The reincarnated heavy knight who was exiled after being deemed defective becomes unparalleled with his game knowledge. Volume 1. Text editing and audiobook by Masquerade, Chapter 1, Divine Blessing Ceremony. Today is the day that I, Elmer Edvin, would receive my divine blessing. Relatives from the Edvin household were gathered in the saloon, quietly watching over me. Divine blessings, also known as classes, were powers handed by the gods to the weak humans for them to counter the monsters. Humans who acquired classes would have their physical abilities boosted, and at the same time, they would also be able to obtain various powerful skills. There were various classes you could obtain: a magic swordsman, a warlock, and other different classes with their own fighting styles and roles. The moment one turns 15, they would be able to receive their divine blessing, on the first day of a new year. It's been said that one's class can be influenced by one's fate, bloodline and demeanor. In addition, 15 years prior before acquiring one's divine blessing, was the time the gods were keeping an eye in order to pinpoint one's true nature. The classes of the existing heads of nobilities also had a great impact on maintaining their influence and authority. The county of Edvin, which, for generations, have had a lineage of sword wielders, holding the powerful class known as Sword Saint, had earned respect for properly protecting their territory. Naturally, as the next head of the family, I am also expected to fulfill that duty. Don't worry, Elmer. I, your father, am well aware that you've been diligently working hard for a long time. You are my child, and I am confident that the God of Sword will bestow a powerful class to you, said the current head of the Edvin household, my father, to me as he placed his hand on my shoulder. Yes, father, I know. I'm not worried even a tiny bit. I bowed my head a little at my father as I headed to where the elder priest is. Normally, the divine blessing ceremony was held in churches. This time, however, my father asked the elder priest to come all the way to our mansion, all for the sake of performing my own divine blessing ceremony. Furthermore, the priest performing the ceremony for me was the highest-leveled priest in the city, with a level of 50. However, it's not like the quality of the priest performing the ceremony would influence the divine blessing one would receive. But, as my parents wanted me to obtain a good class, they had this wishful thinking and hired the said priest. But, I feel a strange sense of déjà vu in this situation. Back then, whenever I saw or learned something, it felt like I've had always known it for a long time. Well, it might just have been my imagination. Well then, I will now conduct this young boy's baptism. The moment the elder priest said those words, a bluish-white magic circle started to emerge around me. And then, I could feel a sudden surge of power welling inside my body. Baptism is a skill associated with holy magic. Once a human meets the necessary requirements, the skill then would be used to grant them blessings and classes. And with this, we're finished. By now, you should be able to use status. Status is a spatially projected character tree anyone with a class can freely use. It is one's way of checking one's class and character attributes. I understand. Then status. The moment I chanted those words, light gathered around the palm of my hands and my status appeared. When I saw what happened, I was kind of shocked, as I thought, I know what this is. 5 years ago. No, it was way more back then. Yes, before I was even born. This world is exactly the same as the VR-supported online game, called Magic World, I used to play back in my previous life. It's hard to believe in various stances, but that's all I can say. I know every nook and corner of this game, as there are days where I spend more or less 20 hours playing said game. If I dare say it, my former life's deep-seated delusions may have brute-forced its way into reincarnation. As I thought of this, I was both delighted and confident with my triumphant victory. The delight I was feeling was due to the fact that I had entered the game world I was playing in my previous life. And the confidence of winning I felt was due to the fact that I knew all the classes, skills, as well as the nature of monsters. In the game Magic World, the gods will ask at least 20 questions to the player when creating a character. The results will then be accounted for the creation of the character as well as granting the appropriate class. But apparently in this world, one's class is decided upon how one has lived before turning 15. Since newly born babies couldn't be asked questions about their way of living, the change must have been from the game and reality overlapping with each other. I am quite confident that I can do well with any classes that I might get. Still, I want to get my favorite and frequently used class in Magic World. I really want that class. As I prayed that, I looked at my status. Edvin, class Heavy Knight, level 1, HP 10/10, MP 4/4. The same time I saw what was displayed on my status, a smile crept on my face. Victory is mine, the strongest, crappy class well known in Magic World, the Heavy Knight. Heavy Knight is a class that specializes in defense which protects its allies by luring in enemy attacks to him. Or at least, that's what they said after it was released. However, compared to the other defensive classes, the said class wasn't so versatile and their efficiency in combat was very shitty. The attack power was also very low that you couldn't even level up properly. It was even said to be the most defective class out of the other worse classes to exist. After all, the most important point in the game was how efficiently you raise your character's level. Considering those facts, the class was even considered to be removed from the game concept. Still, there are others who liked it, and after some time the said class was available. An analysis team appeared and thoroughly verified the efficiency of the Heavy Knight class. After all, it was human nature to try things that have been said to be unusable. Even I, with my curiosity piqued, made a Heavy Knight sub-character and cooperated with the analysis team to gather information about the class. In the end, the Heavy Knight has evolved into an extremely technical character that hides behind its defensive speciality. While you needed a great deal of knowledge, skill, and cleverness when using the class, it had the hidden potential of overwhelming the other strongest classes once you pulled through. That fact, though, wasn't discovered 5 years after the game was released. I even abandoned the main character I had been using for a long time and switched to the Heavy Knight sub-character I had created. In a sense, it may have been natural for me to draw the lucky stick and get the Heavy Knight class. With how much hard work I'd cultivated into analyzing and training the said class back in my previous life, of course, the God observing me wouldn't grant me any other class besides it. I did it, Father. I'm now a Heavy Knight. The ceremony could only be done once, and being able to receive the crappy class I had cheat knowledge of, it was, of course, a big win for me. However, my father was looking at me with a cramped face as I joyfully reported the results to him. Jay, just now I heard it wrong, alright? You said Sword Saint, right? I remembered it late as I looked at my father's face. I messed up. Why did I mix my previous life and this life's knowledge? In this world, strong and easy to master classes are highly favored, while classes that are technical and would only bloom later on are lowly valued. Perhaps it is because the assessment and evaluation of the class's real potential have not progressed. No, that. As I spoke hesitantly, my father, who wore a demon-like face, walked briskly in my direction. Oi, show it to me. My father stood beside me and peeked at my status. Heavy Knight, you say? What the hell does this mean? The numbers are so low that you can't even see a single thing across the status board. Not to mention you don't have a single attack skill, let alone learn one. Isn't this just a meat shield? This is totally what you'd call a faulty class. My father verbally abused me while his saliva was spewing out. I couldn't even catch up to what he was saying. My father had a selfish way of doing things, but he had treated me, his son, strictly but kindly. I hadn't expected him to change his attitude this easily. Please calm down for a moment. My stats are not that low. My HP and defense are in the top bracket. I have no concern for such things. You even had the gall to put dirt on our family name. How can I possibly explain this to other noble households? To get a faulty class like that from an Edvin lineage. This is without a doubt due to your negligence and rotten nature. I can't even think of anything else but that. You useless idiot bastard. As my father said this, he grabbed my collar and threw me to the floor. Because of this, I was knocked down hard. Ugh. I groaned as I hit my side, causing the air inside my body to be involuntarily drawn out. Although my father held back, I, who was still level 1, had received a throw coming from someone who'd been to the front line of the battlefield, defeating countless monsters at the same time. I was at least glad I was still alive, since he could kill me anytime in an instant. Heart ECH. I didn't expect something like this would happen. Still, I'm glad I had the ceremony conducted privately. Had I made you be ceremonized publicly, your shame would have made the Edvin household lose face. My father yelled at me as he roughly scratched his head. Ugh, I was wrong to place my faith in you, Elma. It's my misfortune that I have not been blessed with a child next to this good-for-nothing bastard. I should have done something a little sooner. Our family relatives were silently watching this scene unfold before their eyes. Just like my father, there were also some of them who were looking down at me. Some of them seemed to sympathize with me, but they didn't even interrupt or say a single thing. After all, the head of Edvin household's words were absolute. Rather, in this world where one's class and level holds importance over everything, the influence of nobles and people with authority are much stronger than the country in which I came from, Japan. The heads of the upper nobilities are all of humanity's strongest heroes, with powerful classes and absurdly high levels, making it a society where commoners can never oppose them. That, however, wasn't how it was in Magic World, but perhaps, because of the game world being integrated with reality, it turned out like that. I'm also supposed to have my divine blessing ceremony today. Is it fine to do it now? The person who broke the silence looming over the room was a young black-haired girl. She had wide eyes with long eyelashes and beautiful fair skin. Although she had a somewhat neat face, because of her thin appearance and long groggy disheveled hair, she had quite a sinister aura about her. She is a daughter of the branch family of the Edvin household. In other words, she is the daughter of my uncle, my father's little brother. Her name is Aries. I recalled playing with her a few times when I was still a child, but my father somehow didn't like for me and Aries to see each other and tried to keep us away. So for the past 5 years I've only seen her from a distance and we've barely even spoken to each other. But right now, the elder priest, who was hurried by Aries, said so as he glanced at me. He's probably thinking of delaying it until my father calms down. No, it's fine. Start the divine blessing ceremony for her right now. However, my father suddenly switched gears as he said that to the priest. At that moment, I somehow had a bad feeling. The old priest immediately cast the baptism spell on Aries, just as he had done on me. When Aries opened her status, her mouth twisted into a faint smile. Sword Saint, sorry Elma-sama, it seems that I had robbed your talent off of you. The bad feeling I had before came true. My father is a highly conceited and arrogant person. He would sometimes look down on the branch family and would throw abusive words or give unreasonable orders. And when my father had learned that the girl from that same branch family got the Sword Saint class, his worse than usual mood from before had. That's wonderful, Aries. As expected from a member of Edvin household, my father said as he hugged Aries with tears in his eyes. Aries, from today onwards, you'll be my daughter and become the next successor of the Edvin household. I was taken aback by the situation happening in front of my eyes and could only watch it. The same was true for the other people as well, as they were also dumbfounded. Aries, who was in my father's embrace, observed his face with her usual emotionless stare. After that, she turned her head to me and met my eyes. Then, she distorted her face and made a twisted smile. I've always thought back then that Elma-sama. No, Elma had the responsibility of becoming the next successor. As Aries said those words, my father, who had seemed to finally remember me, released Aries from his arms while turning to head in my direction. Get lost, Elma. You, who had betrayed my expectations, are no longer my son. Getting a heavy night class as a member of the main family of Edvin household. You only bring nothing but shame. Leave this mansion at once. But, father, as expected, leaving is just too much. Heavy night is a strong class, you know. I definitely make sure the Edvin household don't lose face. Shut your mouth. Do you think what I just said was unfair? No, that's just how fucked up you've become. Don't let me see your face ever again. And if you use the Edvin family name outside, I definitely cut your head off that time. My father shouted as he threw those words at me in a fit of rage. He didn't even listen to a single word I said, and it was on that day that I, who had only little money on me, was chased out from the mansion. Chapter 2, Skill Tree. That bastard ever further, what a heartless thing to do. To avoid troubles, things happening from my face being discovered, I had come to the neighboring city of Rondom, away from the city where the Edvin household's mansion was located, by riding a carriage. And since I don't go out from the Edvin county's territory, there's no way my face would spread to the people from the neighboring towns. Also, traveling long distances in a carriage needs a lot of space and time. For a while, I guess, I'll make this city my base and live here. I really had a rough time. Had I not regained my memories from before I got reincarnated, I wouldn't have been able to recover from this situation for the rest of my life. However, now that the memories of my previous life had returned to me, living as a nobleman is a big no. It's true that this world's nobility had a strong, powerful influence, but that's because they had an obligation as one to fulfill. But for me, living a carefree life while traveling around here and there would be the most ideal. But after finally being reincarnated into the game magic world, I need to fully enjoy this situation and freely explore every nook and cranny of this world. But the thing is, compared to the game setting, this world's history and topography are completely different. Neither the names of countries and places match as well. The culture is also quite different. I guess I need to gradually investigate areas one after another again, But before doing those things, the first thing I have to do is to check and verify my class and skills. This is the fun part I've been looking forward to. However, if the class specs are different here, it'd really deal quite a blow to me. It would be a very terrible situation if the broken abilities of the Heavy Knight class had been updated without me knowing. Viewing the situation from the standpoint of the next head of the family, I could not exactly be busy minding how to explain my eccentric activities to the surrounding people. There's a lot of things that need to be done. So what? Isn't it perfectly fine? Still, I didn't think my father was that kind of person. Now that I have regained the memories of my previous life and developed a broader sense of values, I can see that he was a greedy, irresponsible man who was harsh on others while being kind to himself. Perhaps he's like that because the Edvin County household didn't have anyone who could give a peace of mind about the deeds of the head of the family. I knew that Aries, who had become the next head of the Edvin household, was an eccentric girl. But originally, she wasn't like that. Every time she sees me, she'd sneer. I don't have any memories of it, but she seems to hold a grudge against me. Still, if she wanted to get rid of me, she should have told me so in the first place. I'm glad to have an excuse for getting the hell out of that place. I looked out the window and let out a sigh. Farewell, mother, father. Of course, I had uneasy feelings. Even that man was my father in this life. But for now, I have no choice but to look ahead. After all, if I just spaced out and let my guard down for a moment, I could die. I slapped my cheek as I thought of that fact. Okay, gloomy story time's over. If I have to hand my shitty father his ass, I have to be 1,000 times stronger than him. After all, I've got this much knowledge in my arsenal, so I have to fully exploit it. Status. As I chanted those words, light gathered and projected a space that contained my character information. Elmo Edvin, Class Heavy Knight, Level 1, HP 10/10, MP 4/4, Attack 3+5, Defense 3+5, Intelligence 5, Speed 3, Equipment, Inferior Soldier's Sword. Iron Armor. Special Skill, none. Normal Skill, none. Title, none. Those were displayed as I checked my status once again. The Inferior Soldier's Sword and Iron Armor were items I chose that seemed suitable while on the way to this inn. At the very least, those items were the minimum I could obtain given the situation. After all, weapons that are stronger than one's status would only get in the way as they were unusable. These items were the limit I can get at the moment. It's fine to use it for now, since it would soon be useless anyway. And, since using equipments in the early stages could easily raise your level, let's not be frugal here and use it as it is. I touched the screen of my status with my fingers. Let's see. Skill tree. Status. Also had another feature called the skill tree. Skill tree. Remaining skill points 5. Vow the heavy armor 0-100. Increased defense 0-50. Novice swordsmanship 0-50. To sum it up, with this, you had the option to freely choose which area of skills you will want to acquire. You can do so by allocating skill points to each skill tree, which then in return would give you skills from the skill tree you chose. The initial bonus points you acquire when you gain a class are the remaining skill points 5. After that, every time your level increases, it also increases by 1. So you shouldn't be an idiot and distribute them carefully, as it is no exaggeration to say that it determines your fate from that point onwards. There are two types of skill trees: those that are class-specific and those that are acquired at random when you create your character. And among my skill trees, the only class-specific skill tree that I have is the Vow of the Heavy Armor. It is a skill tree exclusive only for the Heavy Knight, and was said to be the weakest joke skill tree to exist. It's a skill tree that, when used properly, is rather powerful, but is overwhelmingly difficult to handle, and a lot of its skill doesn't have any timing to use in the first place. Increased defense is a very useful skill tree in its own right. You can't obtain any skills from it, but in return, you can steadily improve your defensive power a lot. Novice swordsmanship is also, well, not bad. Once developed fully, it can be evolved into a superior swordsmanship using a unique item. Both skill trees are highly practical. Well, I'm gonna go with this one, I said as I operated my status by hand. Skill tree. Remaining skill points 0. Vow the heavy armor 5/100ths, plus 5. Increased defense 0-50. Novice swordsmanship 0-50. Even though I said it was the weakest joke skill tree to ever exist in the magic world, it was only considered to be that way in the early days of the game. Although, now that it has been thoroughly analyzed, it has been proven to be the strongest skill tree. If you wanted to max out your skill tree, you had to be level 95 in order to do so. You can't afford to waste your skill points to useless status ups or to any degraded skill trees like novice swordsmanship. Vow the heavy armor has been increased to 2/100ths. Normal skill rampart return has been acquired. Vow the heavy armor has been increased to 5/100ths. Defense plus 10 has been acquired. Nice, I got it. I grinned and laughed as I read the displayed message. Rampart return normal skill. If the skill user took a direct hit from an opponent's close-ranged attack and blocked off the damage, damage can be inflicted to the opponent based on the skill user's defense. When a damage is blocked off, it means that the skill user's defense is much higher than the enemy and they couldn't even do as much as to scratch you. In simpler terms, the formula to calculate for the damage taken in Magic World would be damage equals attack power, defensive power divided by 2. The damage would be depending on where someone has been hit. Of course, in short, it would be difficult to completely block off the damage and would only work when the enemy is lower leveled. However, this is where the bonus skill points I've allocated into my Vow the Heavy Armor comes in handy. The defense plus 10 I'd acquired while still in the early level is a pretty awesome deal, and more so if you're well equipped with armor. Since low-level monsters with mostly no attack skills couldn't even break through, and when careless monsters suddenly attack you, with the unbreakable defensive power of the Heavy Knight, they would be bounced off and have their existence erased in an instant. Though, within those monsters, there are clever ones who could break through the defensive power of Heavy Knights, but I have a rough idea of their nature, so if I see some suspicious ones, I just don't need to fight them. Well then, I'm looking forward for tomorrow as well. Chapter 3, Rampart Leveling. The following day, I went to the forest close to the city of Rondom. I have confirmed in advance that demons of moderate strength have appeared in the said forest. If you wander deep in the forest, there would undoubtedly be accidents. So in order to avoid such things happening, I only went to shallow areas that are close to the city. I'm still level 1 after all, that's why I need to avoid being in danger. First, we need to get out from being low-leveled in order to talk about going into deeper places. Let's now start the rampart leveling operation. Juko. After walking through the forest for a while, a demon had immediately appeared. It's a blue, slimy demon about 1 meter long called Lana. And yes, as you can guess by how it's croaking, it's a demon with a frog-like appearance. I pointed my sword at the frog-like demon who suddenly appeared in front of me and appraised it. Status: Demon Lana, Level 2, HP 77, MP 3/3. Status: also had the additional power to confirm the target's HP and MP in a simple display. I don't know about its other stats or skills, but if I know its level, I can have a rough guess about how strong the said demon is. Gecko. The Lana leapt at me. However, I intentionally accepted its attack and made it land on the chest area of my armor to block off its damage. Rampart return. My armor shone and blew the Lana away. Despite the fact that the Lana was higher in terms of level, its body exploded and its limbs were scattered everywhere. You have gained 2 experience points. Your level has increased from 1 to 2. You have gained 1 skill point. Messages indicating my level ups rang through my head. Good thing I was able to raise my level for the first time without any incidents. Still, this is such a gruesome sight. Heavy knights have a very low attack power, so if I fight using the normal method, my attacks will hardly deal any damage and the fight would then turn out to be a mudslinging contest. If I had allocated my skill points on novice swordsmanship, there is a high chance I would have lost the fight. The more stamina I spend fighting today, the lower experience points I could get, causing me to not level up better. Let's do this efficiently. The remains of the exploded Lana had melted, leaving only a blue stone, which is a mana stone that has the water attribute behind. Since demons are made up of unstable mana, when they die, their body will also disappear, leaving only its core. The mana stone behind. A level 2 mana stone. Huh. This is cheap, but let's keep it for now. As I picked up the blue mana stone, I heard a hurried noise coming from behind. Help! Help me! I turned towards where the noise was coming from and saw a swordsman, around the same age as me, running towards my direction. An adventurer. For the adventurers, bumping into each other in the same hunting ground wasn't good and would only lead to unwanted troubles. I'm gonna get killed. They're gonna kill me. The swordsman made a loud shrieking sound. Behind him, what I saw were nearly a dozen Lanas chasing him. Gay eye. Gay eye. The dozen or so Lanas made a threatening cry towards us. To push an aggroed flock of demons towards someone is an extremely bad manner, since not only the aggressor but someone's life would also be in danger. Welp, seems like we've got no choice but to do this. Leave them to me. I walked ahead and past the swordsman. Why you? Can you really do it? With a get-up like that, you're actually a well-known adventurer, aren't you? Nah. In fact, I just had my first level up a moment ago. The swordsman's shoulder dropped when those honest words came out of my mouth. Then it's impossible for you. You're even much weaker than I am. There's no way a rookie like you could even handle that many demons. Just run away. Take off that armor as well, since it would only slow you down. The swordsman tells me so as if in a hurry. When the near dozen Lanas jumped together at me, I slid my sword behind my back and put all my strength into my body. HMPH. I activated my skill Rampart Return. The Lanas who jumped at me exploded one after another. You have gained 2 experience points. You have gained 3 experience points. Your level has increased from 2 to 3. You have gained 1 skill point. You have gained 4 experience points. Your level has increased from 3 to 4. You have gained 1 skill point. Floods of voices indicating my level ups rang through my head. Within just 2 minutes, the area was already covered with the Lana's bodily fluids. One more left. HMP. When the remaining Lana tried to jump at me, I activated my Rampart Return skill and blasted it the hell off. You have gained 2 experience points. Your level has increased from 7 to 8. You have gained 1 skill point. My level had already increased to level 8 in such a short amount of time. With this, my available skill points should have increased to 7. The title Immovable One have been acquired. Additionally, I have gained a title. Titles are, basically, some kind of proof that you've achieved the requirements of certain conditions. Immovable One title. Proof of having achieved the condition of defeating 10 or more demons while not taking any offensive actions. Increases overall defense by plus 10% when in idle state. With this title, it makes it easier to fulfill the conditions when activating my skill Rampart Return. Titles can also be a condition for gaining new skills and skill trees, so it is recommended to actively collect them. Phew, it's all going well so far. As far as I can see, this world system and the magic world system seem to be identical, so there's no problem. Why, you've saved me. But just what are you? The swordsman said while looking at me with a face that seemed like he just saw some kind of monster. That's a horrible thing to say to someone who just saved your life. I said those words as I opened my status to confirm the changes. Elmer Edvin, Class Heavy Knight, Level 8, HP 1028, MP 411, Attack 7 plus 5, Defense 24 plus 5, Intelligence 9, Agi 9, Equipment, Inferior Soldier's Sword. Iron Armor. Special Skill None. Normal Skill, Rampart Return. Title Immovable 1. Chapter 4, High-Ranked Enemy. I'm sorry for the late introduction. My name is Aries. I came from a village situated in the countryside, but I left since I've been wanting to become an adventurer for a while now. All of this happened because I got impatient. You see, I wanted to find a party I could join at level 1, but it seems that the party I asked were originally acquaintances, so they told me that if I can't at least become level 3 on my own, they couldn't trust me. You really saved my ass there. Once again, I would like to thank you for saving me, and if there's anything you want me to do, don't hesitate to tell me. Aries, hi, I'm Elmer Ed. No, just call me Elmer. Damn, almost slipped. My shitty father told me not to mention their family name outside, so I guess I'll have to introduce myself this way. You don't have to think about it too much. I was able to raise my level a lot, so I guess we're even. I'll take all the mana stones, though. So, you're Elmer. Say, there's a chance I could get into a party of 2 once we're done here, so why don't you join as well, Elmer? Seeing you here hunting alone means that no one wanted to put you into their party as well, right? I know that defense-oriented classes are quite unpopular with low-leveled adventurers, but I think you're an amazing guy, Elmer. I will definitely convince the other guys. I have to do this as a way of paying you the debt for saving me, after all. Aries made a victory pose as he tightly clenched his hands while enthusiastically saying those words. Nah, not happening. But why? Based on the fight just now, your class is defense-oriented, right? You won't level up for the rest of your life if you go for a solo play, you know? Don't be so stubborn now. You've seen what I can do, right? Pretty sure I can fight on my own. You're right. Well, he had a point, though, because, in general, the true values of defense-oriented classes can only be demonstrated when fighting in a group by attracting enemy attacks and shielding its allies. However, it's not how I wanted to level up. If I had allies around me everywhere I go, instead of gaining delicious experience points, it will be distributed to everyone, which is not ideal for me. I also doubt that the others would listen to my words. Furthermore, I wanted to acquire items, skills, and titles, and having many people with me would only hinder my movements. Still, if I really wanted to have allies, it would be better if they were an exploration-oriented class or an all-purpose utility-type mage that can do a lot of things. However, since there were few opportunities for both types to fight pleasantly, the number of users in Magic World were low, which resulted in the demand becoming terrifyingly high. But, as expected, getting them on board with me wouldn't be that easy. Still, just listen to me. If you keep on doing things like that, it would be impossible in the long run. Once you get past being a low-leveled adventurer, there's no way a lone defense-oriented class like you could take on opponents by himself. Well, I know it'll all work out depending on what I choose to do. Skill trees that are not class-specific can also be newly acquired using items and clergy-like skills. And even if I discard novice swordsmanship, an increased defense, as soon as I get the skill tree that I needed, I can sufficiently make up for my offensive performance. Having this high level of freedom was also the reason why Magic World was so popular. However, many players stopped playing because they failed to construct their skills properly. After all, Once you've spent your skill points, it can't be reversed. I'm saying all of these for your sake, Elmer. I know that you're an amazing guy. That's why I can't just let you die somewhere out there knowing that you tried to continue hunting solo while doing things inefficiently. You can't just hunt lanas all the time, can you? Don't be so stubborn and aim higher together with me. The moment Aries finished spouting nonsense, a demon suddenly fell in front of us with a thud. It was a giant spider. Its whole body was covered with deep red hair, and was over 2 meters in length. What you can see on its red-haired head though, was an 8-eyed monkey with a large creepy mouth. The Alandu ape opened its huge mouth lined up with sharp fangs and screamed. Are you freaking kidding me? Aries shouted in a voice that clearly showed his despair. I quickly appraised the demon using status. Demon Alandu ape. Level 16. HP 3131. MP 1111. Damn. It's a demon with a double-digit level. Even though I only went to shallow areas in the forest to avoid meeting such monstrous demons. Alandu apes are demons that are swift and spit poison that hinders movement. It even has a high offensive power and a skill that erases its presence called Stealth Step. Apparently, Aries had also aggroed this demon while being chased by the lanas earlier. After all, Alandu apes are belligerent and fast. My skill Rampart Return are only effective against low-level demons, and are almost powerless against high-leveled ones. Unless I meet the condition of completely blocking off a direct hit from this monster, I won't be able to activate it. And in order to do so, I need to have a defensive power twice the opponent's attack strength. Which means, it is not a skill that can be used against opponents of this level. In addition, Alandu apes has the skill Blazing Claws, which increases the speed of its arm while simultaneously doubling its attack power. If you got attacked by this skill, you're as good as dead. Well, I can't really push this guy on you. Now, can I? You've saved me after all. IIW will attract its attention. In the meantime, you are run away from here. Aries suggested to me, contrary to the brave words that came out from Aries' mouth. His legs were shaking so much that it looked like he regretted what he just said. Nah, I'll take this guy on. Just leave it to me. All of the accumulated knowledge I had in my previous life from playing Magic World started mobilizing inside my head. Even if it's only a little information, if I just know what the Alandu ape's level is, I would be able to determine its other stats. I've been racking up my brain for a while now, and I have arrived at a conclusion. This ugly bastard. He's not unbeatable. It's useless no matter how you look at it. Alandu apes are not demons beginners can defeat. I understand that you are someone amazing, but looking at it physically, you can't possibly do something about a demon that huge, and one that is, level 16. Aries yelled as his face turned deathly pale. Certainly, I can't exactly blame him for thinking like that. If there is such a difference in level, my attacks couldn't possibly penetrate the demon, while on the contrary, its attacks would be fatal. However, I had the data of hundreds of battles in my time of playing Magic World. Status. I opened my status as I moved forward while I tweaked the stats I had in my skill tree screen. I still have the 7 skill points I had obtained earlier. Skill tree. Remaining skill points 0. Vow the heavy armor 12 100ths, plus 7. Increased defense 050. Novice swordsmanship 050. Of course, I will pour it all in Vow of the heavy armor. Vow of the heavy armor has been increased to 10 100ths. Normal skill disarm has been acquired. It was the skill that I needed in order to beat the Alandu ape right now. Disarm, normal skill, reduces the attack power of an opponent that has been slashed by 1 level for a short period of time. It is a skill that, when you've successfully landed an attack on the opponent, it temporarily reduces its attack power. To be precise, it reduces it by 20%, for exactly 1 minute. Come, Spider Monkey. I'll be your opponent, I shouted, trying to taunt the Alandu ape. Its 8 eyes turned and glared at me. It looked very creepy. High risk, high return. If you wanted to raise your level higher in Magic World, you had to face and hunt down opponents that are higher leveled than you. And I'm sure that it's pretty much the same in this world. It's during times like these that my soul burns with excitement the most. Chapter 5, Conclusion. Monkey Spider. The Alandu ape tried to extend its mouth as wide as it could. I was, however, aware though, that it was about to attack me. I came to a stop just beyond the gap and went to the left, keeping a safe distance from the demon, whose outstretched jaw was just out of reach. The spider monkey moved at a far faster rate than I do. However, because I was familiar with the demon's pattern, moves, and reach, it was difficult for the demon to land a successful hit on me. All I had to do was stay out of its reach. Furthermore, it was also a demon that possessed no intelligence. The Alandu ape exposed an opening, but I'm not an idiot, so I won't even try and enter where it could reach me. Even if I tried to attack, I'd be killed in an instant with its that'll come afterwards. The demon stretched its front legs out in an attempt to attack me, but I retreated a great deal of distance to avoid it. As soon as it shrieked, a magic circle suddenly appeared, emitting a dim green light. It was trying to activate its magic skill that would leave an opponent in a poisoned state. I think it got annoyed because I was deliberately keeping my distance away from where it could reach me, so it instead resorted to using magic that could attack from afar. And it was exactly what I was aiming for. Hey, you fell into my trap, ugly bastard. I immediately jumped straight at the demon. To begin with, evading a magic skill launched by a high-level demon at a distance like this is impossible. If that's the case, then I'll charge in, resolved to be hit. It's a magic skill that only inflicts an abnormal state anyway, so I won't die instantly just because it managed to hit me. The light from its skill got me, and I instantly felt sick all over my body. I swung my blade, holding back the nausea, ! My sword's blade shone with a purple light and sliced the demon's neck. However, the blade couldn't cut in any deeper. It didn't seem to do a great deal of damage, but their attack power reduction effect must have worked. The spider monkey then tried to lift its front legs, trying to set its claws with fire. It's the skill. Hey, that won't work, you know. Your consume 7 MP, while your consumes 5. Just like what was displayed in its status, its maximum MP was only 11. It's too late. You can't use your anymore. That's why I deliberately kept my distance earlier and let you use your skill. Is a skill that allows you to harness the mana of the fire attribute and diverts that mana to momentarily increase your muscle strength. Consequently, while it is not a magic skill, its MP consumption is a little high. I took advantage of the Alandu ape's opening and swung my sword once again. The attack power reduction effect can only be stacked up to a total of 3 times. However, it only lasts for a minute, so if you persistently keep on attacking the opponent with, the initial effects that were applied will be dispelled during that time. With this, 2 stacks of has been applied to the Alandu ape, reducing its attack power by 40%. I, again deliberately kept my distance from the Alandu ape, running around as if to escape. The Alandu ape seems to be getting annoyed with me running around here and there, and without a moment's delay, it immediately rushed after me. Then, I turned around to where the Alandu ape was and waited from the front with my chest sticking out. The required conditions are now in place. The Alandu ape, who was unable to use its skills owing to a lack of MP, was also hit with 2 stacks of, reducing its attack power by 2 levels. And thanks to the title, Immovable One, that I had, my defensive power further increases by 10%. When in an idle state. I already simulated what would happen before fighting the Alandu ape in my brain, but under these conditions, I could just simply block the Alandu ape's attack and satisfy the conditions for activating the skill. The Alandu ape thrusts its fangs into the chest part of my armor. Immediately afterwards, my armor shone brightly and repelled the Alandu ape! After activating the skill, the Alandu ape's huge body was blown away easily and was flipped over on the spot. The Alandu ape glared at me with its creepy 8 eyes, as expected of a high-level demon. You're still alive after that. However, this will be your end. I leapt towards where the Alandu ape was and thrusted my blade into its abdomen. The Alandu ape, who was critically injured with the use of finally died with this blow. You have gained 28 experience points. Your level has increased from 8 to 12. You have gained 4 skill points. The Alandu ape's body melted, leaving only a mana stone with a dull, brown glow behind. It was a mana stone with the earth attribute. Fumu. This certainly has its own big size. This was an unforeseen trouble, but I am glad I got to raise my level up to 12 on the first day. I immediately opened my and allocated my skill points. Skill tree. Remaining skill points 1 plus 3 mu. I wanted to pour all 4 skill points in. However, I could only get it up to 15. Currently, you cannot grow any further. It was a message I remembered. I sighed inwardly as I thought if whether that specification from was still alive. It's a little vexing, but well, this isn't much of a big deal. It can be resolved immediately. Has been increased to 15/100ths. Normal skill has been acquired. Leaving that aside, the benefits here are much greater. Now, I have all of the basic skills. Normal skill. With the use of a sword or a shield, parry the opponent's attack to create an opening is a very powerful skill. In the past, it was said that the skill was difficult to handle because of its reliance on the user's knowledge and talent. However, this just means that it may be turned into a devastating foul technique in a fight between skilled players. Why are you just what are you? Aries' eyes were glancing between the mana stone in my hands and my face with a dumbfounded expression. Certainly. With this level of skill, you'd be able to succeed on your own wherever you go. It seems that I got ahead of my own. It wasn't something someone like me could have been worried about. Aries muttered, sounding seemingly lonely. Somehow I feel kind of bad, I replied as I closed my status and put the mana stone inside my magic bag. A magic bag is a useful item that can contain more than it appears, and because of its convenience, it is reasonably expensive. The that I had brought was the same one that I had used when I was still in the Edvin County household. I was in a poisoned state, so if I move vigorously, the poison will spread throughout my body, causing continuous harm as well as a 10% minus to my speed. However, as long as I could get back to the city, I could buy an antidote, receive holy magic at the church, or whatever. As a result, I had Aries accompany me cautiously as an escort back to the city. Chapter 6, Adventurers Guild. After having a good night's rest at an inn later that day, I went to the Adventurers Guild located in the city of Rondom. Adventurers Guild. It is a place that handles a lot of things, from requests and commissions for the adventurers to complete, to verifying the current status of demons, conversion of mana stones to money, recruitment of party members, and so on. Excuse me, I want to register as an adventurer. I also want to exchange the mana stones I have for money. I understand. Then, please tell me your name, level, and your class. Elmer, level 12, and class is Heavy Knight. So I was right. Your class is also one of those defensive types, the receptionist lady said, as if sympathizing with me as she produced an adventurer's card with the guild's crest on it. I received the adventurer's card in exchange for my fee. You have obtained the title F-rank adventurer. All right. With this, I've also become a full-fledged adventurer. The title itself doesn't have any effects, buffs, or anything like that, but there are some skills that become available once you have obtained the adventurer title. In Magic World, if you want to become stronger, then you will need this title, as it is also very crucial. I forgot to say this. I also want to see the list of individuals looking to recruit additional party members. I'm not in a hurry finding comrades, nor am I intending to. I was just curious about the Adventurers Guild's current state of affairs in this world. It's rare for parties to want newcomers that specialize in defense, so I think it'd be better if you give up and drop the idea and, I hope I wasn't being rude, the receptionist lady said in an inarticulate way. It's not like I was intending to join a party, but... Okay then. I'll eventually find out what the current status of affairs surrounding the guild is if I continued being an adventurer anyway. Look fellas. There's a low-leveled heavy knight looking for a party. A giant man with a head comparable to that of an egg said loudly while pointing at me. Then, What followed after were laughter from his cronies who would want to accept a piece of shit like you in their party. Dumbass. During the period of the Divine Blessing ceremony, there are those people who had the same trashy class like you coming to the reception desk day after day. Those who missed and drew such shitty classes should just stop coming to the guild. You're all just getting in the way. What an unpleasant bunch. Well, I'm already used to these kinds of things. After all, I've seen them a lot in Magic World, when I was doing an inspection about the performance of the Heavy Knight using my sub-character back then. These kinds of things always happen. Look, another one of those idiots who couldn't even properly search about that class reputations so late in this day and age. Ha 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 ha, is what they would always say. I understand. I'll think about this party stuff later. For now, I'd like to exchange my mana stones for some money. Then, I took out the mana stones that were inside my magic bag. 10 mana stones from the Lanas and then 1 from the Alanda ape. Apart from the mana stones that I got from the Lanas, the one I got from the Alanda ape would definitely fetch a decent amount of money. Did you hunt all of these by yourself? This mana stone, I think this is from a demon with an approximate level of level 15, though, the receptionist lady said, seemingly surprised. Yes, it's from a level 16 demon. You're level 12, and, apart from not being someone of a class that specializes in offense, you're a heavy knighter. The experience of subjugating demons is also taken into account for the adventurer rank promotion. So, even if the investigation for this matter will be difficult, in the case where your request turns out to be false, severe penalties will be imposed. You can still withdraw it now. No, when I hunted this demon, I was still level 8. As I said those words, the receptionist lady turned even more dubious. Were they wounded? Your party members, I mean. I did it all by myself. You can write that down on the records. If it's as you say so, then I'll have no choice but to record it as such. The receptionist lady reluctantly accepted the mana stones as she handed me the money in exchange. 10 Lana mana stones were sold at 20,000 Gerudo, and the only Alanda ape mana stone that I had was sold for 60,000 Gerudo. 100 Gerudo is more than enough to buy a single loaf of bread. It's not quite wrong to say that 1 Gerudo is equal to 1 yen. Think about it. Earning 80,000 Gerudo in just one day seems like there's nothing but a bright future ahead of me. Hereafter, I would be able to hunt demons as big as Alanda apes consistently. And since I am doing it solo, there's no one I could split them with. Haha, as money, it would be alright to assume that I have already crossed the line of not having to worry about my life in the near future anymore. Anyway, there's also a reason for why I'm so obsessed with achievements. Adventurers are divided into 7 different stages. There's the F rank, E rank, D rank, C rank, B rank, A rank, and S rank. And, immediately after you register as one, you will be separated into the F rank. While it is true that you can accept requests and the like as soon as you register, entering a dungeon requires that there would be at least one E-rank adventurer in the party. And hunting inside a dungeon is many times more efficient than hunting demons outside. What's more is that, depending on the adventurer's rank, the number of skill points that can be allocated to the vow of the heavy armor skill is limited. And, unless I become an E-rank adventurer, I would not be able to allocate a total value of 16 or more skill points. That's the reason why I couldn't allocate all of my skill points earlier. To be more precise, it's not because of one's adventurer rank, but because of a hidden parameter called credit points. However, the fastest way to meet these requirements is to advance my rank to E. Although Magic World may have provided the players the upper limit of wanting to try out various skill trees in a balanced manner, when it comes to getting stronger efficiently, it only gets in the way. Please don't do something as idiotic as that with an essential irreversible element such as skill points. With that being said, I have to become an E-rank adventurer as soon as I can, at all costs. The atmosphere became unpleasant. The hell is up with that heavy knight? Is he not cheating? I can hear your peanut gallery. It wasn't very wise of me to say now that I've already attracted this much attention. But Well, there's no point in worrying about what the others around me think. I want to become strong as soon as possible. It could be said that it might have been because of the desire for vengeance after being exiled from the Count's household, but it's more likely because my blood as a previous player of Magic World is burning with passion to become strong. Well then, are there any promotion requests that even I could take? I inquired with the receptionist lady. A promotion request is basically a request issued by adventurers to be accompanied to go hunting or subjugating demons by an examiner who has been approved by the guild, and depending on the results, the adventurer will be promoted. There are several ways to get promoted, and this is one of those. Tomorrow, there will be a raid quest for anyone who's subjugated demons of level 15 or higher, and adventurers who have gained the right to be reviewed for the E rank promotion will participate as well. So, if you do well and play an active role there, you will be promoted, the receptionist lady said so reluctantly. When I asked for more details, the receptionist lady told me that it was about subjugating undead-type demons that had gathered deep in some forest. Many of the undead-type demons have a proclivity for creating brethren and increasing their numbers by using corpses from forests and graveyards. It seems that it was decided that nearly 10 F rank and D rank adventurers were to be gathered in order to eradicate the undead-type demons before the situation got out of hand. Since it seemed that I could also participate, I would like to issue a participation request. When I answered immediately, the receptionist lady frowned and was showing me a troubled look. What you're doing is very dangerous, Elma-san. Don't say that I didn't warn you later. Thus, I have succeeded in receiving the raid quest Undead Swarm Subjugation. This time, the enemy is large in terms of number, but lower in quality. Additionally, undead types tend to have higher HP, but other than that, almost all of their stats are low. What's more is that it would be easy to satisfy the activation conditions of my skill Rampart Return, which is to completely block the opponent's attack. It was the kind of quest perfectly ideal for me. Chapter 7, Raid Quest. On the day of the Undead Swarm Subjugation raid quest, I walked with the other adventurers to the forest close to Rondom. The number of adventurers present, including myself, was exactly 10. The group was made up of mostly F rank and D rank adventurers, except for the single D rank adventurer amongst them. I heard that there was an adventurer amongst you who is just messing around, but I guess that was you, Elma. It was a middle-aged man with a unique stiff blue beard. He had an enormous axe on his back. He was Gauten, the supervisor for the currently ongoing raid quest, who also had the authority to promote people to E rank. Since he was entrusted with not just the authority to promote people, but he was also selected as the supervisor for the raid quest by the guild, I expected a trustworthy and mild-mannered adventurer, but my expectations were cruelly betrayed. You have some nerve showing up here. You are looking down on monsters and the guild. You say you took down an eland ape by yourself while you were only level 12. There should be a limit on how much bullshit you dare to spout. I'm gonna straighten you out with a good beating. That will teach you that being an adventurer isn't a picnic like you think it is. I wanted the examiner to remember me, but it seems I was already singled out by him. And not in a positive way. This went to shit right from the start. At this rate, even if I managed to show some proper results, I can already imagine Gauten saying something like I don't like you, and failing me anyway. However, I really wanted to take this opportunity to get promoted to E rank this time. It would take too long to simply accrue enough achievements and get promoted the regular way. If I miss this chance, the next opportunity to participate in a raid quest with a supervisor who has the authority to promote people will not come along for a few months at least. The only way to succeed is to accomplish something that even Gauten can't push under the rug. Without becoming an E-rank adventurer, I won't be able to raise my Vow the Heavy Armor skill, which mean I won't be able to raise my level in a dungeon. I ask that you judge me fairly. When I said that, Gauten's thick eyebrows started twitching. TCH, what an impudent guy. After they advanced a bit farther, a mage raised his thin sword. He was a blond man with a feathered hat on his head. Search, the enemy monster swarm is getting closer. Their numbers should be around 30. There, Search is a magic skill that can determine the presence of living creatures in the area. A skill tree that contains search can only rarely be found in lower-leveled areas. Judging from his equipment, he should be a red mage. That class has high physical stats, can learn attack spells, healing spells, and a great variety of support spells. Search can be obtained by putting 8 points into the red mage's exclusive skill tree, called Red Magic. Excellent work, Teal. It seems the red mage is called Teal. Apparently Gauten and he already knew each other. Indeed, I have a number of helpful skills. Unlike those with a defective class, please consider my promotion to E rank. Teal flicked his gaze at me and smirked. When our eyes met, he just shrugged his shoulders as if to make fun of me. Elmakun, you're outlandish. Oops. I mean, outstanding claims have become a bit of a gossip. You see, you are a heavy knight, right? That's too bad for you, pulling such a defective class. Nah, I actually came to like this class. But thanks for worrying about me. Ha, blustering like that. When I tried to brush him off, he simply snorted and walked away, looking bored. If I had to choose one, then I would say the red mage was the less than ideal class instead. The red mage is the quintessential jack of all trades, master of none. All it can really do is run around solo in lower level dungeons, and that's about it. At most, it can be used as a second choice if the party is missing another important class. Well, it's not like everyone wants to operate as efficiently as possible here. Unlike in the game, it's normal that a jack of all trades class that's easier to use would be preferred instead of a peaky class that's usually favored by professionals. We will be checking to be sure, but apparently the swarm of undead is being led by a ghoulhead this time. Since I'm a D-rank adventurer, I will be taking care of that one. You will be keeping your distance and hunting down the small fry. If you get caught anyway, then I won't be saving you. Gauten yelled at us. A ghoulhead, huh? It's a monster that looks like a giant ghoulhead. D-rank adventurers are around level 40 on average. As for ghoulheads, they are usually around level 30. Ghoulheads don't have any attack skills. The most troublesome is its single ability, Breath of Yomi, which creates zombies from nearby corpses. Other than that, its movements are simple and easy to read. Even the undead swarm accompanying it should just be made up of the lowest ranked monsters. If we proceed with care, then it should be unlikely for our side to suffer a defeat. However, among the 10 adventurers gathered here, the majority are still F-ranked adventurers, many with no experience with raid quests at all. Gauten doesn't seem like a helpful person either. Even though we are already this close to the enemies, all he said were some vague as hell instructions. If this was a guild commission or dungeon exploration, who knows what mishaps might happen because of it. The penalty for death is not just a minor loss of experience points anymore. We should be preparing for possible emergency situations. I took a look around and checked our lineup of adventurers. Taking everything into account at this rate, there should be about 80% chance that we could complete this raid quest without losing anyone. In the game that would be a perfectly fine number, but this is reality. Gauten, shouldn't you specify a bit more what you meant by your previous orders? We should decide what to do in an emergency, like when exactly to run and on what signal, and if we do, then who is responsible for what in that case. What did you just say? A newbie bastard like you wants to criticize me? Hearing my words, Gauten's face flushed red. I'm well aware of Gauten's personality. I don't know if he will hear me out, but I thought I needed to say that at least. It's possible that the undead swarm somewhat differs from the one described in the report. Since we are putting our lives on the line here, shouldn't we prepare a bit for a worst-case scenario at least? Aren't you supposed to be the supervisor for a bunch of low-ranked adventurers? Why you, bastard? Gauten kept clenching his teeth without saying anything. Judging from the fact that he didn't immediately retort with something, he too must have felt that my words made some sense. It's just he can't be seen admitting to it anymore. Let's take a step back. On my side for now, I'm still at a low level and don't have much experience as an adventurer, so I'm somewhat uneasy. This might be a routine job for an experienced person like yourself, but please give a bit more detailed instructions for our sake." Saying that, I bowed my head. Gauton cleared his throat. Well, I don't like to babysit, but it can't be helped. "For our sake, you said?" Hey, don't involve us in this. The only one who would be scared of the lowest ranked undead here is just you, Elmakan with the defective class. Who would have thought that you would get scared and start crying at Gauton-san just before the battle? Teal cut into the conversation. This happened at the worst possible moment. He must have been pissed off about me brushing him off before. There is no need for that, Gauton-san. If you are scared, then you should just stay far back in the rear. Isn't that right, Gauton-san? You are right. That's right, Teal, Gauton said, still flustered. The escape route I created for Gauton to go back on his word was neatly closed by this little shit. What's more, how did you even think you would be able to work as an adventurer with so little courage? You are just getting in our way, so I would kindly ask you to stay away from raid quests in the future, Elmakan. Well then, let's hurry up and proceed, Gauton-san. Gauton got caught up in Teal's flow, so he started moving forward. However, reluctantly, I dropped my head and let out a sigh. Now that it came to this, I won't be able to interfere anymore. The other adventurers had no trust towards me to begin with. I just hope nothing out of the ordinary happens. Chapter 8, Undead Swarm. We finally ran into the Undead Swarm and their boss, the Ghoulhead. The Undead Swarm was made up of one of the most common monsters in Magic World, the Wight. It's a monster created when Impermano attaches itself to a rotting corpse, making it come to life. There are roughly 30 here, but all of them are wights and no other types. For now, that was reassuring to know. In Magic World, a more problematic monster blending in among the swarm happened a lot, and the boss was a Ghoulhead. It's an enormous green zombie head with legs and thick arms attached to it. Its appearance might look comical at first sight, but the way it's misshapen only amplifies the disgust and repulsive feelings it inspires. The bludgeon in its hand is not an unusual item either. I was relieved after I checked the Ghoulhead's bludgeon, just to make sure. Monsters like that may have an op-as-hell rare item on them sometimes. In the game that can be chalked up to as a prank from the developers, but in this world it won't end with that. Like hell I want to get wiped out by a rare event like that. Alright, Teal, Paul, come with me and keep the small fry away from me. The rest, reduce the number of wights as much as you can. After saying that, Gauton readied his axe and charged in. The red mage, Teal, and a swordsman apparently called Paul followed him into the fray. Thinking about Gauton's haphazard instructions, I can't help but feel uneasy. Well, I'll just be here, cutting down on the number of wights around. With my current level I don't want to tangle with the Ghoulhead, and I would just get in Gauton's way anyway. Let's just quickly get rid of the hanger-ons of that huge face, I said to the adventurers around me. Why you want to charge into a large group of enemies like that? Although those are just wights, if they attack you from your blind spot, then you might get hit anyway. With Gauton-san here I thought he would scatter them for us, but apparently he intends to keep on the boss, one of the adventurers said to me, looking somewhat uncertain. Ah, so that's why they were looking so half-hearted about it. This must be the first time they came up against such a large group of monsters. To compound that, the monsters are undead types with ghastly appearances and the commander just charged in without giving any orders worth mentioning too. It's no wonder at all that they would start to hesitate. We have 7 people here. However, I would like to move independently. You should split into 2 squads of 3. If you cover each other's backs, then you should have no problems against wights. I will be moving alone to divert the attention of the enemies to decrease the number of wights heading your way as much as I can. That should be fine. Got it, we'll do that. There were no adventurers that objected to my words. Although on the way the others looked down on me just like Teal, but when they saw me being calm in this situation, they must have thought they could rely on me. If you see anything unexpected about to happen, then notify the others immediately. I'll come to help too. I charged into the group of wights. Since I went at it alone I was immediately surrounded by wights, but the wights are simple low-level monsters to begin with. Furthermore, The movement speed of most undead-type monsters are slow, and their attacks have a large wind-up. Parry. I kept minutely moving around, parrying the attacking arms with my sword and destroying their postures in turn. I've already learned the Whites' attack timings in Magic World perfectly well, and I also possessed enough skill with the sword to be able to make best use of my knowledge of Magic World. In this world, the personal power of the head of the family has a direct effect on the influence the household can wield. Even if it's former now, I used to be considered the next head of a count family. Fending off attacks from a bunch of Whites is nothing at all for me. Good. There, parry is working even better than I expected. The skill to ward off attacks, parry, although it's a powerful skill, since you need to perfectly grasp the timings of every enemy attack, without sufficient knowledge and skill you wouldn't be able to master it properly. Depending on whether you can master parry properly can greatly influence how useful others view the Heavy Knight class. Using parry, I break up the White's posture, then I hit it with my sword to disarm it, which lowers its attack power, and after that I block its attack with my armor, which leads into a counter as usual. Rampart reversal. The White's attacking right arm simply blows off and sails off in an arc. You have gained 11 experience points. Your level has increased from 12 to 13. You have gained 1 skill point. Nice. I would like it to keep going up just like that. Fighting a group with appropriate levels like that is quite efficient. This skill request was an excellent catch from that point of view too. One after the other, I dodge and ward off the attacks, then use Rampart reversal. In no time at all I was responsible for the broken remains of almost 10 Whites. In Magic World, the larger the level difference was between you and your opponent, the less experience you gained, but even so, I was able to raise my level quite a bit. You have gained 4 experience points. Your level has increased from 15 to 16. You have gained 1 skill point. Good. It's going well. With this, I had 5 skill points in the bank. I'm looking forward to the time I will use these up. With the number of Whites around me greatly decreased, I used status to check Elmer Edvin class Heavy Knight level 16 HP 2947 MP 1419 attack power 13 plus 5 defense power 34 plus 5 magic power 15 agility 15. Equipment sword of a low-ranking soldier, iron armor. Special skills none. General skills rampart reversal disarm parry. Titles immovable 1F rank adventurer. Good. It's going up nicely. Hey, didn't he say that he will try to pull the Whites away from us? He just straight up destroyed the majority. Wasn't he a Heavy Knight? Then why can he be that nimble with his dodges? And how can he just blow them away like that? I could hear the other adventurers talking quietly while pointing at me. My status cannot be called agile compared to an average same-rank adventurer. However, the Whites' movements are slow, cumbersome, and easy to predict. Therefore my carefully calculated movements must seem swift in comparison. Even Rampart reversal is only good for demolishing small fries. The only reason why it's working as well as this is due to the increased defense the heavy armor gave initially. It's good that we can count on him, but somehow I'm more scared of him than the Whites right now. Oi, I can hear you all. That being said, to be honest, right now I can't even show what the Heavy Knight is really best at. I want to bring my level up as soon as possible to a point where I can distribute my skill points a bit more freely. Chapter 9, Evolution. The number of Whites decreased a lot. By now I was solely responsible for destroying more than a third of the group of Whites. With this, even Goten should approve my promotion to an E-rank adventurer. Even if he didn't see it himself, the other adventurers present should be able to vouch for my efforts. Elmer-san, will you go and back up Goten-san now? One of the adventurers approached me to ask. The ghoulhead is a lot higher level than us. We should let Goten handle it himself. If an F-rank adventurer were to get hit by that ghoulhead, it would mean instant death. We might even get in the way if we try to needlessly help out right now. I turned my gaze over to where Goten and the others were. TCH, why won't you just die already? This tenacious bastard. Gauton was skipping around while swinging his axe, but the ghoul head just wasn't going down. He got grabbed by 3 whites, but shouting "Car!" He sent them all flying. "Keep those whites off me properly, Teal, Paul. What's with that indecisive attitude? I can't promote you if you keep acting like cowards." I know that, but if we get closer than this, then we might get hit by the ghoul head," Teal answered, looking off balance. It seems the 2 he brought with himself to keep away the whites aren't working out properly, so he lost his attack momentum for the ghoul head. However, Gauton was also able to seamlessly predict the ghoul head's movements. He deliberately let the monster overreach with its giant hands, only for him to narrowly dodge its hit, just so he could get inside its guard, deliver an attack with his axe, and retreat immediately. If he keeps that up, then it will be over soon. Boulder Crusher. An axe strike with Gauton's entire weight behind it cut deeply into the ghoul head. The giant body of the ghoul head bent backwards, with its crimson red blood gushing out. The ghoul head kept raging in pain. To avoid getting caught up in it, Gauton kept far away. I checked the ghoul head's HP with status. Monster ghoul head level 33 HP 2879, MP 14/26. He can do it. With that HP, Gauton could defeat it if he could land a full hit again. Yet another white grabbed onto Gauton, who was still unbalanced. Gauton brushed it off with an annoyed grunt. "The whites are in the way." After sending a signal to the other adventurers, I set out to help Gauton out. Teal and Paul were unable to properly keep the interfering whites off him. After the ghoul head let out a loud cry, it used its giant hands to grab hold of the whites around it and threw them inside its huge mouth. Without any remorse it then chewed up the whites, which were writhing in agony. The wounds on the ghoul head started healing. "So it has, Corpse Eater. It's a special skill that allows it to devour corpses, or undeads, to regain HP. Not all ghoul heads had that one, only around half or so." Well, if it didn't have a recovery skill like that, then a powerful person like Gauton would have been able to defeat it already. Even if the people running interference were ineffective, the white's constant obstruction must have allowed it to recover using Corpse Eater. However, the number of whites that was pretty low to begin with decreased drastically. Only 5 whites remained near the ghoul head at this point. At that moment, the ghoul head started to forcefully shove the remaining 5 whites around it in its enormous mouth. The whites were writhing in pain, but the ghoul head kept mercilessly biting apart their bodies. The ghoul head crammed the dismembered pieces of white meat into its mouth with determination. I got a bad feeling about it just then. He wouldn't be eating that many undead in one go if it was just a single recovery using Corpse Eater. When a monster does something peculiar, it's usually a bad omen. No way. Although it managed to recover, the whites that were in the way are also gone. I'll be putting an end to this now. Gauton charged at the ghoul head. "Gauton, stop! All of you stay away from the ghoul head." As soon as I shouted that, the ghoul head raised both its hands and started loudly screaming. The ghoul head's body started changing its color to crimson red. Its body expanded, growing from around 2 meters tall to nearly 3 meters. It crushed the bludgeon it was wielding thus far and extended its enormous now clawed hands. Ghoul head devolved into Mad Head. Mad Head's level increased from 33 to 40. Messages flowed into my head. "This is very bad." Evolution was a rare event that happened under certain conditions. It described a situation when a cornered monster brings out its latent potential to escape danger, by evolving into a different species. The types and exact requirements for a monster's evolution were clearly defined, but it was influenced by a lot of factors, including the specific monster's behavior and the current state of battle, that not all possibilities were publicly known even in Magic World. For this one, such factors should be the fact that the ghoul head was continuously on the back foot in an extended engagement, and that it must have been using Corpse Eater to build up the needed energy for its evolution even before we engaged it. However, in the end all we can say about this is that this happened because we were simply unlucky. What happened? It seems, standing in front of the suddenly changed mad head, Gauton was unable to process what just happened. Chapter 10, Mad Head. The mad head opened its giant mouth and let out a disturbing roar. The decaying flesh on both sides of its mouth ripped open, widening its mouth even further. It had got huge. Gauton still couldn't process what he was seeing and just stood there in a daze. That reaction, he doesn't know about evolution. That is something that can't be helped. Evolution itself is a rare event. It's no wonder that a D-rank adventurer like Gauton didn't know about it. However, the mad head not only increased its level from 33 to 40, but it also gained attack skills. It's a very dangerous monster, unlike the ghoul head that only launches long-winded, straightforward attacks. If you don't know anything about it, then it's difficult to handle. Sadistic special events with low probability to trigger like this were pretty common in Magic World. This is why you should plan for the eventuality of needing to run away, even on seemingly routine subjugation quests, especially on a raid quest with a lot of participants like this. Gauton, don't stand in front of it. At the same time I yelled out, the mad head opened its mouth wide. Boak, getting hit by the mad head's roar straight on. Gauton flinched back. I was too late. That was the mad head's skill, King's Roar. It's a deafening sonic attack imbued with mana that stuns people in front of it, temporarily stopping their movements. Gauton was about to get hit by the mad head's claws. Teal, Paul, distract that huge bastard, I shouted towards the two who accompanied Gauton to keep the small fry off him. Wha, what do you want me to do? If I hit that monster with a magic attack, I would be instantly massacred, Teal said with a trembling voice. I clicked my tongue. Who's the one that said cowards would just get in the way, so stay away? With Gauton out of the fight, we're about to be wiped out anyway. Can't you see that? We won't have a chance if you don't do it. If everyone started running now with no one to give orders, at least half of us would get killed. Especially since the mad head is far faster than us. And yet, no matter how much I yelled at Teal, he wasn't moving. The giant claws of the mad head managed to hit Gauton. The axe flew away from Gauton's hand and his body was easily blown far away. Gauton fell to the ground, bleeding and twitching. This is the worst, judging by how he looks. Even the mad head's special skill, their paralyzing toxin of decaying flesh, seems to have activated, giving him a paralyzed abnormal status effect. If someone gets hit directly while in an undefended state, then it's easier for an abnormal status effect to take. The mad head kept targeting Gauton and tried to unleash a follow-up claw attack. I slid in front of Gauton and managed to divert the mad head's arm by hitting it with my sword. Parry. However, I couldn't ward it off entirely. I was hit by an impact that felt like I was hit everywhere on my body at once, which threw me back towards the rear, barely managing to keep myself from falling down. I looked up at the face of the mad head. With a truly evil-looking smile on its face, the mad head sidled towards me. For the time being it changed its target from Gauton to me. I settled my breathing and looked up at the mad head. I will keep its attention. Teal, retrieve Gauton and use, heal, and paralysis heal on him. As a red mage, he should have access to both already. That is the only saving grace in the situation. With paralysis heal, he will be able to get rid of the paralysis. Even with a large level difference like this, if I only need to hold it off, then I will make sure to hold on for a little while. I do have heal, but I don't have paralysis heal, Teal said meekly. What are you talking about? You should have gotten it at 15 points in red magic, together with poison heal. I've put the points in attack power up instead. That son of a. The red mage is the strongest if you first acquire all the support skills and only then the swordsman related ones. If you invest in the swordsman type skills first, then you can only become an inferior version of a class specializing in sword skills. At any rate, bring Gauton to a safe place and use heal on him. As I said that, I turned my back and ran away from the fallen Gauton to put some distance between us. The mad head chased after me. Getting chased by a much larger and much stronger monster was damn terrifying. Nothing in the game could compare to experiencing this in real life. In addition to that, my current chances are not good. I glanced back at the Madhead. Monster Madhead level 40 HP 9494 MP 1431. I checked to see its MP, but it really is brutally strong. If it gets a clean hit in, it won't end with just a scratch. Even if it's me, I should just be glad its MP doesn't recover with the evolution. Even a small miss would directly lead to my demise. Come, Madhead. I'll keep you company until Gauton can get back on his feet. Chapter 11, Conclusion. There is no way an F-rank adventurer could fight head-on with a monster like that. Idiot. Shut up. We need to run while we still can. Once that guy gets killed we will be next. The adventurers nearby were in a panic. However, that was fine. Let those that want to run, run. Even if they clumsily tried to help, they would be unable to follow the monster's movements, and F-rank adventurers with cheap armor and low defense stats could do nothing against a Madhead. They would last 10 seconds, tops. I'm level 16, as opposed to the Madhead's level 40. Even with me specializing in defense, I don't know if I could survive a clean hit. Its movements are easy to read, but also terrifyingly fast due to the level difference. On average, the paralysis from the Madhead's special skill, paralyzing toxin of decaying flesh, goes away by itself in about 3 minutes. If I can hold out for that long, then Gauton should be able to get back on his feet after TL uses heal on him. I will hold out for that 3 minutes with everything I have. Bwah, bwah. The Madhead wildly swung both its hands back and forth. I was already out of the Madhead's immediate reach and I kept in motion to dodge its attacks. The Madhead's attacks have a long wind-up and are easy to read. That's why I should be able to calmly dodge its attacks, or so I thought. An overhead attack dodging to the right and parrying its claws to the left. I was barely able to avoid it. Even so, I was still blown away by the aftershock, sending me rolling on the ground. As expected, the difference in stats is too steep. That being said, in Magic World, I would have been able to cleanly dodge this attack. The situation is very bad. I wanted to keep to a safety-first approach, so I didn't think I would end up fighting against a much higher-leveled enemy with zero preparation. Oi, that heavy knight, doesn't it look like he is fighting that monster on an equal footing that blew away Gauton-san? Don't say stupid things. No matter how you look at it, he's dancing on a razor's edge. The fact that he's still alive is a miracle. Another adventurer's voice could be heard from far away. Hey, that guy, is he laughing right now? When I heard that question, I first thought he was talking about the Madhead. However, I soon realized that I had a grin on my face. Well damn, I wanted to avoid situations like this, but somehow, I don't dislike it. High risk, high reward. Something that happened in Magic World a lot too. In case of defeat, the death penalty hurt pretty badly, so in terms of efficiency it was pretty lousy. But no proper man wouldn't be fired up by a situation where your abilities are tested to the limit. Let's change tactics. It seems, with my current abilities, if I keep letting the Madhead attack continuously, then I won't be able to evade everything. To properly keep its attention, I will need to start attacking back. Skill tree. Remaining skill points 0. Vow the heavy armor, 15/100ths. Defense up, 050. Beginner swordsmanship, 550, +5. I open my status and put all my points into beginner swordsmanship. I wanted to develop Vow the heavy armor, or get a new skill tree from an item and develop that first. But well, it can't be helped right now. In the end, the skill I get from putting 5 points into beginner swordsmanship is something I intended to get in time anyway. With beginner swordsmanship reaching 550, you have gained the normal skill, Vital Blow. Good. Vital Blow, normal skill, a technique that uses the flat of the blade to hit the opponent from a point-blank distance. It can more easily deal damage to opponents with high defense. Even in their beginner swordsmanship tree, the Vital Blow skill is generally considered a failure. One possible reason for that is most people would rather get the attack power increase whenever you equip a sword at 10 points investment first, so they come down on it even harder because of it. And in fact, a move that sacrifices the long reach of the sword, one of its main strong points, just to hit the opponent from up close, is not something a swordsman would be using normally. Even the letter effect that lets it more easily damage opponents with higher defense would only come into play when fighting against higher level opponents, which you shouldn't do anyway. However, this skill's attack power is low, which matches well with the high defense of the Heavy Knight. You can rely on the Heavy Knight's high defense stats to injure the opponent's attacks, while using Vital Blow to steadily pile on the damage. Also, in Magic World, your leveling speed basically depended on how much were you able to hunt higher leveled enemies. In that case, the utility value of Vital Blow, which can be expected to deal damage to most opponents, was high. I use Parry to divert another of the Mad Head's attacks. The impact force which I was unable to neutralize yet again blew me back, but by stabbing my sword into the ground I was able to use my momentum to turn my body halfway and roll near the Mad Head's feet. The Mad Head lost sight of me. Vital Blow. I kept to its back as I launched a blow from point-blank range at the Mad Head. The blow bruised the squishy insides underneath the thick skin. The Mad Head's body shook greatly, causing it to zero in on me right away. It followed it up by frantically swinging its arms at me. With its movements disturbed, they became even easier to read. I used Parry to divert its overextended blow, as I ran around to get away from the Mad Head's attack range. When an opportunity presented itself I used Vital Blow to counterattack, thereby preventing the Mad Head from keeping up its one-sided attacks. However, since I wasn't able to completely cancel out the Mad Head's attack with Parry, my HP also went down quite a bit. I also got a number of hits in with Vital Blow, but it wasn't nearly that easy to deplete the Mad Head's large HP pool. The Mad Head was positively, royally pissed off by the fact that he couldn't easily deal with an obviously lesser opponent. Thinking it would be ending this with its next attack, it struck the ground with both its giant hands to intimidate me. That's right, Mad Head. This should be where the real fight starts. However, sorry about that, but my role wasn't to defeat you. You are. Seeing me lowering my sword, the Mad Head let out a confused voice. Dragon Killing Splitter. From behind the Mad Head Gauten leapt, aiming for the top of its head. Gauten leapt high from behind the Mad Head and struck down hard with his axe. A spray of blood erupted from the Mad Head's skull, then its enormous body fell down. There, Dragon Killing Splitter is a big move that focuses on critical damage. Although it's a powerful move, since it has a long wind-up time and leaves the user vulnerable, making it hard to hit a moving opponent, the situations it can be used in are limited. However, the raging Mad Head was focusing on me. It was late in noticing Gauten, who after his paralysis ran out and got his HP recovered, approached it from behind. You have gained 330 experience points. Your level has increased from 16 to 23. You have gained 7 skill points. Most of the experience points should have gone to Gauten, but I still got a phenomenal amount. Getting this many skill points is also sweet as hell. I even ended up with more than I used up. Chapter 12, Mad Demon Shield. I returned my sword to its scabbard. That was a close call. My adrenaline was pumping, so I couldn't help but banter a bit, but I was already at the end of my ropes there. I expected him to return in about 3 minutes, but it took more than 5 minutes for Gauten to come help me. It seems Teal had some problems with his healing. The Mad Head's paralysis abnormal status should recover in about 3 minutes, but only when full on HP. Otherwise resistance to abnormal conditions is lowered, which makes it take longer to recover from. Nonetheless, it was fortunate that he healed Gauten up instead of running away. How could a mere F-rank adventurer hold out this long against a mad rush of a monster that almost managed to kill me? Looking at me, Gauten let his thoughts slip from sheer disbelief. I just about reached my limit there. Thanks for the save, Gauten. No problem. After stumbling with his words due to his confusion, he ceremoniously lowered his head. I'm sorry, Elmer. My orders were lacking and I failed to properly manage our safety. Just as you warned before. Even though lives were on the line, I got too stubborn and didn't want to be seen changing my words after getting talked back to by a youngster. I failed at my role as the guild's supervisor. Once this quest is over, I intend to resign from it. I had him pegged as a stubborn, scary-faced man, but Gauton still apologized to me. Honestly, if he would just confirm my promotion, I would be more than satisfied. However, the fault doesn't lie solely on Gauton's shoulders. Isn't the Adventurers Guild's lack of proper intel and inadequate organizational structure more to blame here? I don't think the guild even educates the adventurers that get appointed as instructors. I hope they don't just throw the reward at an adventurer they think is more or less trustworthy and can look after others and wash their hands of the subject. I don't think that other supervisors would be any better than Gauton with giving orders or managing their safety. Since the Adventurers Guild is a gathering of a bunch of rowdy people to begin with, trying to educate or order them is extremely difficult. The reason for Gauton's overbearing attitude at the beginning was probably because he felt that if newbie adventurers started looking down on him, then he wouldn't be able to do his job properly. Seeing him apologize without fuss like this makes me think that he's a rather honest person at heart, although his face is still scary. If you think you've failed, then shouldn't you just try to do better? It's not something that can be just swept under the rug like that. I almost caused the death of every adventurer here. My first impression of him being stubborn seems to have been correct. If you quit due to this, then wouldn't it just mean that the next supervisor will be someone ignorant who has not experienced failure? If you feel responsible, then it's even more of a reason to keep your supervisory role, instead of throwing it all away. Gauton had a subdued expression on his face for a while, but eventually he raised his head with a smile. "Ha, you silver-tongued cheeky brat, I will let you talk me into it this time." After that Gauton turned his gaze towards the Mad Head's remains. "You should have its magic stone. It's a monster you defeated." The body of the Mad Head started to dissolve into mana. Within its disappearing giant body, there was a magic stone shining with a brownish-colored light. A level 40 magic stone that should be worth quite a sum for an adventurer. No money is too much. If he says he wants me to have it, then I will gratefully accept it. Amidst the decaying flesh there was a crimson-red shield remaining. On the shield there was a carving of a demonic face. It was a drop item. A rare monster like the Mad Head had a high chance to drop something good. A drop item from a level 40 rare monster. Gauton swallowed thickly as he kept staring at the demonic shield with regret on his face. "Should I let you have that one? Don't be stupid." "I don't go back on my word. That is a monster you defeated." Gauton's eyes flashed and answered with some heat in his voice. "But, can I at least identify it?" He took it like a man, but he still felt regretful. People who possessed the power of class, along with the usual skills, also had the ability to find out detailed information about items. I picked up the demonic shield. Mad Demon Shield recommended level 40 defense plus 25 market value 3 million gold. A terrifying shield with a carving of a demonic face on it. When the user blocks an opponent's attack with this shield, the user gets an attack power plus 8 bonus against that same opponent. I gulped. It has the same stats as the one in Magic World, but the market value is very much different. If I sell it to the guild or a shop, then it should go for about 500,000 gold, but that's still excellent. Although the defense increase from the shield is very good, it only comes into play when blocking with the shield itself. Since the activation requirement for Rampart Reversal is to be hit on the armor, I can't use a shield in that particular case. That being said, with a defense rating this high, I should be able to completely block every attack sent by enemies on the same level as I. Although the recommended level is pretty high, it's not like I couldn't use it anyway. It might be a bit harder to move with for now, but I'll just catch up in levels as I continue to use it. Although with how much it's worth, I should honestly consider selling it anyway. 3 million gold, Gauton muttered in a frustrated voice. When I turned my gaze to him I saw that he had a strained smile on his face. "Well then, Gauton, about that promotion, don't worry about that. I'll tell them that not promoting you would be a loss to the guild." "Something like you should promote that guy to E rank right now," Gauton reassured me passionately. I was told by the guild to watch out for that Elmer guy, in case he tries to cheat, but that turned out to be one hell of a misplaced concern. If someone wants to object, then I will personally beat sense into him. You don't need to go that far." As I chuckled at that, Teal slowly walked closer. Hey Gauten-san, my promotion, well, would you approve my promotion too?" Since it was my heel that helped Gauten-san get back on his feet, didn't you freeze up completely against the monsters? You shouldn't be any rank adventurer if you are like that. If you get promoted and enter a dungeon, then you could come across a difficult situation like that anytime. If you can't move your body in a situation like that, then unlike now, you can expect to be fully annihilated. I understand. Pressing his lips together, Teal turned to look at me. However, it seems he understood that I saved his life. So instead of blowing up at me, he just closed his eyes in frustration. Chapter 13, Reward Money. After returning to the Adventurers Guild, I received the reward money for the raid at the reception desk. This quest ended up paying well. First, the base reward for taking part in the raid was 30,000 gold. Next, the sum I got for my contributions was 100,000 gold. Then above that, the money for the magic stones from the monsters I defeated will be added. The reward for this time's raid comes out to 130,000 gold. Then 200,000 gold for the 10 white magic stones, which makes the total amount 330,000 gold. I was excited to see the bag filled with money. Wow, raids are pretty profitable, I guess. That's because the other guys didn't take down 10 whites by themselves. Due to that, you got more money than even me for this raid. Standing next to me, Gauten said in an exasperated voice. Furthermore, this is the price of the magic stone from the ghoul head. I mean mad head, 600,000 gold. Another money bag was placed down with a bang. Wow! I reacted aloud without thinking. Overall, it's almost 1,000,000 gold. If I had the value of the mad demon shields, then it's almost 4,000,000 gold. Although I got caught up in an annoying event, I got proper compensation for it at least. The other adventurers were looking at me with envy too. I could have left the reward money at the guild, but I won't always be staying in Rondom. Since I had a magic bag on me, I just put the money in there. Then, can you promote me to an E-rank adventurer? I was distracted by the money, but this was my ultimate goal here. By becoming an E-rank adventurer, I will be able to enter the dungeons. After that, I'll just need to pile up a few accomplishments as I raise my level, and my adventurer rank should go up by itself. Gauten-san, well, did this person really defeat the swarm of whites and bring down a mutated version of a ghoul head? The receptionist girl anxiously asked Gauten. That's right. Isn't that the guy that was suspected because he brought in high-level magic stones? Ain't there something fishy about him? How could someone with a defensive class like the Heavy Knight defeat that many monsters? My class should be well suited for jumping over the enemy lines and standing my ground in the first place, which makes it easy to kill a large number of lower-level monsters. That's the reason why my class was frequently called Handicapped Small Fry Hunter in Magic World. After all, you need to do is to have heavy armor equipped, stand in the middle of a group of monsters and keep using rampart reversal. That being said, in Magic World, the experience points you get for defeating lower-level opponents take a sharp downturn with the level difference, and furthermore, higher-level monsters get harder and harder to get a counter on, which severely limits the opportunity to activate rampart reversal. However, even this seems to be unknown in this world. Even during the character creation in Magic World, it was pretty much impossible to even get to select the Heavy Knight class without looking up a guide on the internet first. Since the class was pretty much designed solely for hardcore players by the developers, this was somewhat understandable. If that low representation rate had an effect on this world, then perhaps not having proper data on the Heavy Knight may be unavoidable. As I was thinking about all this while keeping my gaze on the adventurers, Gauten clenched his fist and struck the receptionist's desk. You bastards want to suspect Elmer? Then can I take it that since I'm the one that assured his innocence, you are saying that I'm a huge liar, right? The interior of the guild went silent from Gauton's words. In this guild, the standing of a D-rank adventurer is high. That's because higher-ranked adventurers leave for places with higher-ranked monsters. In this city of Rondom, the highest-ranked adventurer was most likely C rank. After that, the people trying to slander me stopped immediately, so I was able to get promoted to E rank. The title F rank adventurer changed to E rank adventurer. Excellent. With this, the allocation limit on the skill tree was raised a bit, and now I can enter dungeons too. Well then, what should I do after this? I was thinking I should prioritize earning money in a dungeon with rampart reversal, instead of hunting for levels. The opportunity to activate rampart reversal goes away after the early levels. Once the number of monsters with their own skills increase, the opportunity to completely block an attack with only my defense stat all but goes away. Even if you properly use some kind of buffs or debuffs, monsters above a certain level become smart enough to notice if their attacks don't do anything, and instead of heedlessly rushing in, they wait out the duration of the buffs and debuffs. For example, the effective period of the disarm skill is not more than a minute, and with my speed disadvantage I don't have much chance of triggering overlapping effects. The main reason why I can use rampart reversal right now is thanks to the comparatively significant initial defense bonus provided by my skill tree in the defense bonus of my equipped armor. Without using that skill, it will be harder to level up after this. I should look for a marketplace for the time being. Perhaps I will find a skill book for Smoldering Fang of Madness somewhere. A skill book for the Smoldering Fang of Madness, the most important item needed for the Heavy Knight to show its true worth. However, with it being a rare item, it's quite unlikely I will be able to get one in this city. Well, searching for it doesn't cost me anything. Chapter 14, Skill Book. I visited a shop in the marketplace that handled items for adventurers. Heal potions, smoke bombs, and decoy puppets were on display. Heal potion was something just as the name suggested, a liquid that healed you if you drank it, although in Magic World, it took a bit of time to work. It depends on the quality of the particular item, but usually you need to drink quite a bit of it for it to work properly. It takes some time to take it out, put the bottle to your mouth, and drink all of it. That makes you highly vulnerable during that time. In addition to that, your HP recovery happens slowly over time after drinking it, which may not be enough to counteract the damage dealt by enemies. In other words, you can't really just chug down one potion after the other during battle and use that to push through. Most other recovery-type skills also work along the same vein in that they create a vulnerability when used. Nonetheless, that doesn't mean you don't need to procure something to recover your HP with if you delve into a dungeon. 3 heal potions, please, I asked the female shopkeeper. Here they are. That will be 72,000 gold. That's quite a hefty price, and yet, if I end up penny pinching on this and run out of recovery items, I might just end up dying because of it. I simply can't not buy them. I would like to ask one more thing. Do you know where I can buy skill books? I haven't managed to find one in any of the shops I visited so far. Indeed, my main objective right now was a skill book. Rather than a single skill, a skill book allowed you to obtain an entire skill tree. Skill books for class-specific skill trees like Vow the Heavy Armor do not exist, but you can obtain general skill trees like Beginner Swordsmanship or Attack Power Up. But then, one person can only have 3 skill trees maximum, so you need to discard one to gain another. In that case, all skill points allocated to that skill tree disappear. What I want is a skill book for Smoldering Fang of Madness. To tell the truth, the period until a Heavy Knight obtains their Smoldering Fang of Madness can be considered to be the tutorial. No need to even consider going without it. Skills from there, Vow the Heavy Armor, and there, Smoldering Fang of Madness, are weirdly compatible, so much so that in certain conditions the Heavy Knight can dish out multiple times more damage than even a DPS class. A Heavy Knight with a complete build is not a tank. It's not even correct to call it a DPS. It's a humanoid weapon that can fire nukes one after the other. Of course, you can change your gear to focus on tanking too, but I want to get it as soon as humanly possible. But a skill book for the Smoldering Fang of Madness is a rare item. However, there aren't many classes that would use their Smoldering Fang of Madness, so it shouldn't be that expensive. The question is whether I can find any on sale. Customer-san, you don't know anything, do you? Are you perhaps someone who only recently got his class? Maybe not even a year in? The buying and selling of skill books are forbidden. People who obtain one are allowed to use it themselves, but the rest can only be sold to the Adventurers Guild, who sells it forward to the nobility or church affiliates. My shoulders dropped. No way. Trying to get a skill book for Smoldering Fang of Madness by myself is all but impossible. In Magic World, aiming to get a specific rare drop was considered nothing but self-flagellation. For the most part, getting nothing to drop when trying for it, then simply picking one up when you no longer aiming for it, is a common state of affairs, not just in Magic World, but in any game. With it now being reality, it becomes a question of stamina, which makes it impossible to run a dungeon multiple times a day. Compared to the game world, the power of the nobility was noticeably much higher. But, even then, I had no idea something like this could happen. Those noble assholes. Well, I'm technically one of them. There is a high chance the skill books collected in Rondom are monopolized by my former home, the Edvin family. It can't be helped. I don't usually tell people about this, but I'll make an exception this time. Consider it as an extra for the heal potions. You should visit this place. Saying that, the female shopkeeper chuckled, drew a simple map on a piece of paper, which she then gave to me. It's a place that deals in stripped items. Aside from that, they trade in skill books illegally. So it's still illegal. I know about shop stealing in stripped items. In other words, those are items that were stripped off of dead adventurers. However, ordinarily lost items like that are required to be turned in at the Adventurers Guild. It's somewhat of an unspoken agreement. The Adventurers Guild is aware of underground shops like that, but they leave them alone. Although if one becomes too brazen they would need to crack down on it. There are adventurers that can't make a living without those stripped items, and even when the proper procedures are followed, those items mostly end up in the possession of a noble, rather than the deceased's family. Even the skill books are bought off for a minimal amount of money, then wind up being hoarded by a noble, even though they don't even end up using it. It's customary by now and they end up profiting from it, so they must have no intention of changing it. They don't care about how hard it is for an adventurer in the least bit. Is that so? My chest hurts from hearing this. For the last 15 years, I had no idea that this was the case. Maybe it's because I focused solely on training with my sword that I ended up ignorant about the world. The reason I admired my arrogant asshole dad up until I regained my past life's memories must have been because my sense of values was narrow. Now that I think about it, everyone in the Edvin household, aside from the family head, was akin to a slave. If my memories didn't come back and I got the Sword Saint class as expected, then I might have naturally become like that too. I shudder just from thinking about it. It might be normal to accept tyranny from the head of a noble household in this world, but I can't help but be thankful from the bottom of my heart that I was able to discard those values. Oh, and of course, you shouldn't mention this shop to anyone from Count Edvin's household or the city magistrate. Of course, there was no way I would blurt out that I was that count's son. Chapter 15. Broken Grimoire Company. Heading to the place I was told about in that adventurer-focused shop, I ended up visiting a desolate-looking small building in the red light district. In the smoky air inside, there was an old woman with a pipe with a metal-tipped steam in her mouth. I used my hands to fan away the smoke, doubting whether skill books could really be found here. I looked around the place. On top of stands various items like swords, necklaces, and magic stones were placed haphazardly. And to the side, there was a dust-covered bookshelf. There were multiple thick old books adorned by jewels. There were some, those are skill books, and 5 to boot. That's some weak armor there. This Broken Grimoire Company is not a place a newbie like you should be visiting, the shopkeeper said. She must have estimated my approximate level based on my armor. If it's about money, Then I have that. I would like to look at your skill books, if possible. Looking is free. Even if a brat were to leave finger marks on it, its price won't change. If that's how she's thinking, then I understand why they are just left lying around in a dusty shop. I picked up a skill book. Skill book beginner archery, market value 2 million gold. Allows the acquisition of the beginner archery skill tree from an attack power-up when you have bow equipped. To beginner archery skills TW 2 million gold. It costs more than 500,000 gold more than it was in the game. In the game, the market value shown by the class ability was calculated by taking into account the country-wide transaction history. This price must be similarly calculated from the deals made within the country. Because of the nobles trying to monopolize them, skill books turned into privileged items, which naturally caused them to go up in price. Just so you know, that one costs 3 million gold here. 3 million? Of course, I'm doing risky business here. Although the officials are looking the other way, if the higher-ups get wind of this, in the worst-case scenario I might even lose my head. This much fuss about a basic beginner skill tree. I currently have 900,000 gold on me in total. Even if I managed to sell my Mad Demon Shield, at most I would get 3 million gold for it. I severely doubt that I could buy a rare skill book with that. The second book was Magic Power-Up, the third, Jack in the Box, and the fourth, Elemental Guard. There, Magic Power-Up, was the usual stat increasing skill tree. If you are not a magic power purist, then you should just avoid taking this one. Although in this world where dying means the end of the road, low-ranking adventurers looking for stability might pick it up. Jack in the Box is a skill tree famous for the luck it provides and the wide variety of tactics it allows. However, if you aren't going for a fun build, then putting points in Jack in the Box is discouraged. In the game world it's possible to fight higher level opponents with it, risking everything for a slim chance, but if you calculate in the death penalty it's rarely worth it in the end. Although it would be fun to play it in this world where death means the end, you can't really have a build that depends on random chance. Elemental Guard is a skill tree that provides resistance against the four main elements: fire, water, earth, and wind. There are techniques with other attributes, so it's not an all-encompassing protection, but there are a lot of techniques that fall in the category of those four elements. It's a powerful defense when applicable, so it's recommended for someone to have it in a party. That being said, not many people would want to have their main character be an exact counter character, which makes it a pretty obscure skill tree. If you put too many skill points in this skill tree, then you might end up with no proper attack skills, which could lead to a severe lack of firepower. Although it's defense-focused, it might be a valid choice to get it on a class that's vulnerable to magic attacks. Still, I can just imagine seeing them showered with holy and dark attributed attacks. I won't be buying any of this, but there are quite a few rare items here. I wasn't able to find the skill tree I was aiming for, but I didn't expect to find it on the first try anyway. Being able to see the skill book's position in this world's society should be enough for now. I could look for it in other shops like this, or I could ask the shopkeeper to keep a lookout for it and notify me if she managed to get one. I didn't think I could buy it with just the money I currently have to begin with. I reached out for the last book. Skill book Smoldering Fang of Madness, market value 30 million gold. Allows the acquisition of the Smoldering Fang of Madness skill tree. The user of this skill tree shan't be approached. Even the Grim Reaper will not approach the one whose rampage keeps dragging their broken body forward, keeps moving their torn tail, knowing no end. There was one, with the nobility hogging most of the countless types of skill books, with only a small portion remaining on the market. I didn't think that I would find a copy of Smoldering Fang of Madness right away. The skill tree that's absolutely necessary for the heavy knight. Until you get it, it's only the tutorial. There, Smoldering Fang of Madness. If only I could obtain this, I would be all set. You look very chipper right there. Wanting something like that. You are one strange guy, you. Shopkeeper-san, this one. The shopkeeper gave a deep nod. Yeah, that goes for 50 million gold here. It was a mercilessly set price. My shoulders dropped from disappointment. Well, It wasn't something I haven't expected. Beginner archery, 3 million gold. Magic power-up, 6 million gold. Jack in the box, 15 million gold. Elemental guard, 30 million gold. This was how items were priced in the Broken Grimoire Company. It's a serious rip-off. It's pretty brave to just leave such expensive items out without even a guard. It's not like I was planning on taking it by force, but I just blurted out the question that was on my mind. If you think of me as weak, then why don't you try it? I recently beat 5 people like a drum. The shopkeeper grinned and raised her head to look at me. It didn't sound like she was threatening me, she was just having fun. I was just curious. Could you reserve this skill book for me for a while? I will get that 50 million and come back for it for sure. I promise you won't need to wait for too long. And what would be in it for me? That's to the shopkeeper. There is no difference between customers. Obviously, there is no reason to play favorites. Furthermore, an adventurer could die at any time. I don't hate brats like you. Very well. I will keep it for you. Really? The shopkeeper put the pipe to her mouth, then slowly breathed out. For a 5 million surcharge. I let out a deep sigh. Her commercial spirit is too formidable. I will need to think up a good money-making strategy soon. I'll be able to earn more by delving into dungeons. All I can currently think of is doing my best by aiming for rare item drops. Chapter 16, Clown Girl, 55 million gold. I kept walking around the city letting out frequent sighs. High-rank adventurers might be able to do it. But for an E-rank adventurer it's not easy money to get. It's understandable, since it's about 60 times more money than I managed to get from the well-paying Undead Swarm raid quest. The money sense of high-rank adventurers are broken as hell, and the money sense of storekeepers that deal with those high-rank adventurers are also broken as hell. Although the Smoldering Fang of Madness is a rare skill tree, for the most part only heavy knights and suicidal battle maniacs would look for it. That means that obviously powerful skill books cost much more than even that. Even the less popular, Elemental Guard, was priced at 30 million gold. I need to think up a concrete way of making money. If I went with a slow and steady method, who knows how long it would take in the end. I'll need to work on a get-rich-quick scheme by aiming for rare drop items from a dungeon. However, heavy knights decisively lack steady damage-dealing skills for that. To reach that amount, hunting only those monsters that Rampart Reversal could work against would be all but useless. I thought up a few monsters that would be good for making money, but with my current skills I wouldn't be able to take them down, even if I gained a few more levels. The only choices are investing points into the beginner swordsmanship skill tree, or search every underground shop like the Broken Grimoire Company and try to get an attack skill. And yet, those skills would all end up useless once I managed to get there. Smoldering Fang of Madness. I want to avoid wasting skill points like that. Allies. I need allies. Although heavy knights are generally not seen in a good light, I should get a bit of recognition from that raid quest I participated in. Also, I'm currently level 23, so I should be able to team up with people who are lower level than me. If I team up with an adventurer of a different class, the list of monsters we would be able to hunt would be greatly increased. It wouldn't matter even if the other person had a low level. By attracting the monster's attention to myself, I could easily help with their level grind, which would not just raise their firepower, but make them indebted to me for it. People that enjoy a stable routine or those with a powerful class would have a lot of people vying for their attention. Aside from a tank like me, anything would be fine. I won't hope for much, but I would like a DPS if at all possible. As I was thinking that, I heard a racket from up ahead. Who would have thought that a blood-stained sword would drop? With a market value of 2 million gold, shops would buy it for about 1.5 million, which is still a lot. We'll be able to live the high life for a while. Dungeon delving is for sure amazing. A trio of adventurers were walking about. The swordsman had a bright red sword on him. It might be a tad risky, but perhaps we should sell it to an underground shop. Selling at a public place would mean paying taxes on it after all. The one who replied was a lightly armored young girl. She most likely has a scout-type class. The thief. See that. That must have dropped because of my skill. See. It really did have an effect. The third was a young girl with aqua-colored hair, light red robes, and wearing a clown hat of the same color. Perhaps she is a clown? She has the hat for it and I don't see any weapons on her. So she must be using daggers or a wand. Classes that use those are not many, so she is most likely a clown. It's a rarely seen class. It's quite a picky class, so I hope she does her best and doesn't mess up the distribution of skill points. Thanks to you, right? The rare drop we finally got after delving into the dungeon many times. I sincerely doubt Luce's skill had anything to do with it. The swordsman guy let out a theatrical sigh. Right, Klein-san. But, after a few more times, the difference will be obvious for sure. It will be my time to shine soon. The clown girl called Luce replied. It seems the swordsman's name was Klein and he was the leader of the trio. However, not all seemed well. Luce, you really think that someone who is as useless in a fight as you would get a share from this sword? Hubby, but I'm fighting on the front line with my life on the line 2s, so at least a fifth, or, no, a 20th. I would be happy if you could give me 100,000 gold perhaps. You know, even if you are risking your life, the problem is that the only thing you are good for is to take a few of the enemy's attacks. It doesn't matter how much you are doing your best. You are simply useless. I don't have any attack skills because Klein-san told me how to put my points in my skill tree. You told me to keep that up, but as soon as we get something that is worth a lot you suddenly change your tune. I think that's unfair. Unfair? I'm just saying that how is it fair that even though you are so useless, when it's time to divide up the money you are clamoring for a share? I overlooked it until now, but with this much money it's a different story. And of all things you call it unfair. Are you all right? In the head, I mean, and about the skill tree. I just gave a few advice. You are the one who decided in the end. Don't try to make it my fault. Klein-san. The atmosphere went from bad to worse. So much so, that I even regret stopping to listen. It looks like mistakes with distributing skill points and a disagreement with shares after hitting it big combined into a standoff. These kinds of arguments were frequent in Magic World, too. Problems where someone filled out their skill tree in a certain way, thinking about how to best complement the others in the party, but ultimately ended up useless due to changing circumstances come up from time to time. Especially, in this world where you don't have strategy guides freely available on the net, this kind of problem must be quite prevalent. Yeah, 100,000 gold. Here, are you happy now? Pick them up already and go away. Klein threw the coins on the ground, and here I even let some like you, who have low basic stats, messed up their skill tree, and don't even have proper attack skills join our party. To think you would go crazy about small change like this and show your real self. Don't you think so too, Reese? The thief girl who Klein aimed that question at, took a short glance at the red sword. Well yeah, we don't have much leeway in general, so trying to take away our shares when we get something valuable, well, no, that's not what I intended at all. Sorry, Klein-san, Reese-san. I don't want the money from the sword after all, so, it's already too late to say sorry. Well, do your best somewhere else. Even though you won't be able to gain experience points and therefore new skills, because you messed up your skill distribution. Although I don't know who would let a dead end like that into their party. A relationship built on money ends on money, I guess. This is the brutal consequence of this particular skill system. The leveling system was set up in a way that you need to hunt opponents at least the same level as you, or you won't be able to raise your level properly. However, if you mess up your skill point distribution, which could leave you unable to defeat same level opponents, gaining levels becomes exceedingly hard to do. Did she perhaps put her points into their agility up, or some useless weapon-based skill tree? No. Judging from their discussion it should be a support type. Thinking back on it a bit, they were talking about rare drops. Is it that skill tree? But why would anyone try to chase away someone who has that skill tree? Even if there is no proper info distribution about skill trees, it's still unbelievable. However, based on their talk just now, I can only think of that possibility. I am sorry for being selfish. I don't need any money from the sword. But please let me stay in the party, please. I leapt out without thinking and grabbed Lucy's hands. You are who are you? Please, I will absolutely make sure that you won't be disadvantaged in any way, so please team up with me. Not just Luce, whose hand I ended up grabbing suddenly, but even her teammates, Klein and Reese, were looking at me dumbfounded. As for the shares, will 80% be fine? 20% permanently would be well. I may not be able to cover my living expenses with that. Of course, your share would be the 80% and the 20% mine. Is it not good enough? To tell you the truth, I have something I want to buy, so 10% would be somewhat difficult for me. I would like to have that 20%, if at all possible. Please just calm down. Who are you to begin with? This is bad. I lost my composure. However, I absolutely can't let this perfect opportunity pass me by. Because, with her help, it wouldn't be the least bit difficult to come up with that 55 million gold for the smoldering fang of madness. And that 2 million gold they were feuding about is chump change compared to that. Chapter 17, Scouting. What are you, man, butting in like that? The apparent party leader, Klein, was looking at me like I was some strange creature. Hey, could you let my hand go? Blushing a little, Luce asked me, looking confused. Oops, sorry about that. I was still holding her hand tightly. My resolve to not miss out on her came out too strong. Just as I was thinking that it would be difficult to team up with an adventurer who has a conventionally powerful class or skill tree, I ran into a huge opportunity right off the bat. My name is Elma. I just overheard that she was leaving her party, so I came over to scout her out. Oi, are you sane? She can barely fight, so she won't be able to level up properly either. Klein snorted at my words. It was indeed a mistake that many newbies committed in Magic World. There are a lot of ways to build a character, and the distribution of skill points is final. If you mess up spending your skill points on a support character that's tricky to use, then you can easily fall into a situation where you are only able to defeat lower level monsters and therefore become unable to grind levels properly. Of course, I do have a method to escape such situations. No problem at all. Haha, don't regret it later. Well, if you're picking up that good for nothing, then I won't need to feel bad at all. Fine by me, take her away as you want. Well, I wasn't really asking your permission to begin with. I was only negotiating with Luce here. It's entirely immaterial what Klein wants when it comes to what Luce will do. I have no idea why Klein talks like he has any right to decide at all. I'll say it up front, I'm a level 23 heavy knight. I don't have other party members. I'm working alone. I just became an E rank adventurer, so I have permission to enter dungeons. I need to make my level and class clear first to start the discussion properly. To enter a dungeon, you need at least one party member who's an E rank adventurer. Hey, about the same as me. It mustn't have been easy to reach that level with a defense class like that. You are clearly doing your best, but as someone on that level, you should already know how much of a hindrance is someone who can't get experience points. Klein laughed at me like I was an idiot. I'm still just level 13. Maybe you shouldn't, Luce reluctantly started saying. No problem at all. A 10-level difference is nothing more than an error margin. Hey, wait a second, Klein. The thief class girl, who was listening to our conversation until now, interjected. What do you want, Reese? Why would an E-rank adventurer go out of his way to try and recruit Luce of all things? Wouldn't that mean that thing has a significant effect then? That's even why we let her join, because of the rumors about it. I was too desperate. I'm confident I would treat her much better than them, but their familiarity is an important factor. It looked like if those two tried to reconcile, then she might just rejoin them here. Well, in that case it couldn't be helped. What are you talking about, Reese? We should just shut up and let her go where she wants. If she leaves now without a fuss, then that would be just perfect. Klein kept sending meaningful glances at the crimson sword in his hand to signal something to Reese. Those two really want to divide the money from that sword just between the two of them. If they keep doing that every time there is a rare drop, then I expect those two will also get into an argument and break up the party in the future. Think about it carefully. There is no way someone with a defense class like that would be able to reach level 23 by himself. He is either fibbing or he was kicked out from a party when it became obvious he was still useless after leveling up. Or maybe he's just hitting on her with the invitation to a party as an excuse. Since the only good thing about Luce is that her mug is quite attractive, Klein lowered his volume and whispered to Reese. However, probably because he was desperately trying to persuade her, we could hear some of it. Oi, we can hear you. Well, I guess. It seems Reese was swept away by Klein's momentum. This is perfect. If it became a rumor that we kicked someone who messed up their skill point distributions from the party, it would have got harder to stay in Rondom. But with this we can claim that she left on her own. I'm just thankful that Klein wasn't that smart. I was thinking that it might not be that bad of a thing if they reconciled with each other, but seeing how Klein is acting, there is no way Luce would do well in that party. Even if the current problem was pushed back, it would raise its head sooner or later again anyway. In that case, I will accept your kindness. Thank you for having me, Elma-san. Clenching her fists tightly, Luce seemed to have resolved herself and gave her answer. Yeah, let's get along, Luce. This was the moment I gained my first party member. Klein was clapping merrily. On his face an obvious fake smile was plastered. Well then, congratulations for forming a party. You haven't bought any proper weapons yet either, right Luce? This 100,000 gold is a parting gift from us. Use it well. Klein glanced down to the scattered coins under his feet. It was the money Klein threw down in anger during their argument before. Even Klein must have thought that kicking someone out right after a rare drop without a single gold would appear highly questionable. This way, if it comes up later during a discussion, the fact that he gave her 100,000 gold changes the picture quite a bit. Thank you very much, Klein-san. It seems Luce had her opinion on the matter too, but she finally decided to take what she could in the end. She finally started to lean down. No, I don't think you should accept it. However, I stopped her. But 100,000 gold is a lot of money, Luce anxiously said to me. Klein, or what's your name? You should pick up after yourself. Even kids can do that much. And don't make me laugh, calling stuff scattered on the ground a parting gift. Klein stopped giving that fake smile and kicked away the scattered coins with a frown on his face. TSK. Don't get cute with me, you defective class. Go and be happy with each other, you bunch of good-for-nothings. We're going, Reese. Klein turned his back on us and fast walked out of there, Reese chasing after him. We should go too. It's better to owe nothing to a person like that. Oh, okay. Luce turned her gaze at the scattered coins at first, but then she turned to me and nodded. It's not like I was looking down on that 100,000 gold. With that money we could even buy a number of heal potions. It would increase the list of things we could do right now. Also, it's not a nice feeling to leave all that money scattered around, but picking it up right now is not the right choice. A person like Klein would dismiss his poor behavior right away, while clearly remembering every little favor he showed. It won't be long until the relative level difference and public standing between Luce and Klein flips the other way. At that time, in Klein's mind, the 100,000 gold I gave away to avoid bad reputation will most likely turn into the favor she owes me for the 100,000 gold I bestowed on her out of pity. Chapter 18, A Clown's Weakness. After parting with Klein and the girl, Luce and I headed to the tavern next to the Adventurers Guild to talk about our plans for the immediate future. Thank you for inviting someone like me into your party, Elma-san. But, well, I think I'm not powerful enough. Luce looked to be somewhat insecure. She must be lacking confidence in herself. It's understandable. She most likely had to endure quite a rough treatment from Klein. You don't need to be so anxious. If you fight monsters that fit your skill tree, then you will be able to increase your levels. I was thinking that perhaps Elma-san helped me out because you fell for me at first sight, Luce said while fidgeting and with a blush on her face. What are you talking about? I was thinking of why someone with a higher level would defend me, but that was the only reason I could think of. I'm quite cute after all. I also find Elma-san very cool. but we should start from being just friends at first. With no signs of calming down anytime soon, the clown girl kept chattering while fiddling with the tip of her clown hat. I facepalmed. It seems I was mistaken just now. I should really revise my opinion that Luce has no confidence in herself. However, teaming up with me due to pity like that, I don't think it would work out in the end. I'm really thankful for your feelings and I'm happy that you came to my defense, but I don't want to give up on being an adventurer, so I will do my best and team up with lower level people and try to get an attack skill somehow. Luce ran a hand through her hair and said with a bitter smile on her face, "You have there, great fortune, skill tree, right? I would like it if you lent me its power." Great fortune is a skill tree that a few classes like clowns or merchants rarely possess from the start. If you put skill points in it, then you get a special skill with a vague description like you invite happiness by just being present. What the special skill really does is that it greatly raises a hidden stat called luck. That luck stat has an influence on your critical hit rate during battle and your opponent's critical hit rate against you. Other than that, it is an effect on item drop rates, the chances of rare monsters appearing, and on the probabilities of rare events occurring. When acting as a party, item drop rates are based on the highest luck value out of all participants. Furthermore, the initial value of this hidden stat is important, because it doesn't go up much just by gaining levels. If you want to increase it, then you need items that provide increased luck, or utilize their great fortune skill tree. If you properly make use of the great fortune skill tree, then you can increase the item drop rate by 5 or even 10 times to its original value. To get the most mileage out of it, you need to be aware of the exact value of the hidden luck stat, and how much drop rate percentage increase it indicates in the end, which of course I'm more than capable of. I have all the relevant formulae in my head for that. Really, but my stats are low and I don't have any proper attack skills. Luce brought her hand up in the air, called up her status, and turned it towards me. This is how it is right now. Even the single attack skill I do have can't be used properly. I really couldn't do much else than risk my life and stand on the front line to serve as a shield, although I didn't like how Klein-san had put it, but I can't help but think that he was somewhat right. Luce Ruby's class clown level 13 HP 2020 MP 1919, attack 11 plus 2 defense 9 magic 12 agility 21. Equipment circus knife special skills beckoning kitty normal skills dice thrust titles F rank adventurer. She showed me her status without hesitation. I was stunned by how she didn't even hesitate to do it. I don't think this should be something you just show anyone. That's fine. I know that Elma-san is not someone that would spread it to others or use it for nefarious purposes. And it would be easier on me if you gave up on me right away, rather than getting your hopes up just to end up disappointed in the end. Special skill, Beckoning Kitty. A broken as hell skill that raises the owner's luck by 500%. To say that having someone with great fortune in the party would somewhat raise its effectiveness would be a severe understatement. When high-level players went dungeon delving in search of some kind of rare drop, having someone like that with them was absolutely indispensable. So in Magic World, there were many people who had that skill tree. And if you keep putting points into the great fortune skill tree, then that special skill will evolve into something that provides even more increase to the luck stat. And here is my current skill tree. Luce flipped her status back, operated it with her fingers, then showed it to me again. Skill tree, remaining skill points 0, the Fool's Acrobatics, 2 100ths, Great Fortune, 1570, Attack Power-Up, 050. She even shared that without hesitation. I really think she should try to learn to be a bit more cautious of people. She must have put 2 points into the Fool's Acrobatics, due to running into the limit after putting 15 points in Great Fortune, since she is an F-rank adventurer. By the way, you get dice thrust from putting in 2 points in the Fool's Acrobatics. It's a stabbing skill with a random effect from 6 possible outcomes. A bonus effect depending on the random number is applied, which in case of rolling a 6 means a 1.3x damage multiplier and an automatic critical hit. However, in the end, in terms of DPS, it would be better to just use normal attacks, so even in Magic World, it was a rarely used skill. It gets somewhat better with a higher luck stat, but using normal attacks provides more stable DPS. Even then, I can understand why Luce would say that even the single attack skill I do have can't be used properly. She must have been happy to finally get an attack skill, and then it ended up worse than her normal attacks. I can easily imagine the disappointment she must have felt just then. If only I had put my points towards the Fool's Acrobatics and attack power-up equally, then I might have been able to fight properly. Ahaha, I messed up big time. I heard that Great Fortune was a rare and powerful skill tree, so I was ecstatic for a time, but I didn't think it would end this way. Luce hunched her shoulders and showed a defeated smile. Well, thanks to you showing your status to me, now I know. I see you understand now. With my skills like that, delving into dungeons would be. On our next expedition we will be able to earn 30 million gold at the least, and bring Luce up to level 30. Hey, did you listen to a word I said? Luce raised her voice, sounding like she was on the verge of tears. A few adventurers in nearby seats even looked at us to see what was going on. There is a type of monster that's perfect for leveling for a clown in your level range. A clown with Great Fortune is the perfect build for an adventurer specialized in dungeon expeditions. In Magic World, these characters were affectionately called Lucky Pierrot. Its weakness is that in addition to Great Fortune taking up a lot of skill points, the base stats of a clown are on the low side. But with the Fool's Acrobatics taking advantage of the increased luck provided by Great Fortune, it can employ a tricky playstyle, which allows it to be more than effective even in the late game. Chapter 19, Dream Pit. Luce and I left Rondom and headed for the dungeon that will be the first I visit in this world. Getting there took quite a while, so we stayed a night at a village inn on the outskirts of the forest before moving on towards our destination. In Magic World, dungeons were called Dream Pits, since they were nightmares seen by the sleeping god Alceros. Originally, Alceros was the god of imagination, with the power to make his imagination real. In a span of time unimaginable by mere humans, he created the world by filling the emptiness with various gods. However, during that eternity, the omnipotent god Alceros went mad and was ultimately sealed by the gods of his own creation. Yet, even now, the nightmares seen by Alceros have an effect on the real world. These nightmares of Alceros create gates in the real world that bring forth strange phantasms, better known as monsters. These dream pits are colloquially known as dungeons. Monsters are unstable existences, so when they die their bodies fall apart into particles. That process leaves behind the magic stone that serves as the core of the monster, and sometimes an item changed by a small fragment of Alceros's mana. Once a dungeon emerges, you need to defeat its master called the Dream Lord, a boss monster that serves as the heart of the dungeon. To get rid of it, the longer you leave it be, the longer it keeps sending out monsters into the world. However, dungeons that emerge near a town usually get conquered by adventurers right away. That is why adventurers usually have to first stop at a remote village after leaving the city before visiting the dungeon. The countries and general state of affairs were different from what I knew from Magic World, but it seems the gods were the same. I thought that maybe this was just a different place or era, but even after searching for information, there were no signs of the countries I knew from the game, so I was unable to find out anything more. Well, that's just how this world is. Civilizations falling into ruin aren't that unheard of, even if it's tragic. As I explained before, the dungeon we will be exploring this time is called the Angel's Toy Box. It's not like I don't believe you, but will we be really alright? Wasn't the recommended level 50 or above for this? Luce asked me, looking anxious. No problem, that's the recommended level for conquering the dungeon. I know everything there is to know about the monsters that appear in Angel's Toy Box. I pointed at my head. In Magic World, distinct dungeons did not exist. During spawn, the dungeon's type was chosen randomly from about 100 possibilities. The topography was randomized each time, but the types of monsters and drop items remain the same. Just a short investigation and I can still use the information I have on these dungeons too. We will be keeping this to hunting monsters that are best for increasing our levels on the first few floors. I will keep the enemy's attention on me, while you take them out with that knife, the iron piercer. That's right. You even bought me an expensive item like that. I need to do my best. It's no time to be scared. Luce slapped her cheeks, trying to psych herself up. The weapon Luce has on her right now, the iron piercer, is something I bought by spending the entire 800,000 gold I got for the raid quest. We couldn't find anything fitting in a legal shop, so we had to search other underground shops like the Broken Grimoire Company for it, which made it somewhat more expensive than its apparent market value. But the iron piercer was more than worth it. Iron piercer recommended level 18 attack power plus 3 market value 550,000 gold. With this knife it's easier to pierce through heavily armored opponents. On a successful attack, the damage dealt is calculated as if the opponent's defense value is 15% less. The iron piercer can more easily damage opponents with a high defense stat. That's why it's perfect for killing higher level monsters, and therefore grinding levels. However, when used in a normal way it greatly falls behind similarly ranked weapons. Also, when fighting higher level opponents, it's much harder to survive their attacks than hitting them with your own. So although it's a powerful effect, not many people use that type of weapon even in Magic World. And yet, I judged it to be the most fitting equipment to complement our skills in grinding levels in the Angel's toy box. At first Luce was like, I can't accept something this expensive, but honestly I would have been the one inconvenienced by that. So I managed to persuade her to take it somehow. To properly hunt our targets this time, Luce needed to have Iron Piercer in hand. The Iron Piercer's special effect has a good synergy with one of her skills. Even if I were to use it, I couldn't kill our current target with it. So I managed to convince her to take it. For that 850,000 gold you lent me I will risk my life as much as I need to. Even if I were to die, I will make sure to protect this Iron Piercer. Luce was gripping Iron Piercer with both of her hands and confidently declared, I'm happy that you value it so much, but that Iron Piercer can ultimately be replaced, so try to look after yourself first. But I never would have thought that after getting thrown out over a 500,000 gold share, someone would buy me a weapon that cost 850,000 gold just like that. Human life being more important than gold was of course still true in this case, but there was also the fact that earning 850,000 gold would not take long at all with a lucky Pierrot in the party. To be honest, I'm less than certain that the old lady from Broken Grimoire Company would hold that skill book for me. I can do nothing else but rely on Luce to be able to obtain Smoldering Fang of Madness. If Luce were to run away, then it's all but certain that I won't have the chance to team up with another that has their great fortune skill tree again. After the early game, the Heavy Knight's low firepower makes it virtually impossible to kill higher level opponents. The Heavy Knight can only perform well with the help of the Smoldering Fang of Madness. As a solo Heavy Knight it would be difficult to save up money, and leveling up would also become a serious chore. If we teamed up with others then our shares would be split that many more ways, and with our party members increasing, it would get progressively harder for us to move according to my plans. Problems like what Luce had to deal with would most likely also come up. In addition to that, Smoldering Fang of Madness costs a lot, and if it gets sold, who knows when it will be available for sale again. If I miss this chance, then it might be another few years before I would be able to get my hands on Smoldering Fang of Madness. Please, Luce. You are the only one for me. Elmer-san, what do you mean by that? I'm a bit dense about things like that, so I won't understand if you don't say it more directly. I shouldn't be saying it like that. Is that unfair of me? Luce had a blush on her face and kept restlessly fiddling with her light aqua-colored tufts of hair. What are you talking about? I would like her to be a bit more mindful of the situation. Will she be fine like this? I raised my head from the map I was examining, then looked forward. There is the entrance for the Angel's toy box. Deep within the forest a rainbow-colored whirlpool could be seen. This was the Dream Pit's entrance. Chapter 20, Angel's Toy Box. Angel's Toy Box recommended level 50. As soon as we entered, a message sounded out in my head. The floor and the walls looked like they were plastered by colorful wallpapers, giving off a whimsical and colorful vibe. An about 4 meters wide passage kept going into the distance, branching off from time to time. Leave it to me, Elma-san. I don't know if I will be able to repay you, but I will do my very best to do just that. With this iron piercer I will protect Elma-san. Luce kept swinging the iron piercer vigorously. Protecting people is my job, you know. Won't she tie herself out before we even start? Well, at least she got her head in the game now. I opened my status and adjusted my skill tree. Well then, I guess I'll pick up that skill. In general, to better be ready for unexpected situations I hold off on distributing my skill points right until I actually need them. If I have skill points in reserve, then I can get some skills based on the actual situation, or I can even shove all of it into defense up to forcefully raise my stats a lot. Doing that could save my life one day. I also need to adjust the way I put skill points in my skill tree depending on my teammates' stats and what we plan to do in the near future. Ultimately, it would be ideal if I could attain the most powerful character build, which would mean keeping beginner swordsmanship to a minimum and if possible not even touch defense up, which is slated to be replaced at all. However, things might not work out that well depending on the situation. Skill tree, remaining skill points 7, Vow the Heavy Armor, 15/100ths, defense up, 050, beginner swordsmanship, 550. Thanks to the Mad Head, I leveled up 7 times, which left me with the same number of skill points. Becoming an E-rank adventurer means that the skill point allocation limit was a bit loosened. Thanks to that, I can get the amazingly useful skill that comes with 20 points in Vow the Heavy Armor. There, Shadow Stomp. For the time being, let's put 5 in and leave 2 in reserve. Skill tree, remaining skill point 2, Vow the Heavy Armor, 20/100ths, plus 5 defense up, 050, beginner swordsmanship, 550. With Vow the Heavy Armor reaching 2050, you have gained the normal skill, Shadow Stomp. Shadow Stomp is a skill that is frequently used by tank classes to attract the enemy's attacks onto themselves. In this case, it's an important part of today's money-making strategy. If I couldn't get this skill right now, then I wouldn't have chosen this Angel's Toy Box as our hunting ground. Shadow Stomp normal skill. By stepping on the target's shadow, the target won't be able to escape. However, if the foot is even slightly raised, the effect gets cancelled. First things first, we should raise Luce's level with the help of this skill. Tank classes are well suited for power leveling others. After advancing forward a bit, a bear-looking stuffed animal with visible patchwork done on it appeared. It was roughly 1.5 meters tall and its eyes looked like buttons. Monster Patchwork Bear level 20 HP 4141 MP 1717. Although it has a cute appearance, its level is certainly not cute. Luce muttered with narrowed eyes. That one has an attack power 22, so for Luce that would mean 18 damage, which means that even if you were to get hit once, you would still have some HP left over. That being said, its movements are sluggish and it doesn't even have any notable skills, so I won't mess up by letting an attack through to her. Of course, if it managed to get a critical hit in, then Luce's HP might decrease to 0, but if I deliver a jab right after it starts its attacking motion and successfully throw it off balance, then I can prevent the Patchwork Bear from launching critical hits. Why do you know something like that out of hand? Elma-san, do you perhaps like patchwork bears? It's not like I like patchwork bears or anything. I'm aware of most numbers and formulae that come up in Magic World. I will deal with its attacks. Luce, you should attack from its blind spot and take it down. Watch out for its claws and fangs. Why yes, I stood in front of the Patchwork Bear and stepped on its shadow. Shadow Stomp. With that, the Patchwork Bear will now be unable to escape me. I should attack now, right? Loose circled around to the patchwork bear's blind spot and attacked with the iron piercer. The cotton from the doll scattered. The patchwork bear has a somewhat high defense, but thanks to the iron piercer's special effect the damage will properly go through. If she attacks it enough times, then she will be able to take it down easily. I'm holding its attention, but its shadow is surprisingly malleable, so watch out for that. It would be nice if I could entirely seal the opponent's movements with Shadow Stomp, but its shadow can stretch about 2 meters. When it gets stretched to its limit, attention force starts taking effect, which greatly hinders the opponent's movements. In cramped dungeons like this, even if I considered the enemy properly restrained by Shadow Stomp, it could still be able to attack the back lines. Now that I think about it, I was warned to watch out for its claws and fangs, but the patchwork bear doesn't seem to have any. The moment Luce said that, the tip of the patchwork bear's arms tore open and long talons appeared. I used parry to deflect those claws with my sword. The patchwork bear quickly regained its balance and lunged at me. The stitching on its stomach tore open and a giant fang-filled maw opened. I smashed my shield into the patchwork bear's head and stopped its attack hold. It's good that I have this shield. With only parry, it would be a bit too troublesome to manage all these attacks without lifting my foot. Good, Luce, keep those attacks coming. Same as its level, not even its appearance is cute. Seeing the huge maw of the patchwork bear, Luce said this without thinking. While I was defending against the patchwork bear's attacks, Luce attacked from its blind spot with iron piercer about 10 times, until finally the patchwork bear's body burst open. Ha! Ha! It takes quite a few attacks. But we managed to defeat it without problems. The patchwork bear's cloth body ripped open, the cotton scattering every which way and dissolving into thin air. Finally a light brown colored magic stone rolled out. You have gained 36 experience points. It was 3 levels below me, so the amount of XP I got went down a lot. However, Luce should have got it all no problem. Luce, how much did your level increase? Luce was pale as a sheet as she ran to the patchwork bear's remains and started hugging the disappearing worn-out fabric and cotton to herself. Patchwork bear-san, please drop some kind of item. If I can't prove my usefulness after getting so much help, then I will lose my place. Nah, this sky is only for leveling, so using up all your luck with this would be detrimental instead. So please try to save it up for now. By the way, Luce went from level 13 to level 16 in one go. Good. It's going well. If we take down another 2 suitable monsters, then we will reach our target level. To properly earn money, we first need Luce at an appropriate level. Luce needs to further develop her skill tree, the Fool's Acrobatics, and obtain a certain skill that will finally conclude our preparations. Chapter 21, Bear Shield. Taking Luce's attack, the patchwork bear fell to pieces. You have gained 43 experience points. The XP is properly coming in now. I seal their movements with Shadow Stomp, and fend off their attacks, while Luce keeps dealing damage with Iron Piercer. We got into the groove already. We did it. Elma-san, I went from level 16 to level 19. Luce's level is also rising steadily. As soon as she hits level 21, we will commence our main objective, the hunt for the golden rana. Good, we need another similar monster too. Look at this. Look. Luce rummaged through the remains of the patchwork bear and finally pulled out a shield with a cute bear face on its surface. Here it is. There was an item drop. Luce held up the bear shield and pranced around with intermittent squeals. Oh, I see. See? It's a good thing you brought me with you. See? Luce said with sparkling eyes. We were doing this to raise her level and not for item drops though. Well, it is some value, so I won't say it's unwelcome. Bear shield recommended level 10 defense plus 12 market value 200,000 gold. A cute circular bear shield. Compared to its performance, its recommended level is low. Although it has a low drop rate because it's intended for lower level people, the market value is also less than one would expect. Nonetheless, 200,000 gold is indeed nice at this point. It's indeed nice. But I would rather if we didn't use up all our luck right now and kept it for later instead. Will you be using it, Elma-san? No, thanks for the offer, but my current shield of better stats. It's a tiny shield, so maybe you can use it differently. Didn't you say that your current shield is somewhat hard to use because it has a higher recommended level? How about it? You should keep it with you if nothing else. She is pushing it like crazy. Well, she is also right. Since it would be easier to move, I may be able to use it in a different way. However, the number one problem is that I don't want to appear in front of people with it. I may end up called Bear Knight that way. In the sense of it having a low drop rate, it's a rare item, so there is no problem with that. Well, as a counterbalance, the spawn rate of the patchwork bear is high. So if you really want it, you can stick to hunting them all you want. Thank you. I'm not sure I will be using it, but I'll accept it. Yeah, it's better like this. I was useful. If that keeps her motivated, then it's fine. In Magic World, there was a superstition that if you get a rare drop you didn't aim for, then you won't be able to get the one you really wanted. But if I brought that up now, it would only discourage her. After that we kept exploring and took down our third patchwork bear. You have gained 43 experience points. Your level has increased from 23 to 24. You have gained 1 skill point. My level also went up by 1. And with this, Luce should have reached the level 21 we were aiming for. Amazing. No matter what I did before, my level wasn't going up. But now it happened so easily. Luce opened her status and left her mouth open from the shock. Excellent. With that our preparations are done. Now we can move on straight to our main. Luce let out a loud yell and started fishing for something in the remains of the patchwork bear. I kept an eye out while wondering what was that yell for, but then she held up another circular bear shield. It dropped again. A second bear shield. I just kept silently staring at the bear caricature painted on the shield's surface. This is strange. No matter how you slice it, that's not an item with a drop rate that would easily allow two to drop right after the other. Did I misremember its drop rate or something? I don't think so, but this is not the time to be thinking of superstitions right now anymore. Most likely Luce's initial luck value was particularly high. To begin with, the clown class had a tendency to roll high luck values in exchange for generally lower other stats. If she managed to roll an outlier value even counting that, then the effect of beckoning kitty, raising that value by 500% becomes particularly big, which would explain this kind of unlikely event happening. Even so, this is still weird. In that case, why didn't Luce have such an effect on drop rates while in Klein's party? There is the fact that a lack of information about monsters and dungeons where an increased drop rate would be best utilized would certainly make it hard to efficiently make use of beckoning kitty to earn money, and yet, it should have had a patently obvious effect anyway. It was a freshly made party, so they didn't know there was a difference. Especially with a lack of information, they could only see the good side of more successful parties. When they saw another party that was able to advance more efficiently, then they must have thought it was because they had someone holding them back. Thinking like that was not uncommon even in Magic World. By investing the first 5 skill points into the Great Fortune skill tree, you get a special skill called 4-leaf clover. At 15 points in Great Fortune, their 4-leaf clover evolves into beckoning kitty. Their 4-leaf clover's effect is raising its owner's luck by 200%. In other words, Klein and the others were used to a higher drop rate from the beginning. Without prior knowledge, it's common to try and experiment with various things in this level range, so they might not even notice if the drop rate has changed on them. Especially since they don't even know what drops at what odds from monsters. Hey, Elma-san. Won't you rather keep this bear shield as a spare instead of selling it? Luce, I'm really thankful that you teamed up with me. I didn't know that you wanted a bear shield this much. We should keep at it and gather up 10 of them today, but I didn't really want a bear shield at all. Also, Luce's level has caught up to the patchwork bears. The level up rate will fall off sharply after this. That means we don't really have any reason to keep hunting patchwork bears. Here comes the main part, Luce. We will advance a bit further into the Angel's Toy Box, and hunt for our current main objective, the Golden Rana. Chapter 22, Impenetrable Golden Wall. Rana, the same kind of frog monster that I first killed after gaining the Heavy Knight class in this world. A small fry monster that serves as a mascot for Magic World. There are many Rana-type monsters, and one of those that's called a Golden Rana is our current target. With my current situation and Lucy's status, I could only choose the Angel's Toy Box as our next hunting ground. The Golden Rana is a gold-colored frog that has a low spawn rate, but in exchange it has a high probability of dropping highly valuable items when defeated. In addition to that, it is a high level, but its attack and magic stats are low and doesn't have any attack skills. In other words, its fighting power is low. It gives good XP, and drops valuable items. An all-around awesome monster. There are a few examples of similar Rana-type bonus monsters like the Golden Rana, which were called money toads as a whole in Magic World. Many players said that they enjoyed hunting money toads the most. The number of money toads that can spawn from this dungeon is limited, but according to the information I gathered in Rondom, we shouldn't need to worry about this Angel's Toy Box running out. The Golden Rana has the highest chance of appearing in the middle layer of the Angel's Toy Box. Routes with high chances of coming across one, routes with high chances of spawning, monsters that might accompany them and monsters that would absolutely not. I know all of that. Also, the spawn rate of a money toad depends on luck. All that's left now is to let Lucy's luck work and attract a Golden Rana to us. Hey, if it's the Golden Rana, then I heard about it too, Luce said anxiously. Then that makes this easier. I heard about someone telling a story about it in a tavern that if you managed to defeat one, then you would be able to live it up for a few years. But they also said that it usually gets away from not just D rank, but even C rank adventurers, and that it can run away frightfully fast. That's right. The Golden Rana has little means of attacking, but it can run away extremely fast. However, C-rank adventurers should be around level 60. With a level that high, I would expect them to be able to properly hunt down Golden Ranas at least. But, well, even though this world resembles Magic World a lot, it's still different, like how death means the end here. Instead of focusing your build on squeezing as much power out of your class as possible, it's more likely that people would focus on survival first. In addition to public information on classes, skill trees, and monsters being severely limited, you can't even choose the class you want. Even finding competent people to team up with is exceedingly difficult. Hunting Golden Ranas in these circumstances is indeed harder. They even said that in addition to it being so fast, you have no hope of catching it. Even if you manage to hit it, there is no sign of it taking any damage, or so I heard, and that there were some who managed to run after it, only to end up in trouble from being surrounded by other monsters. There may even be adventurers that lost their lives because of a Golden Rana. Luce's whole body shuddered. That's because the Golden Rana is not just fast, it is exceptionally high defense and powerful resistances. The Golden Rana has a complete resistance against elemental effects, abnormal status effects and debuffs. To defeat a Golden Rana, it's important to first trap it and to also possess a high enough attack to pierce the golden surface of its body. Even if you had enough attack power based on your stats, you might not be able to properly make use of it if your movements get disturbed by trying too hard to keep up with its mobility. That's why even C-rank adventurers can't always defeat one before it runs away. Doesn't that mean we have no ways of dealing with it then? Certainly, this knife, the Iron Piercer, is better the higher defense the opponent has, but even with that I don't think I would be able to damage a Golden Rana, and I wouldn't be able to catch up with it to begin with. Well, yes, that's true. A Golden Rana in the Angel's Toy Box has an agility 67 and defense 200. Against that impenetrable golden wall, even the Iron Piercer's 15% defense pierce-through effect might as well not exist. That kind of agility was more than double of Lucy's, whose clown class was one of the faster ones, and 3 times what my Slowpoke Heavy Knight class has. The moment it becomes a chase, it becomes impossible to catch up. And with defense 200, even if my Rampart reversal, manages to hit full on. It won't be able to deal any damage. Not that the timid golden rana would try to attack me to begin with. My vital blow also has a 15% pierce-through effect, but it's far from enough to damage a golden rana. Then, isn't it impossible for us? Even if we come across it 100 times, I don't think we would be able to kill it a single time. It's fine. I chose this place to hunt because I know of a way of defeating a golden rana. No elemental techniques, abnormal status effects, or debuffs would work on a golden rana. However, that doesn't mean that no skill can affect it. On the first look it looks like its resistance is total, but there is a way around it. If my calculations are correct, then we might have a method of barely piercing through the golden rana's defense. Elma-san, do you have a skill that can damage a golden rana? I haven't heard about the heavy knight having a skill like that though. Nah, both driving the golden rana into a corner and piercing its defense will be something that Luce will have to do. I pointed at Luce and told her, Emmy, I'm happy that you think so highly of me. Very happy indeed. But, I can't do that, you know. You should have 8 skill points after raising your levels before. Put all those into the Fool's Acrobatics, please. With that she will have 10 points in the Fool's Acrobatics, which means getting 2 new skills. Those will be the core of our golden rana hunting strategy this time. Chapter 23, The Golden Rana's Spawn Rate. After that we kept exploring the dungeon for a while. Even though with Luce here the spawn rate of monsters was greatly increased, the golden rana is still not a monster that you would be able to come across easily. However, as a former Magic World player, I of course know the best spawn routes and the usual placement of monsters. We should manage 1. No, 2 today. Phew. I blocked the attacking box-shaped monster's ramming attack with my shield, then keeping close to its body I knocked it away with vital blow. With that the purple-colored box went flying. Good, Luce. It's time to run away. Why yes, but it looks like we could defeat it, so shouldn't we? No need, we should avoid unnecessary fights. That one is not our objective today, and it may even start calling other monsters if we fail to take it down fast enough. That box-shaped monster's official name was Toy Box. After taking a certain amount of damage, the box opens and a demon with a symbol pops out, which starts making a ruckus that calls other monsters. It's not that fast, so if you manage to unbalance it first, then it's not too hard to get away from it. Phew, sorry about that. Because of how slow I am, we ended up having to deal with it one more time. No, that's not but should we really keep our focus narrowed to just the golden rana? Elma-san can keep the attention of the monsters amazingly well, so if we were to hunt other monsters like we did with the patchwork bear, then I have a feeling that I might be able to gain another 3 levels today even. There might even be other item drops in the meantime. Elma-san knows which monsters would provide the best experience points and item drops, right? It's no wonder Luce would come to think that. For Luce, gaining 8 levels in one day is already an amazing harvest. Instead of switching to a risky strategy of aiming for a great windfall from rare drops which might end up nothing but a pipe dream in the end, steadily increasing her level and watching out for normal drops like before sounds obviously more appealing. However, in Magic World all you needed to do to raise your levels quickly was killing higher level monsters, which means if you were knowledgeable enough it was not at all difficult to raise your level out of the early game range. My having their Shadow Stomp is also a big factor in being able to power level others too. That means that it isn't that everything went especially well this time, but that in this world where the exchange of information is all but non-existent the leveling strategies of adventurers are particularly bad. Then there was no need to come to the Angel's Toy Box at all. If we wanted to keep to a slow and steady leveling and item gathering strategy, then there were other, better suited places for that. Also, the fact that it's rarely seen was already taken into consideration. I expect we will only be able to find 2 at most if we keep at it for the entire day. However, the golden rana is more than worth the risk. For our current levels, the best way of making money is to keep hunting golden ranas. Even staying at the nearby village for a while and commuting to the Angel's Toy Box until we run out of golden ranas might not be a bad idea. Luce, If you want to do that, then as my teammate I will respect your wishes. But could we continue with it for a little while? It's fine if we do it while fighting other monsters. Well, it obviously requires a lot of patience. To begin with, Luce obviously thinks that coming across a golden rana is not that easy, and even if we do, she might have doubts about our ability to defeat it. I can't even be certain that my knowledge can be entirely relied on. In the Mad Head fight, there were attacks I should have been able to cleanly avoid if it was a game, but my fear of my opponent and my lack of skill with the sword caused a lot of close calls. I should very much avoid gamer-like thinking, such as if I move as efficiently as possible, then it should be doable. Even without that, I should respect my teammates' opinions. If I end up just unilaterally ordering others around just because my level is higher or that I know more, then I will be the same as my father and Klein. No, I didn't really mean that. I will of course do what Elmer-san says. I was just wondering a bit. Then, I just asked without meaning to. Is that so? You don't need to be so reserved. It seems she wasn't treated that well in Klein's party and her servile attitude stayed with her somewhat. Let's go and hunt golden ranas. Even if it's 100 or even 1,000. I will do my very best. It's good that you are so motivated, but if we were to really hunt that many, then the market would just simply crash in Rondom. Is the golden rana that amazing? I just barely heard about it in rumors and haven't even seen anyone that managed to kill one. Yeah, that's the reason why I singled it out as our objective. However, even with increased luck it's not easy to come across one, so if you have started having reservations or feel anxious about something, then you can tell me anytime. Just as I was saying that, it happened. Ribbit, ribbit. A frog-like sound could be heard, as Luce and I slowly turned round at the same time. A rana with a golden radiance hopped out from around the corner. It kept rubbing its head with its front legs. That was much sooner than I expected. I thought we would need to buckle down and hold out for a few hours until we could come across one, but it seems Luce's initial luck stat must have been really high indeed. There is a way of determining her luck stat by having her try a skill that's affected by luck 100 times and calculate the result from that. I should try to have Luce do that when I have the chance. Chapter 24, Hunting a Golden Rana. Ribbit. The golden rana kept hopping along the corridor. Both its eyes were large gems that radiated an emerald light. Monster golden rana level 40 HP 2 halves MP 3636. I swallowed a large gulp. It was a golden rana without question. If we manage to take this one down, then not only will our level go up by a lot, but I will be that much closer to getting the smoldering fang of madness. Its HP is a measly 2, even so, there must have been countless adventurers that got into trouble because they were unable to shave away even that single-digit HP. There is one. There is one there. WH, what should we do? What should we do now? Luce keeps incessantly tugging on my arm. I try to keep my voice down to avoid letting the golden rana escape, but my excitement shone through. Take a deep breath, Luce. Let's calm down first. Whether we can defeat that one depends largely on whether we can keep our calm. Why yes. Luce takes a deep breath in, then slowly lets it out. It's obvious she is at her wit's end. However, I understand that feeling. Seeing it in the flesh is simply too exhilarating. The presence it emanates cannot be compared to its game version. It's like a living treasure chest that's walking around. You've put all your skill points you got from leveling into the fool's acrobatics, bringing it to 10, right? Why yes. I was able to get the skills Elmer-san was talking about. Luce fervently nodded her head. Good. Then please do as I say. I will be waiting for it. So Luce, you'll need to corral it this way. Leave it to me. It's all right, Luce. You can do this. You can do this. After giving herself a pep talk, Luce kept taking deep breaths. You know it's all right to not succeed right away, right? After getting her breathing in order, Luce started running towards the golden rana. The golden rana doesn't start to run until an adventurer gets closer than 4 meters. Also, the diameter of the corridors in the Angel's toy box is 4 meters. It's designed in a way that even if the golden rana is right next to one side of the corridor, You won't be able to sneak through on the opposite side without alerting it. However, that only applies if you are walking on the floor. The diameter of the corridor was 4 meters, but it was 6 meters tall. That means the diagonal distance to the opposite corner is over 7 meters. With 5 points in the Fool's Acrobatics, you get acrobatic steps. It not only increases your walking speed, but as long as it's active the user can walk on walls and ceilings. That being said, it only lasts for 2 seconds, which is followed by a 3-second cooldown, which means by using acrobatic steps, you can get around a golden rana without alerting it, then shank it in the back. Acrobatic steps. Loose ran up the wall, then kicked off from the ceiling, swiftly landing on the floor behind the golden rana. With this loose and I managed to hum in the golden rana between us. Ribbit. The golden rana got alerted to loose, but instead of running towards me it turned towards loose and started running to try and get around her. Since we first needed the golden rana to run in my direction, this situation does not bring joy. However, this situation was of course within my expectations. Doppelillusion. Loose form multiplied into 4 shadows. Doppelillusion is a skill you get at 10 points into the Fool's Acrobatics, which can create illusory clones of the user's body. With the width of the corridors in Angel's toy box, it's impossible to avoid all illusory clones created by Doppelillusion, and the cowardly golden rana would never just jump into an illusion on purpose. This is one of the holes in the defense the golden rana's resistances provide. Having a total resistance against abnormal status effects means that blind and phantasm would never work on it. However, what it can't do is see through the illusory images created by Doppelillusion. The golden rana turned around instantly and rushed towards me. It was as fast as a released arrow. That agility 67 is not just for show. The second hole in the golden rana's defense is that their shadow stomp. I got also works on it. Since the shadow stomp is a pretty unique skill, its effect is not considered an abnormal status effect or a debuff, and of course it's not an elemental attack either. Since the effect of shadow stomp only continues while the user keeps their foot on the floor, it's usually easily disrupted by the monster simply ramming the user, but the golden rana only has an attack 9, which means that no matter how much it struggles it won't be able to hurt me at all. However, the problem is whether I can land that shadow stomp. Although the corridor is not that wide, it's still 4 meters. Its agility is 3 times as much as mine. To tell the truth, this is much harder than getting behind it with acrobatic steps, and barring its way with Doppelillusion. I better not fail at this after suggesting it in the first place. I took a white magic stone out of my magic bag. It's a holy attribute magic stone. It's something I bought together with Iron Piercer for the hunt for the golden rana. Depending on its attribute, a magic stone displays some kind of effect when filled with mana. Fire attribute magic stones shoot flames. Water attribute magic stones create water. However, compared to magic skills, the MP usage is much larger for a much lesser effect, so they are rarely used. They are mainly used as ingredients in item crafting. This holy attribute magic stone doesn't have that big of an effect either. It gives off a healing light, but a healing potion is much more efficient for that. However, the fact that it gives off light is what's important for me right now. Come, golden rana, I will catch you. The golden rana turned on a dime in front of me and dashed to the left. I have absolutely no way of catching up to it. Even the size of its shadow is no longer than approximately 50 centimeters, not a size that you can target reliably. I threw the holy magic stone to the left. The magic stone flew right in front of the golden rana's face, almost grazing it. The same time it impacted the wall, it emitted a healing white glow. Due to the light, the golden rana's shadow grew to multiple times its former size. I vigorously stomped my foot down. I got you, golden rana. The golden rana's erratic high-speed movements ceased right away, as if it was tethered to the ground. Chapter 25, Money Toad's Subjugation. I was able to safely land there, shadow stomp, on the golden rana. No matter how fast the golden rana can move, it won't be able to escape from me now. The golden rana was desperately trying to get away from me, but it could only move away no more than about 2 meters, which was the distance the shadow stomp allowed the shadow to stretch. We did it, Elma-san. We managed to catch a golden rana perfectly. We are already good as done with this hunt, Luce said in an excited tone while rushing towards me. Well, you told me what to do until we managed to catch it. But that golden rana, how do you intend to finish it off? Indeed, the golden rana has 2 main strengths. The first is its lightning-fast movement speed. And the second is its high defense. In addition to its high defense stat itself, it's entirely immune to abnormal status effects, debuffs, and elemental attacks. Half-baked attacks can't even scratch a golden rana. We can only depend on critical hits. In Magic World, when you were able to strike the opponent's core by perfectly predicting their movements, it was counted as a critical hit, which caused a much larger amount of damage than normal. That being said, if you managed to learn to consistently land those kinds of hits, then it would be very unbalanced in terms of gameplay, so the actual critical hit rate was also tied to the player's luck value in the end. Also, the timing needed to fill the conditions for a critical hit was extremely strict, which meant that depending on the agility difference between the participants, consistently landing a critical hit became all but impossible. I heard the developers calculated the specifics based on the limit of human reflexes. The damage done by critical hits is 1.5 times the normal amount. In addition to that, they also have a 50% armor-piercing effect. I see. Since it's restrained now, you can try for a critical hit as many times as you like. Do your best, Elma-san. Luce cheered me on with a clenched fist. Nah, I wouldn't be able to damage it even with critical hits. Phew, I said this before, right? That both driving it into a corner and piercing its defense is something Luce will have to do because the Heavy Knight has a low attack stat. The sword I have equipped right now is something that was lacking quite a bit even in the early levels, but by now it's seriously short on power. Even with my current stats, even if I manage to land a critical hit, it won't do any damage at all. To start with, the movement speed of the Heavy Knight is slow. Since the Shadow Stomp still allows the opponent a bit of freedom of movement and I can't even raise my foot, it's impossible for me to properly follow its movements and land a perfect hit in this situation. Therefore I can't fulfill the preconditions for a critical hit. It's not impossible to hit it as a fluke, so the probability is not 0 though. However, funny anecdotes where a Heavy Knight that managed to land a Shadow Stomp on a money toad kept hitting it for hours, hoping for a critical hit, but ended up with nothing instead because others mobs got in the way and the end were common in Magic World. Then, I will need to chase it around and try to land a critical hit, but I basically never managed to land a critical hit before. Ordinarily it should be impossible. Luce is greatly behind a golden rana in terms of agility. For one, as a clown, which is a class that also has a low attack, a normal critical hit wouldn't be able to do any damage either. You have that skill, right? Something that Luce had to begin with. There, Dice Thrust, an attack skill obtained by putting 2 points in the Fool's Acrobatics. I already made sure she had it when Luce allowed me to look through her status. It's a thrusting skill that has an effect based on random dice roll from 1 to 6. It provides a bonus effect based on the dice roll, which in case of a 6 means that the skill does 1.3 times the normal damage and the hit automatically becomes a critical hit. To be exact, once you hit the opponent anywhere on its body it automatically becomes a critical hit. There, Dice Thrust, but that's just a useless skill that does less overall damage than normal attacks. But yes, with that it may be possible. There, Dice Thrust skill was one of the reasons that Luce was chased out from her previous party. She let it slip that when she finally received Dice Thrust, after not having any active skills or meaningful firepower to contribute for a long time, finding out that by using it she ended up with even less DPS than her normal attacks caused Klein to treat her even worse. However, there, Dice Thrust has the potential to easily take down opponents that are heavy on defense. Once you are able to catch a monster that you ordinarily would be unable to win against, there, Dice Thrust with its wide damage range is able to provide a possible way to succeed, and above all, it makes it easy to fulfill the last condition for hunting money toads. When you roll a 6 with dice thrust, it increases your attack to 1.3 times its value and guarantees a critical hit. In addition to that, overall, it becomes a 1.95 multiplier to damage done. In addition to that, with 15% piercing damage from the Iron Piercer and the 50% piercing effect from the critical hit can be simply added up. That all comes out to a single hit with its damage multiplied by 1.95, with a 65% armor piercing effect. If we count from Lucy's current attack, then she should just be able to hit that 2 points of damage to bring down the Golden Rana's HP despite its defense 200. The probability of rolling a 6 is 16.6%, but even if we count in the hidden effect of the luck stat, it shouldn't be more than a 1 out of 4 chance. However, with the Golden Rana restrained like this, we are free to try dice thrust 6 or even 10 times. There is no such thing as a useless class or skill. There are many that come in handy in specific circumstances or those that take time for them to become useful. The same applies to humans too. You shouldn't dwell too much on what certain people view you as. Klein and the girl just happened to not see a positive side of you. I'll say it again, but I do need your help, so please lend me your strength from now on. Luce listened to my words with her mouth open, but finally she firmed up her expression and readied her Iron Piercer. Why yes, I will do it. I will do this for sure. If I can't respond to these expectations, then there was no meaning to becoming an adventurer. Luce ran up to the Golden Rana and jumped up to thrust the tip of the Iron Piercer right at its back. Dice thrust. The number 6 floated up in the air. With a cheerful sound, a crack ran across the Golden Rana's golden surface. Rebeg. Chapter 26. Rewards from the Money Toad. Rebeg. Lucy's strike blew away the Golden Rana, flipping it upside down, which caused it to impact the floor back first. The crack deepened on its body, then the emerald serving as its eyes fell out to the floor. You have gained 503 experience points. Your level has increased from 24 to 30. You have gained 6 skill points. An explosive amount of experience points poured in. It was a delicious pile of XP, as expected of Mr. Money Toad. We really did it. We did it. I became level 27 already. It seems Lucy's level went up by 6 levels from level 21. With this single Golden Rana she was able to surpass both of her former party members in terms of levels. Unable to maintain its form anymore, the Golden Rana started to turn into mana, its body drying out. I let out my breath and kept watching its progression. The Golden Rana is a good target, not just because it's weak for its level and therefore it provides excellent XP, but also because it tends to drop valuable items too. Since the spawning rate of Golden Rana is quite low, the item drop chance is pretty high in turn. Even without counting in the effect of luck, it's at least 50% by default. However, that's still not 100%. Gimme Golden Rana. As the Golden Rana's remains went see-through, there remained a large earth attribute magic stone and a golden short sword. In the center of the handle, an emblem resembling the Rana's face could be seen. It dropped. A Rana's radiant ornate sword. I took a guts pose without thinking. Rana's radiant ornate sword recommended level 15 attack plus 12 market value 17 million gold. Rana's radiant short sword. It's made of high purity Rana gold. It's powerful compared to its recommended level, but for someone able to defeat a Golden Rana, it's a luxury item that's already mostly useless. Many adventurers want to wield it due to its eye-catching appearance, and due to it being a proof of killing a Golden Rana, but most fall into greed and end up selling it due to its high value rather than how it functions as a weapon. The more important fact is that it's a lump of metal worth 17 million gold. Amazing. An item worth 700,000 gold dropping just like that. The only highly valuable item like this that dropped for us was the blood-stained sword that we were arguing about. Luce cheerfully declared after checking the item info. Wait, you missed one digit. Huh. You are missing a 0. It's 17 million gold. Hearing what I said, Luce slowly turned her back to the Rana's radiant ornate sword and looked at its item info as if she was hit by a dizzy spell. Her legs gave out and she fell over right there. 17 million. Even though the reason I left my former party was due to an argument over shares of an item worth 2 million. Hey, are you alright? It's fine. I was just feeling a bit faint there. Oh, for some reason my legs are still not working properly. Since it seemed Luce was unable to move just yet, I grabbed the opportunity to take a break for now. This is a good lookout position too, so we can easily watch for monsters here. Luce sat down with her back to the colorful wall and drank from her water flask. Have you managed to calm down a bit? Yes, somewhat. But I still can't believe it. It doesn't feel real at all getting all those items that are worth almost 20 million gold so easily. No. It's perhaps strange for me to say this when it was all thanks to Elma-san's meticulous plans that we could do this. It seems she is still a bit agitated. She lightly slapped her cheeks and started pulling on them. What are you doing? Well, I was thinking that this may be just a dream that I'm seeing from the shock of getting thrown out from the party by Klein-san. Because, with 17 million gold, I could buy anything. I could even eat all I want in a somewhat nice restaurant. The content of Luce's dreams of buying anything is really plebeian. It's a sum that I couldn't reach even if I were to keep risking my life in dungeons for 10 years. I'll admit that the profits from the Golden Rana are exceptional, but that one is mostly because Klein was treating you unfairly. Although adventurers all risk their lives, even just the magic stones are worth quite a sum by themselves, especially with Luce's luck with drop items. Although the equipment and preparations needed for monster hunting cost a bit of gold, their party should have had quite a bit of margin to work with. Well, judging by their conversation before, Klein obviously skimmed off the top quite a bit. What should we do? If we have an expensive item like that with us, then people will try to kill us for it for sure. That's right, Elma-san. Let's run away together to an even more remote village. We will simply live in peace there. That much money should last all our lives if we keep to a modest lifestyle. Let's do that. Yeah. I thought she had already recovered during this short break, but it seems she is still confused. I still want to explore more today, but will she be fine like that? We should set out soon. Luce. Yes. It's not like we can stay around in a dungeon like this, so are we leaving now? We will try to get one more golden rana before the sun goes down. Our objective of getting 2 overall should be possible at this pace. Our stats have also gone up, so the next time we will have an easier time with it. Even if we get attacked by other monsters in the meantime, there shouldn't be any that we won't be able to deal with around here. In terms of levels, we should get a lot XP from a level 40 golden rana while we are still in the first half of our 30s. I would like to hunt one more from a leveling perspective too. Another one. About 3 hours later, dice thrust. With Luce's 7th dice thrust, finally a 6 floated up in the air. This time our luck was not that great. Well, I'll just have to consider this as saving luck for later. It's better to use up all the bad luck while nothing much is happening. The probabilities will smooth out sooner or later. A lot of Magic World players tended to be superstitious enough that a weird string of luck when nothing much was happening was usually considered a bad omen. I'm also one of those. You have gained 461 experience points. Your level has increased from 30 to 33. You have gained 3 skill points. Excellent, excellent. In this level range, being able to defeat a monster 10 levels above us with no risk to us is very nice. Even more so in this world where the death penalty is not just a loss of levels. Furthermore, from the disappearing remains another golden sword with the face of a rana on it appeared. Indeed, another lump of rana gold metal. A second rana's radiant ornate sword. Nice. Luce. It's 34 million gold now. Well, if we sell it to a store, then it will be a good bit less. But even so, this was a good sign. There, smoldering fang of madness, I thought to be difficult to obtain is almost within reach now. Much thanks to the golden ranas. This was a money-making strategy that only became possible because of the existence of the Angel's toy box and by having Luce with me. With either of those missing, the efficiency would drop sharply. There are other dungeons where golden ranas could spawn. However, without the narrow corridors that barely have any branch-offs in them that the Angel's toy box has, it would be impossible to catch up to a golden rana and successfully use Shadow Stomp on it. The corridors need to be a certain width, so that someone could get behind the golden rana without disturbing it or letting it run away once alerted. That means a width that is not too wide and not too narrow. The only place that fulfills those conditions is the Angel's toy box. Loose.x has stopped responding. She was frozen in position with the iron piercer hanging from her hand. Just as I approached her, Luce started to fall down in place from dizziness. I hurriedly supported her body. S30. Fumian. With that, Luce's head dropped and her eyes closed. Gee, get a hold of yourself. Oi. There was no response to my words from Luce. It seems the excitement was simply too much for her. Chapter 27, Crying Voice. The fact that we got 2 Rana's Radiant Ornate Swords is significant. If I can sell those for a good price, then it will come out for about 30 million gold. With items worth this much, it's important to look around for places that hopefully offer more for them. With the price this high, there is a chance that someone would start sniffing after us, or that someone would find out my family name. Even Luce might get dragged into things in that case, so I need to talk it out with her first. 30 million. 3 million is a tenth of that. Apparently Luce wasn't able to get her head around things yet and she keeps muttering the same words over and over again. However, it took quite a bit of time to search for the golden ranas. Finding another today would be difficult. If we leave it alone, then the golden ranas might run out, or maybe someone could defeat the Dream Lord of this dungeon, making it disappear. Even so, we shouldn't rush ahead without thinking. If we lose our lives because of that, then there is no going back. Furthermore, with our levels going up like they did, we could even look for another dungeon with stronger monsters to hunt. Since in this world the prices of skill books are high, it might be a fun way of making money if we tried for those kinds of drops and then sold them at an underground shop too. I opened my status and verified my current level once again. Elmer Edvin Class Heavy Knight level 33 HP 6882 MP 1434. Attack 22 plus 5 defense 51 plus 5 magic 26 agility 26. Equipment Sword of a low-ranking soldier Mad Demon Shield Iron Armor. Special skills none. Normal skills Rampart Reversal Disarm Parry Vital Blow Shadow Stomp. Titles Immovable 1 E-rank Adventurer. My status is getting somewhat respectable. I was halfway pushed up to an E-rank Adventurer as a special exception, but by now I should be able to fight on the level of the best adventurers that Rondom has to offer, which would be the D-rank adventurers. And so, there is the question of what should I do about my skill tree. Remaining skill points 12, Vow the Heavy Armor, 2100s, Defense Up, 050, Beginner Swordsmanship, 550. I would like to save some skill points for when I'll be able to get there. Smoldering Fang of Madness. Well, to best be able to make use of the Smoldering Fang of Madness, I will still need to increase Vow the Heavy Armor in the end. In that case there is no reason not to increase Vow the Heavy Armor in the meantime, and yet, Beginner Swordsmanship would not be a bad choice either. Vital Blow is a useful skill too, and it's already decided that it will be the Defense Up tree that I will be discarding in favor of the Smoldering Fang of Madness. Because of that, putting points into Beginner Swordsmanship and getting attack plus 5 when I have a sword equipped might not be a bad idea. Getting attack plus 5 as a heavy knight, which has low attack by default, would be helpful even after the early game, but would come in especially handy during the lower levels. This choice would more or less be the compromise option, but it might be worth thinking it over, since it would provide the most stability. I'll decide based on necessity. I guess I'll put it off until then. Depending on the circumstances, skills can become a serious advantage. Getting the attack increase from Beginner Swordsmanship won't make me explosively stronger, but it will allow me to get steadily stronger. By the time I will be able to get the Smoldering Fang of Madness, I'll be at a higher level anyway. In which case I don't need to be that worked up about saving skill points for it now. If I get into a situation where I need more defense right away, then I could increase their vow the heavy armor, or begin a swordsmanship, if it's a situation where more attack power is needed. Or if neither happens, then I can save it for Smoldering Fang of Madness, or something along those lines. It would be for the best if no situation where a sudden power increase was necessary came up, but as an adventurer one can never know. I'm level 31 at the moment and I have 10 skill points in reserve, but what should I do with them? Should I put them somewhere right away? Elma-san, can you look at my status and skill tree again just for a bit? I'm incredibly afraid to decide for myself. I've already told you this before, but you shouldn't show your status to just anyone. I've already shown you before, so it doesn't matter anyway. It's fine. I already owe Elma-san for helping me raise my levels this much, so even if you were to exploit me to your heart's content and toss me aside like an old rag, I wouldn't resent you for it. Luce said something outrageous with a serene expression and fist clenched in front of her. I think if I ever went as far as that, then not having you resent me at that point would be more mentally taxing. Well, it's true that I know exactly how Luce's skill tree is set up currently, so it's indeed too little too late at this point. I even interfered with her skill point distribution already. At this point, it's better to make sure that she doesn't make a mistake and give her pertinent advice. Skill tree, remaining skill points 10, the Fool's Acrobatics, 10 100ths, Great Fortune, 1570, Attack Power-Up, 050. Honestly, it's not an easy decision. If her eventual goal is to become strong, then putting points in the Fool's Acrobatics and Great Fortune, and keeping to an efficient leveling strategy would be the best. However, to do that she would need to visit dungeons suitable for her, understand the best tactics, and have teammates that would properly coordinate with her. In that sense, their attack up, that would help provide more stability for the fight even without detailed knowledge, becomes an option. Furthermore, this world is not a game. Instead of deliberately risking her life by trying to raise her levels, she may even decide to keep to fighting lower-leveled monsters. In the game the ultimate goal was always getting stronger in the end, but in this world it might not always be the case. It goes without saying, but it all depends on what you want to do and what you want to be in the future. Luce, if you want to aim higher, then you should save the points for now, and once you become an E-rank adventurer and skill point investment limit gets loosened a bit, you should then put it all into Great Fortune. However, if you want to be able to fight your battles in your current level range in a more stable manner, then you should invest in Attack Up. IIC. When confronted with that choice directly, it's not easy to decide. Since I decided to become an adventurer, I do want to be one of the best, but I honestly don't have any confidence in myself that I would be able to be. But Elma-san will be aiming for the top, right? In that case, I will do that too. Since we are teammates, you shouldn't try to match yourself to others. You need to decide that by yourself. You don't even need to make a choice right now. We can talk about it more back in Rondom if you want. By using stat increasing skill trees you might not become strong in the end, but it provides a sense of stability. If Luce were to put all her current points into Attack Up, then she might be able to counteract the clown's natural lack of power. Even then its staple high agility, tricky skills, and high luck remains, so she won't have a problem with money or finding teammates in the future. I would be more than happy if she decided to throw that away and accompany me on my journey to the higher levels, but that's not something she should be deciding on impulse. With the intention to wrap it up for the day, we started heading towards the exit of the Angel's toy box, but Luce stopped on the way. What is it? Elma-san, did you hear a noise like a baby crying, or something like that? Maybe I'm just imagining it. A crying baby voice? I didn't hear it, but I have an idea what it could mean. The sound of a baby crying in the Angel's toy box. That could only come from the Dream Lord. However, ordinarily the Dream Lord does not move from its place in the furthest reaches of the dungeon, so we shouldn't be able to hear its voice here. No way. Is this a Wandering Lord? Chapter 28, Wandering Lord. The Wandering Lord. It's when the Dream Lord leaves its place at the bottom of the dungeon and starts wandering around, right? Did that crying voice just now belong to the Dream Lord? Luce asked me anxiously. It seems Luce knew about wandering lords too. No wonder she would, since it's something that all adventurers should know about, due to the potential terrible consequences. The Dream Lord is the heart of the dungeon and ordinarily does not move from its place in the deepest depths. However, there are exceptions when it moves out from its place and starts wandering around. That is called a wandering lord. There are a number of factors that decide when something like that happens, but the most common is when adventurers start a fight with the Dream Lord and then try to run away without doing any appreciable damage to it. Once the Dream Lord leaves its place to chase after the adventurers, it doesn't go back right away, but instead wanders around the dungeon. Most likely the same thing happened this time too. Adventurers who were not up to snuff tried to challenge the Dream Lord and were routed before doing any proper damage. That being said, the boss of the Angel's toy box is a bit special, which makes it very hard to hurt if you go in without proper intel and sufficient preparation. So even in Magic World a wandering lord appeared frequently, more so in this world where people rarely share information. As for the wandering lord phenomenon, even I heard the Adventurer Guild's warning about it before. I also think that this is a bothersome situation they caused, but I can't really say it's solely because the adventurers were careless. The publicly available important information about things like that is seriously lacking in this world. Although that doesn't make this situation less bothersome, there is no mistaking it. That baby voice just now belonged to the Angel's toy box's lord. Isn't that bad news? The Dream Lord of this place has quite a high level, right? The recommended level for conquering this place was level 50 after all. No, the situation is not that bad. Although if we don't handle it properly, it might turn into a problem. Ah, is that so? The movement speed of the Dream Lord of this place is not that fast. Luce with her excellent agility would be able to easily run away from it even at her current level, provided she avoids running into a dead end at least. With my heavy knight class it might not necessarily be the case, but I also know how to best run away in cases like this, and an important relevant characteristic of the Dream Lord, it would be highly unlikely that it would be able to catch up to me. We will be aiming for the exit while staying away from its voice. Even as a wandering lord it won't leave the dungeon. Yes, it's that simple. It's not like it's an especially tricky event. As an adventurer there are times where you run into dangerous situations despite doing everything you possibly can to avoid them. I'm thankful that a wandering lord is all we have to deal with. There may not even be a need to hurry that much, but the situation is still mostly unknown. If we get surrounded by monsters then it may even be able to catch up, so we turned right around and left the way we came. However, a thundering sound was accompanied by the screams of people. I stopped without thinking and turned back towards the noise. From around the corner a man and woman adventurer duo showed up. Both were drenched in blood and were obviously seriously injured. The woman was clearly dazed, needing to get dragged by the shoulder, her partner all but carrying her as they walked. "Please help us." Suddenly an incredibly strong monster appeared out of nowhere. I did not take things seriously enough. This is not a game. There must be a few people that died to this wandering lord already. If I run away right now, the two in front of me will die for certain. There is no way they would be able to run away like that. With my experience in the game it was immediately clear to me. And I have the knowledge and the power to save those two. We nobles are much more important than those plebeians. Them doing their best to support us is natural. Do you know why? That is because we have great power in our hands, and the duty to protect our land and people with it. Those were the words of my father. It's not like I believe in him or even respect him at this point. He is a heartless, bull-headed, tyrannical, and egoistical man. However, those words of his left an impression on me. If I take what happened at the Divine Blessing ceremony as the result of him prioritizing his duty above all else, then I may not be able to forgive him for it still, but I may be able to understand it to some degree. And I'm still a noble, even if barely at this point. I have my memories from my previous life. However, my 15 years as Elmer Edvin, the life I've lived as the next head of the Edvin County with the duty to protect our land and people, was also undoubtedly mine. My father decided that I would be powerless to fulfill that role, so he threw me away. However, I believe I do have the power to do so. It's not that I want to return to being the next head of the family. It's not that I want to prove my father wrong about me. I just don't want to throw away even my pride and my dignity at this point. Sorry about this, Luce. I'll attract the monster's attention, so could you help guide those two to the outside? I don't mind doing it, but the Dream Lord should be close to level 50, like the recommended level suggested, right? Even Elma-san may not be able to. I know enough about the enemy to confidently say that I should be able to divert their attention for a while and run away if it's only me here. The Heavy Knight class is all about fighting while drawing the attention of monsters like this to begin with. As I said this, I ran towards the two injured people. Luce followed after me, chasing after those two. A strange-looking monster appeared. It had a black hat on its head and was wearing a red military uniform. It had a short sword in its hand, a large trumpet on its back, and a large drum tied to its waist with a rope. A very flashy get-up, all things said. The two X-shapes instead of eyes and its large nose gave it a somewhat comical expression. In addition, it also had a glossy finish on its entire body. It looked just like it did in Magic World. So you've arrived, Tin Knight. Its blade and body was splattered in the blood of its victims. It was undeniable proof that at least one person has already died to its hands. I will buy you time. My teammate knows the way to the exit, so listen to her and run. I said this as I passed by them. Sorry. And thank you, truly. The man bowed his head at me. I pulled out my sword and aimed it at the incoming monster. The Tin Knight. Monster Tin Knight level 40 HP 2147 MP 3131. I see. Its HP has gone down somewhat. Better than nothing, I guess. Elma-san, although it's a strong monster, it's been weakened already. I should be able to help too. Let's defeat it with the two of us. Luce stood next to me and aimed her iron piercer at the Tin Knight. No, we won't be able to kill it. Luce, run away now. But the Tin Knight is not the Dream Lord itself. It's only something like its limbs. The main body will be here soon. Just as I said that, following the first Tin Knight, two other Tin Knights appeared. The Tin Knights turned their unmoving X-shaped eyes at us. For some reason it felt like those heads were coldly laughing at us. Luce went as white as a sheet from coming face to face with those three Tin Knights. No way, 3 level 40 monsters. I will follow right behind you after buying some time. I can't do that. I can't just leave Elma-san alone here and run away by myself. Elma-san, you asked me to be your teammate. You won't get it unless I tell you straight, huh? I can't fight these opponents if I have to watch out for you too. You will just get in the way. Hearing me say that, Luce closed her mouth and bowed her head at me. I understand. I'm sorry. Leaving those words, Luce ran in the same direction the two others fled just now. Please, catch up to us right away, Elma-san. Without turning around, I gave a small nod at her words. Chapter 29, Embryo. 3 Tin Knights pointed their swords at me. 3 level 40 monsters. If that was all, then I would have had Luce and the other two stay here and try and take them down together. However, the main body is still not here. These are nothing more than metaphorical limbs of the Dream Lord. A baby-like voice could be heard. I told Luce that I would get its attention and then run away. But that was a lie. A heavy knight like me doesn't have the speed for that. If it was just the Tin Knights, then perhaps, but with the Dream Lord having magic attacks, it would be impossible to run around while dodging its assault. I will take down the Dream Lord right here. The odds are not in my favor, but it's not impossible. Gaga. From around the corner that very thing floated about close to the ceiling. It had the appearance of a fetus that hasn't quite yet reached a humanoid shape. Its eyes were nothing but empty cavities. Its limbs were short and kept in a fetal position. It also had a long tail hanging from its back. So you've arrived. The Dream Lord of this angel's toy box, Embryo. The baby opened its mouth, or maybe mouth-like opening, wide. From within a single eye emerged that started scrutinizing everything in sight, finally focusing in on me. A monstrous baby, the Dream Lord Embryo. Monster embryo level 50 HP 4242 MP 4960. Among other level 50 monsters, this one's stats are quite low. The problem is that I can't do any damage to it. The 3 tin knights under its command are by no means weak. In addition to that, the embryo itself is floating in the air and acts like a backliner, which makes it all but impossible to hit it with an attack that's not a magic or ranged attack. And above all that, the defense of that lump of meat is so frighteningly high that if you hit it anywhere other than its single eye, then you have basically no hope of damaging it. In other words, you need to survive the mad assault of the 3 tin knights and accurately target its weak point, its singular eye. Even if I had the level for it, it's a difficult enemy that necessitates that the frontliners and the backliners of the party work together and fulfill their roles perfectly to even have a chance of defeating it. To be honest, I really would have wanted Luce and the other 2 to stay here. That woman had some kind of a spellcaster class. A heavy knight at the front taking the attacks of the tin knights. A clown darting in and out to disrupt them. All the while the woman with the spellcaster class would be able to recover and the backline, which would allow us to more or less easily take down the embryo. However, this plan would only work if this was still a game. Those 2 were obviously highly terrified. They most likely lost at least one party member already. It would have been impossible to take command of them just like that. However, due to its gimmick, if only I could take advantage of its weak point, then even with my low level I should be able to take it down by myself. Let's have a match, embryo. Don't worry, I won't be running away now. I'll face you head on. The embryo closed its eye and floated upward. It was taking a defensive posture, hiding its weak point until it was ready to launch its magic attack. At the same time, the tin knights raised their short swords and attacked me together. I opened my status skill tree, remaining skill points 12, Vow the heavy armor, 2100ths, defense up, 050, beginner swordsmanship, 550. It's obvious how I need to use my skill points here. Skill tree, remaining skill points 5, Vow the heavy armor, 27/100ths, plus 7 defense up, 050, beginner swordsmanship, 550. With Vow the heavy armor, reaching 2750, you have gained the normal skill, Shield Bash. Shield Bash is a skill that hits the opponent with a shield. Shield Bash normal skill bashes the opponent with the shield and sends it flying with great force. To be exact, it pits each our defense plus attack /2 numbers against each other, and only if mine comes out ahead can I push it back by a distance that depends on how much my number surpassed my opponent's. If I'm able to push the opponent into a wall or perhaps the floor, then it even does some damage. I'm just happy to have a skill that I can use to scatter my enemies. I caught the attack of the leading tin knight with my mad demon shield and sent it flying all the way to the back. Shield Bash. Without any delay, the second tin knight continued the assault. I used parry to fend off the attack and aim the offending sword in a way that it hit the blade of the third tin knight. The embryo is able to use 2 attack spells, there, Sylph Cutter, and there, Thunderstorm. However, it won't cast either one as long as it could hit one of the tin knights. I can concentrate on fighting the tin knights because of that. I circled around to the right side of the second tin knight to take advantage of its unbalanced state and struck with disarm. With this I managed to lower its attack. After that I kept evading the mad assault of the tin knights while I used Shield Bash to avoid having to fight 3 at the same time, and I also kept using disarm whenever I had the opportunity to do so. I was fighting in a way that theoretically prevented the embryo from acting, but I still kept checking it just to be sure. If it managed to launch a Sylph Cutter somehow anyway, then it might even kill me in one shot. With jerky movements, one of the tin knights slashed at me from my blind spot. I deliberately let that one through. Only 47 seconds went by since I first used disarm on that one, which means it has 2 stacks of debuffs currently active on it, reducing its attack by 40%. Now I can fulfill that skill's trigger conditions. Rampart Reversal. The body of the tin knight that slashed me in the back stiffened and was blown back immediately after. Its body impacted the floor, breaking its left arm off at the shoulder and leaving it like a puppet with its strings cut. I managed to take one down, however. I can't relax because of that. The hard part starts after this. Chapter 30, A Predicament and a Way Out. I was able to safely take down one Tin Knight with Rampart Reversal. However, even if I were to manage to repeat this 2 more times and take out the rest of the Tin Knights, it won't render the embryo powerless. The reason for that is because even if you manage to deplete the HP of the Tin Knights, they will still keep existing. The only way to permanently incapacitate the Tin Knights is to take down the main body, or in other words the embryo. Until then you can't even get XP for them. The lump of flesh that makes up the embryo wriggled, uncovering its single eye. Centered around the embryo a magic circle was deployed, which then shot a white light towards the Tin Knights. It was a spell the embryo possessed, Repair. It can rejuvenate a fallen Tin Knight to full health. No matter how desperately you fight against the Tin Knights, you will be forced into a pointless battle of attrition. However, the moment it casts a spell, its weak point, the eye, becomes vulnerable. Take this. I kicked the ground hard and lunged to the side, forcing some distance between me and the second Tin Knight. At the same I threw a mana-infused earth attribute magic stone at the embryo's eye. That was a magic stone that came from a patchwork bear. Attacking by using a magic stone doesn't actually do much damage and it takes a lot of MP too. And just throwing away valuable magic stones is also hard on the wallet. It's an undeniable lesser version of any magic skill, but the fact that it can be used by everyone compensates for those shortcomings. In front of the embryo, countless needles made of earth stretched out from the magic stone. Red liquid poured out from the monster's eye. Gee! The embryo let out a shriek. This is the only method I had for attacking it all the way up there. I quickly got up and positioned myself in a way that a Tin Knight was between me and the embryo. If I were to mess this step up, there, Sylph Cutter, that has a fast activation time would come flying, killing me instantly. I was once again flanked by the Tin Knights. I tried to use Shield Bash on the closest one, but it evaded it by jumping back. I quickly moved my shield to my right side to keep in check the enemy from there, while I body checked the enemy coming at me from the left side, then swiftly hit it with Vital Blow. I managed to deal some damage to the enemy while I made use of the rebound force from the body check and the incoming slashing attack to leap back and gain some distance from them. That was the good news. However, something I didn't count on has happened. It was the fact that my Shield Bash was dodged. In Magic World, a simple monster wouldn't have been able to so accurately deal with one of my skills. The Tin Knights have obviously remembered my Shield Bash. This world is not a game, so this should be expected. It's still within my expectations. However, that means that taking down the embryo will be much harder than it was in Magic World. Monster embryo level 50 HP 3142 MP 4360. As I kept dodging the attacks of the Tin Knights, I checked its status. To defeat it, I need to hit it 3 more times with a magic stone. Setting aside the amount I still have left, the max number of times I could do that with my sword user-sized MP is 3 at the most. Also, the automatic recovery rate of a Dream Lord is much higher than ordinary monsters. If I take too much time, then I won't be able to take it down. If it comes to that, then it would be checkmate for me. As I was in a blade lock with the Tin Knights, the embryo kept moving around and finally opened its eye. That's the preparatory action for casting a spell. It shouldn't be able to cast a spell with the Tin Knights in the crossfire. I knew it. I knew that it won't necessarily act the same way as it did in Magic World ever since my Shield Bash was dodged. It was uncertain how much my strategy that depended on exploiting its AI would still work. Don't fall apart now. Look at the situation and do the best you can. I knew that this was a dire situation, but even then, due to my pride, I didn't want to leave those people to die. At my current level, a Sylph Cutter cast from this distance is not something I can react to after it's already been launched. I can only protect myself by using my best guess born from instinct and experience. That is the best I can do in the current situation. Keeping my shield up, I went on the retreat. In the next moment, the Tin Knight in front of me lost its head. Next, a heavy blow impacted the shield. sending me flying. Trying to deal with the pain that wrecked my entire body, I kept grasping my shield and my sword tightly, determined to not let them go at all costs. The moment I let go of my weapons is the moment I lose. I barely hold on to consciousness. My pulse is racing. I didn't think that the shortest activation of a magic skill from a higher level opponent would be this devastating. I try to move my legs, but I can't put any strength into it, as I wonder why. The reason comes to me right away: an abnormal status effect stun. It has a low probability of triggering when you receive a powerful full-body blow. The stun in this case only lasts for a few seconds, but in this situation it is of grave importance. Closing in, the two tin knights mercilessly swing their short swords at me. It seems, my starting luck value may have been low. Maybe I should have had Luce stay with me. I could only say something frivolous like that in the end. The next moment, someone grabbed me from behind by the armor and pulled me back to the floor. The blade of the tin knight nearly grazed my nose. "Much obliged." "Thank you very much for choosing my services," Luce said with a trembling voice. But even so she all but screamed the next words to try and find her courage as she stood in front of me. Doppel illusion. Luce's form broke apart into 4 distinct shapes. After freezing up for a moment, the two tin knights swung their blades at the illusions. In the meantime, Luce fell back and stood next to me. What are you doing?" "I thought you took those two with you and escaped. The whole corridor is mostly just a straight path, but you showed no sign of coming after us. So I told those two where to go and came back by myself to check out the situation. You said you would withdraw right away. So why are you fighting them seriously?" Luce questioned me in a voice that sounded like she was on the verge of crying. "I stayed because of my inborn duty and my own pride." "Please turn back now, Luce." "I took too much time and used up too much of my stamina. In addition to that, this embryo is a much more brutal and harder to beat opponent than I thought. I don't think it would just let me keep throwing magic stones at him after this. It may buy some time, but I won't be able to kill it with that due to its automatic recovery. The chances of winning are basically nil. I can't let her get caught up in it." Then, "I'll just stay because of my pride too." "You helped me out. You told me you needed my strength. You even tried to let me escape by risking your own life. If I didn't have the courage to help out instead of running away and letting you die, then I would have long quit being an adventurer already." Luce pointed her iron piercer towards the tin knights. "Luce, even discounting all my other abilities, I have my speed almost double of what Elma-san has. I can't make excuses for myself anymore, saying that I'm a useless failure. And I don't want to either." I misjudged her. In this desperate fight, as a heavy knight I have no ways of dealing consistent damage and I'm seriously short of movement speed. I needed allies like water in a desert. However, those two from before were obviously demoralized already, and since I did not consider Luce as someone strong-willed, I thought she would freeze up against the embryo. And yet Luce came back for me and even saved me from the Tin Knight at the last moment. Luce is clearly much braver than I thought. I'm happy for the sentiment, but my predictions were incorrect. The single useful attack method of throwing a magic stone at it will not work in the future. In addition to that, neither Luce or I have a ranged attack capable of hitting it while it's floating up there. Then we should just give up because of it? There must be something we could. I have a last resort plan that may allow us a single chance of bringing down that baby. The embryo. By taking advantage of its one weak point. If we fail this one, then it will certainly mean the end. But would you help me with that? If you can't, then please run away while you can. How can I eliminate the embryo with our current forces? Since the embryo is a gimmicky boss, if we can land a well-placed hit right in its weak point, then it's possible to defeat it without much fanfare. There was a plan I first thought of but discarded right away due to how risky and unrealistic it was. With no other methods available, we can only depend on that one. Let's do it, Elma-san. Luce nodded without hesitation. Thank you, Luce. We will bring down the embryo with the two of us. Chapter 31, Betting on Good Luck. I charged in with Shield Bash to shove away the incoming Tin Knight, then used Parry to block the blade of the other one attacking from the side. When the Tin Knights showed any openings, Luce dashed in quickly and attacked with her iron piercer. Ha! The Tin Knight that received the blow stumbled back. Good. I can do it. Even I can do it. Gah! The embryo in the back unveiled its eyeball and let out a loud scream. A beam of light passed through the air, which caused the defeated Tin Knight to reattach its head, then slowly stand up as if manipulated by an unseen puppeteer. With that, the number of enemies returned to 3. There is no end to this. Taking down Tin Knights is meaningless, although it uses up some MP. If we were to resort to a war of attrition, then we would be the ones to lose. We need to hit the main body itself. However, not only it's hovering up in the air where our attacks can't reach. It rarely exposes its sole weak point, its eye, that is normally protected by an armor of flesh. You have a plan, right? I nod. You will need to pierce the bastard with your dice thrust. If it fails, then it will mean the end right there, a 1/6 chance. We can only bet on your good luck. The embryo has a large weak point. A critical hit caused by a melee weapon, aside from multiplying the attack stat by 1.5, it also has a 50% pierce-through effect that partially bypasses the opponent's defense. The embryo's flesh armor is defense plus 66 stat-wise. The eyeball itself has a defense 22, in other words, even together it's just defense 88 in the end. Of course, that number is much higher than even mine with my heavy knight class, which means that no half-assed attack would be able to pierce it. It's certainly impressive, but it was less than even the golden rana. It may be more reasonable if we include its much higher HP, but with Luce's dice thrust, boosted by the critical hit that was able to damage the golden rana even before she gained a bunch of levels, it should be possible to deal a great deal of damage even through the flesh armor. If we add in the damage I dealt with the magic stone, then it should just be enough to eliminate the embryo. But I can't jump high enough to reach it, you know? Of course. I thought about that. Although Luce is able to run on the walls by activating her acrobatic steps, it would be impossible for her to get close to it that way. The embryo hates melee combatants getting close to it. It would just distance itself from the wall, or in the worst case it could even shoot a point-blank sylph cutter in the face. First, since I'm slower, I will force my way closer to the embryo. Once that is done, then you will need to catch up quickly, Luce. Finally, I will use my shield to boost you up into the air. Indeed, there, shield bash, skill can push someone by a distance determined by the defense plus attack/2 equation. The target direction can also be up in the air. In addition to that, with the clown's defense and attack numbers on the lower side, the air distance gained with shield bash is significant. Also, this skill doesn't cause any damage if the opponent doesn't impact any surfaces while under the skill's effect. Normally, this method can't be used, not just because it depends on luck and a successful critical hit, but also because normally the embryo floats significantly higher, where it can't be reached, even with the assistance of shield bash. However, that is not the case now. That is because the ceiling of this corridor is much lower than the height of the boss room the embryo originally occupies. Only by the embryo turning into a wandering lord did this strategy become feasible. Hoping for a 6 on dice thrust, is it? I understand. I will do it. I will get that 6 for sure. Yeah. I'm leaving it to you, Luce. Sorry, but I will place my hopes in your luck. As I yelled that, I pushed away the Tin Knight I was fighting with using Vital Blow, and dashed forward to force my way closer to the embryo. Luce moved quickly after me. Luce jumped high in the air. I crouched down to provide a foothold with my shield for her. Shield bash. I shoved her as far as I could towards the embryo. Luce's petite form flew through the air. So far things went perfectly. However, whether Luce would roll a 6 or not is entirely dependent on luck. If this fails, our chances of winning basically goes to 0. My stamina is close to its end and it's unknown if Luce will be able to land safely. The most we can do is pray to the goddess of luck. In the last golden rana fight, Luce, who has a pretty high luck, failed to roll a 6 for dice thrust, 7 times in a row. Although it's an ultimately meaningless bias, overall probabilities average out. That would mean there is a chance of rolling a 6 on the first try. Dice thrust. Luce sent a thrust towards the embryo with the iron piercer. A number made of light appeared in midair, showing a 4. Luce's blade cruelly glanced off the embryo's flesh lump, without doing even a single point of damage. Kiki gaha, kaha, ahahahahahahaha. The eye-like cavity on the embryo widened, tearing open like some kind of mouth. It was a malice-filled smile accompanied by a triumphant expression that I've never seen before in Magic World. I gritted my teeth. It didn't work. Even if there was no other way, maybe I shouldn't have chosen a tactic that used our lives as a betting chip. I don't know if we still have a chance of winning or not, yet I don't want to accept it. I even dragged Luce into this. I need to at least lure away the Tin Knights so she can land safely. As I squeezed the handle of my sword and lifted my head up, I saw an unexpected scene. Standing neatly on the ceiling, Luce was aiming her iron piercer at the back of the embryo. Acrobatic steps. The clown's skill. Acrobatic steps, a skill that greatly raises the user's movement speed and allows them to walk on walls. Luce used acrobatic steps to walk on the ceiling and ready herself for another attack while upside down. This is really the last one. Dice thrust. The number 6 appeared in the air. To pierce it all the way through, the iron piercer raced forward. It punctured through the armor of flesh from the back, accompanied by a splattering of red liquid. A blood-red and bleeding large single eye appeared from the wide-open mouth-like opening. 3 Tin Knights fall to the floor, unmoving, as if their strings were cut. Chapter 32, Subjugation. Reward for the embryo. The embryo fell to the ground. Luce landed on the floor close to it. It had went down. I really did it. It seemed Luce was yet unable to come to terms with the fact that she was able to bring down the embryo. You have gained 2,170 experience points. Your level has increased from 33 to 41. You have gained 8 skill points. The message about gaining XP echoed in my head. Our level grind this time ended up significantly more successful than I expected. At this point we can be considered among the top adventurers in the city of Rondom. There was something I did not understand properly. When Luce launched her dice thrust against the embryo, I only prayed for her luck to show us favor, and yet, when Luce was forsaken by her luck, she paved her way to victory with her own 2 hands. I'm really glad I was able to recruit you as my teammate, Luce. That Klein guy did something unbelievably regrettable when she let you go. Yeh, is that so? Somehow, now, I feel much more confident about myself after today's dungeon exploration. Everyone always told me that my class was useless, but we got so many items today. And even, dice thrust, was. No, not because of those. It's because of you yourself, Luce. In this world, I was only looking at people's level and class. In that regard, I was no better than my father or Klein. Only my evaluation criteria was different. Despite the mortal danger, Luce came back to help me, who only stayed behind because of pride. And with her quick thinking even under deadly pressure, she managed to turn things around and defeat the embryo. She places high importance on debts and duty, while able to surpass herself in dangerous situations. I don't know if there is a teammate more reliable than someone like that. No way. Elma-san. That's really going too far in praising me. It looked like Luce blushed from embarrassment and started to fiddle with the end of her hair. You have gained the title Unexpected Upset. We've got a title. It's the one you can get by defeating a Dream Lord while underleveled. It's something I wanted to get for sure in the future, but I wanted it to be when we could more safely satisfy the conditions. But I'm happy we were able to get it now. Unexpected Upset title. The proof of defeating a Dream Lord with less than 70% of the recommended level, while in party of at most 2 members. When fighting against a higher level opponent, you gain plus 15% to your attack and agility. If you were aiming for the top in Magic World, then it was always necessary to fight higher level opponents. The Unexpected Upset that greatly helps you with that is a fairly powerful title. The fact that we were able to get it this early is significant. The remains of the embryo gradually disappeared, leaving a large emerald green magic stone in its place. It was a wind attribute magic stone. That alone should go for about 1 million gold. For that much? My money sense seems to be already broken. After all, it's the magic stone of a level 50 Dream Lord. Not just the embryos, but the Tin Knight's magic stones should go for about 500,000 gold apiece. It's an unexpected windfall. I searched the remains of the Tin Knights and put the dropped magic stone into my magic bag. Since a sword of a Tin Knight did not dissipate into mana either, I picked it up. Tin Sword recommended level 35 attack plus 9 market value to 400,000 gold. The sword of a Tin Knight. Its attacks bonus is somewhat low, but it's sturdy and its maintenance costs are low. And it dropped a valuable item just like that. I can only say that the power of the Lucky Pierrot that was considered indispensable in Magic World is going strong here as well. There were those that chose other, more stable, classes that also had their great fortune, skill tree, but that high initial luck value of the clown class does make a huge difference. Every time their great fortune, skill tree multiplies the luck value, the more valuable the initial difference in starting values becomes. An item has dropped. It's a tin sword. Luce was swinging around a toy-looking sword in her hand. Are you kidding me? Out of the 3 Tin Knights, 2 dropped a tin sword. It might not be that long until I will be able to get there. Smoldering fang of madness. However, a tin sword and a bear shield, those are quite good items for my current level, but as opposed to Magic World, it would take some courage to walk around with those equipped in this world. After all that, I can't help but expect something out of the embryo too, as one would expect, although not at the level of the Rana's Radiant Ornate Sword with its high market value. A pretty powerful weapon could drop from the embryo too. The drop chance is not that high on that one, but it could leave behind a bow with an inbuilt wind attribute skill. As for its market value, it should be around 6 million gold. It's a rare and valuable weapon, so someone should be willing to pay quite a high price for it, even in this world. If I were to try and sell it to a shop, then they would bargain it down by a lot for sure, but if I could sell it to an individual, then I should be able to get an additional 500,000 gold for it if it goes smoothly. I'm counting on you, embryo. I rummaged through the evaporating remains of the embryo. However, no item came out. With the large size of that weapon, it would be very noticeable if it did indeed drop. As expected, that would have been too convenient. Within the remains of the embryo there was a single book. Skill book. Intermediate Wind Magic. Market value 20 million gold. Allows the acquisition of the Intermediate Wind Magic skill tree. From the simple and easy to use spell that shoots wind blades, to the wide area attack that calls lightning. It can also speed up movements by providing a tailwind. A skill book. Skill books have much lower drop rates than weapons, and with the nobles in control of its distribution in this world, their value is even much larger than it was in Magic World. If the Adventurer Guild finds out about it, then it will no doubt swipe it away for much less than its market value. To be honest, in this world where skill books are a rare commodity, the easy-to-use Intermediate Wind Magic skill tree is a perfectly valid choice. However, my MP and my magic is low, so I don't think I want to risk compromising my build. Although it would be best to still keep the possibility in mind, I would be able to get there. Sylph Cutter, that the embryo used for relatively few skill points. What is it, Elma-san? It looks like you are trying to hide something there. Oh, my bad. I didn't want to hide it from Luce too, but we got an item that we should not let adventurers from other parties or someone from the guild see in our possession. The malicious smile of the shopkeeper from the Broken Grimoire Company comes up in my mind. Not many shops have the nerve to handle skill books. We will only be able to sell this at that granny's place. Nevertheless, With this our income comes to an immense amount. Skill book 20 million gold, Rana's radiant ornate sword 17 million gold times 2, tin sword 2.4 million gold times 2, bear shield 200,000 gold times 2, embryos magic stone 1.3 million gold, tin knight's magic stone 600,000 gold times 3, golden Rana's magic stone 600,000 gold times 2, patchwork bear's magic stone 170,000 gold times 2. Our rewards for this time come to this, approximately 63.84 million gold in total. Due to getting caught up in a wandering lord incident, we ended up with something absurd. To be honest, even I'm a bit scared. That being said, this is just their market value, so the final value will most likely be much less than this. The magic stones are bought by the guild for its market value to support adventurers, but depending on the situation the items will most likely be bargained down by a lot. Especially what happens to the skill book will depend mostly on that unscrupulous granny. At that moment the whole dungeon started shaking and falling apart. The walls and the pillars started to slowly disappear into thin air. Getting startled, Luce kept looking every which way in fright. Elma-san. It's perfectly understandable to get scared when seeing this the first time. No need to worry. It's just the dream pit disappearing after its dream lord was defeated. Our surroundings will gradually disappear like this, and by the time we notice, we will be standing outside the entrance of the dungeon. So that's how it is. I got a bit scared there. This was the first time I've seen a dream lord or seen it being defeated. Luce stuck out her tongue, trying to be cute. Her form was starting to fade too. I could see my hands turning see-through as well. It's a strange sensation. Once again I made sure that the items were all collected, just to be sure. Maybe it's not the time to bring this up, but yes? The total market value of everything we managed to get this time is over 60 million gold. It's a rough estimate, so it's not certain to be accurate though. As if assaulted by a sudden vertigo, Luce's legs gave out and she fell to the floor just like that. Hey, Luce, are you alright? Luce, what got into you? This was really not the time to bring that up. Luce murmured in a vanishing voice. Chapter 33, The Fish That Got Away. Side story. Klein. There were adventurers walking through the city of Rondom. Klein with the class of swordsman and Reese with the class of thief. It was the two from Luce's former party. We really can't do it by ourselves. Shit. With just the two of us the efficiency goes way down. If we subtract our expenses we will end up in the red for today. Klein kept walking on the main road while scratching his head. With Luce leaving the party, they intended to recruit a third person. However, there were not many adventurers that were working alone and not for problematic reasons, and with those that did exist, they weren't able to find anyone that had a class, level, and reward share requirements they approved of. As someone on the recruiting side, Klein wanted somebody that was useful for the least possible share of rewards, but even the recruits had to worry about making a living. With each looking only to better their own situations, they were almost never able to come to a compromise. Even if they did, they would argue about the level or quality of equipment difference within the party. Not being able to compromise again, Klein could not tolerate any disadvantage to himself. So the two of them kept working by themselves. Yet even when hunting a bit lower level monsters to avoid needless risk, the monsters turned out to be quite dangerous to fight. The worth of magic stones from monsters go up exponentially based on their level, therefore by hunting lower level monsters their reward money also went down by that much. With how things are we won't be able to go into dungeons until we can recruit a third member. Traveling there takes too much time and our expenses are too much for what we can get by delving into a dungeon. Reese let out a sigh. We were unlucky. We used to get something after taking down 2 monsters. I didn't think we would get nothing instead. Even the heal mushroom I thought was a certain drop was nowhere to be seen, even though we took down 4 matangos. Klein clicked his tongue. The heal mushroom was a really useful HP recovery item that was worth 20,000 gold if you sold it, but you could also simply use it yourself if you needed to. With the matango itself being quite weak, Klein frequently used it as a convenient and efficient income source when things were tight. Even today they hunted for them to get out of the red, but nothing dropped at all. Maybe Luce's great fortune was working before? No other adventurers seemed to be going out of their way to hunt matangos either. You said they kept their mouths shut about it to prevent it from being overhunted, but wasn't it because even if they did they wouldn't normally get much out of it because of the low drop rate? TSK, shut up. It might have made a small difference, but I won't believe it was that much. Even as he said that, it was obvious from his face that he was regretting his previous decision. It was not easy to find a competent adventurer that would conveniently accept unfavorable terms to them. From that point of view, Luce, who did the odd jobs and could even take part in the fight for cheap, was welcome. Even though Luce had a low level, she had quite a high agility, so she was able to contribute somewhat by disrupting the enemy and even attracting their attention for some time. If they had just given her share from the last drop item, then she would have been able to overcome her lack of attack power by getting a better weapon too. Klein could not help but recognize during this last dungeon trip that Luce's great fortune had some kind of effect on drop rates. If only she didn't bring up wanting a cut of that blood-stained sword, I would have let her stay in the party. The rare drop called the blood-stained sword, with a market value of 2 million gold. He didn't want the lower-leveled Luce to take away from that at all. Should we call her back? With how Luce is, she would come running if we said something. We should even be able to gloss over the topic of that rare drop. Listen here, Reese. Even I have my pride here. There is no way I could just call her back after all that was said. I would rather just die than lower my head to her, you know. Fortunately, we have some money in reserve thanks to that sword. No need to panic that much. If people on a similar level to us won't bend on their terms, then we will just need to slowly look for someone lower level who is sensible enough. Klein said this while heading for the Adventurers Guild. Noticing that there was some kind of hubbub within the Adventurers Guild, Reese frowned. Perhaps someone managed to take down a high-level monster or something. The two of them looked closer at the center of the commotion. An E-rank adventurer and an F-rank adventurer alone managed to conquer the Angel's toy box that had a recommended level of 50. We indeed received a report of the disappearance of the dungeon, but, the receptionist lady said in a surprised tone, in front of her stood the two people they walked away from the other day. Luce and Elma. Those two? Klein could simply not believe it. Elma should have been around level 20, the same as himself, and Luce with her low level shouldn't have been any help with conquering the Angel's toy box at all. We didn't really conquer it per se. We were just attacked by a wandering lord. We have its magic stone too. But if you doubt us anyway, then you should ask the adventurers that got caught up in it too. There were two people that we managed to save. I understand. Since the city offered a reward for conquering the Angel's toy box, we will need to confirm things first. There are sometimes rewards offered for conquering dungeons near villages or cities. Dungeons that are left alone for a longer time would more frequently release monsters into the world, and sometimes even cause other monster-related disasters. The difficulty of a dungeon, or its recommended level, is greatly dependent on its location. There is a clear separation between territories where high-level dungeons tend to spawn and territories where lower dungeons do. There are many theories as to the reason for it. Some say it's because the mana flows are denser in certain regions, others say it's somehow because of a bias of the sleeping god Alceros, but nobody knows for sure in the end. High-level adventurers operate around cities where more dangerous dungeons spawn. It leads to a higher income and it's good for the kingdom too. Because of that there was no adventurer in Rondom who could take down the Dream Lord of the Angel's toy box. Therefore the leader of the city put up a reward for clearing it out, fearing that it would be left alone too long. So there was even reward for it. I didn't think we would have anything to do with it, so I didn't even look it up. How much will that be? It's 10 million gold. Hearing that number from the back, Klein could not help but exclaim, 10 million? It was 5 times the market value of the blood-stained sword that caused him to chase away Luce before. 10 million gold, it will come in handy at this point. I think I should be happy about it, but because of all those drop items my money sense has already gone numb, so I don't really know how to react to it. Luce absent-mindedly murmured. Klein managed to overhear it. Those two don't even seem to care too much about 10 million gold. W, was it their great fortune? D, did they get a rare drop from a recommended level of 50 Dream Lord? That Elma guy tried to scout out Luce as soon as he noticed her having great fortune, and then they went for a big game right away. In addition to that, they show no sign of being awed by that 10 million gold at the least. They most likely managed to get a drop item even more valuable than that. Klein didn't want to admit to the effect Luce had, but he couldn't help but do so now. If they went exploring deep in the Angel's toy box with its recommended level of 50 with aim of getting drop items, all with the same drop rates they had while hunting lower level matangos, then it wouldn't be strange if they managed to gather a few million or maybe even a few dozen million gold worth of drop items. The investigation shouldn't take that long, so we will be able to pay out the 10 million gold very soon. After that, in accordance with the guild rules, we will be promoting the two of you to D-rank adventurers. Luce-san will be skipping a rank, it seems. Well, promotion thanks to defeating a high-level Dream Lord is a rare case and I've never come across one before, so I will make sure that I have every detail right first. The receptionist lady started shuffling her papers. Luce, a D rank. Klein was only recently recognized as an E rank adventurer after great pains. Reese was only an F rank adventurer still. They say that it's especially difficult to reach D rank, and in Rondom there were at most 10 of them present. It's what separates well-accomplished adventurers from the rest. Somehow Luce managed to become a cut above the rest in a blink of an eye. I thought she might be doing fine, but I didn't think she would go that far. It seems the fish that got away was the biggest one. Just as Reese finished saying that, Klein dashed forward to the duo. Klein, is there something you want? Luce, I was in the wrong. I realized my mistake and I will change, so won't you come back? Let's divide the money from the blood-stained sword 3 ways after all. Klein almost ended up smashing his face into the floor. He bowed his head so fast as he begged at Luce. Luce and Delma were looking at Klein's lowered head with cold eyes. Let's go, Luce. It seems the investigation will take a bit. Yes. Luce and Delma simply passed by the bowing form of Klein. Hey, wait a moment please. Please just hear me out at least. Klein hurried after Luce. Reese involuntarily recoiled in disgust. It seems what he said before about how he would rather die than lower his head was being ignored right now. Chapter 34, The Total Reward. After Luce and I safely received the reward money from the Adventurers Guild, we came over to a restaurant to have a small celebration. Getting promoted to D-rank adventurers and that additional 10 million gold was an unexpected surprise, but a welcome one. By becoming a D-rank adventurer I should have got enough fame points that the max skill points allowed in a single skill tree should have increased from 30 to 45. With this I won't have to worry about skill point ceilings for a good while. Getting there. Smoldering Fang of Madness also seems closer now. However, even though we could be considered lucky in the end, it also highlights the irregularity of this world once again. In Magic World, there was no reward money offered from the Adventurers Guild for defeating a Dream Lord. I can safely say that it's because of the increased value of life in this world. Even if a high-level adventurer went out of their way to clear a lower-level dungeon, they wouldn't be getting enough rewards that would fit their level, so they put up reward for it to compensate for that, officially speaking. But that's most likely not the only reason for it. It's to increase the motivation of financially desperate adventurers to willingly face the Dream Lord. If we want to focus on the negatives, it's basically putting a price on people's lives. This might not be that big of a deal in this world, but this offer of reward was most likely the cause for the embryo getting attacked by adventurers that weren't strong enough, and thereby causing a wandering lord incident. If only information would be shared more regularly in this world, the death toll could be lowered. But in this aspect too, this world is strange. What is it? Elma-san, you seem to be deep in thought. Yeah, sorry about that. I was thinking about something a bit worrisome, but this should be a celebration. We should be enjoying it right now instead. I raise my glass with cider in it. With a smile Luce reached out with the hand she had her own glass in and we toasted by clinking our glasses together. Yeah, that's right. Let's be cheerful. Be cheerful. I said I would order anything I want, as much as I want. Ordering what I want at the hearth of the Alchemist King was a dream of mine. That and coming here together with my party after achieving something spectacular as an adventurer. After her cheerful announcement, Luce poked her cheek while changing to a bitter smile. That being said, at the time I thought I would be coming here with Klein-san and Reese-san. From her mention I remembered when Klein tried to talk to us at the Adventurers Guild. Even after we left the guild, Klein kept persistently chasing us. At first he tried to ingratiate himself for a while, but at the end he belligerently screamed, "I even left you a gift when you left the party so you would have no problems. Are you so ungrateful now?" But when Luce simply said ... I didn't take it. He just dropped his head and tottered away. "You are crab king pie with black mushroom sauce, for 8,000 gold. I almost ordered it just now, but I didn't think it would cost that much." "Elma-san, things on this page are no good. Let's order something that's no more than 1,400 gold." Luce was all but bouncing in her seat while looking through the menu. It seems her objective of ordering anything she wanted was already discarded. "Excuse me, one crab king pie with black mushroom sauce, please." When I called out to a waitress walking close by, Luce's shoulders trembled and she kept anxiously looking between me and the waitress. "See, can we do that? If we keep ordering like that, won't it all run out soon?" Even though we made so much money in the Angel's toy box, it still hasn't registered for her. She was surprisingly composed when hearing about the 10 million gold reward, but it seems it was simply because she was already numb to the incoming money. However, using it to pay for something seems to belong to a different category. We need to talk about what to do with the drop items and our respective cut of the rewards. First of all, that skill book. Do you want to use it, Luce? There, intermediate twin magic, skill book dropped by the embryo. Although it's an item with a market value of 20 million gold, it would also be pretty valuable if it was used by Luce. It would provide a stable damage output against monsters from afar and would allow her to obtain a straightforwardly powerful spell in short order. So future prospective party members would be less likely to underestimate her. Won't you use it, Elma-san? Nah. There, intermediate twin magic, skill tree is not a bad one, but I want to set my aim higher. I've already decided how to use my future skill points. I need to put every point I can into Vow the Heavy Armor, and there, Smoldering Fang of Madness. I don't have any surplus for intermediate wind magic. However, Luce is different. She doesn't need to aim high like that. If she learns their intermediate wind magic, then she should be able to lead a smooth life as an adventurer. There, Great Fortune, and the Fool's Acrobatics. Trees lack straightforward battle power, but with intermediate wind magic, that problem would be solved. She won't need to be worried about not finding a party, and she won't be underestimated like it was with Klein either. If you say so, Elma-san. Then I won't use it either. That would mean that our goals would not be the same. Elma-san just recently proved to me that I can be so much better. I want to see how far I can go, and saying goodbye like that would be just too sad," declared Luce with a clenched fist. "From my side, I would be happy if Luce would keep aiming for a strong build. I don't think I would have the chance to party up with another clown with a Great Fortune in the future. And what's even more important is that I don't think I could find another teammate who's more courageous than Luce. In that case, we will sell that one." To be honest, I have a bit of a money problem, so I'm thankful that that one will also be sold. Money problem? Luce tilted her head in a questioning manner. The subjugation reward is 10 million gold, the magic stones are overall 4.4 million gold. The items 59 million gold total. The magic stones will be bought at market value to support adventurers, and let's try to sell the items for at least 70% of their market value. That means our expected total is roughly 57 million gold. I got dizzy just from hearing that total. I still can't believe it. We agreed on a 8-2 ratio, so Luce's cut is 46 million gold and mine is around 11 million gold. That's more than I thought. Since our levels went up, we should be able to hunt higher level monsters during our next grind for money. The Angel's toy box where the golden ranas were had become unusable, so it might not be a bad idea to take down another Dream Lord. Are you still saying that? Luce sprang up as she slapped the table. Luce, what are you doing? The other guests are looking at us. Do you think 20% is too much? No, sorry, but no. There is no way I can accept that much, no matter how you look at it. It was you who made all the plans and risked your life the most. Elma-san. Where did you get that 80% from? But this is a common ratio. I don't know about this world, but in Magic World it was common that the luck provider would get about 3 times as much as other members. It's the case even with the second choice luck provider class, the Magician, which has useful spells and their good fortune skill tree, which has a reduced luck gain in exchange for a boost with the other stats, but lower starting luck compared to a clown. But Luce is a clown and the most likely had a pretty high starting luck. 4 times as large of a cut should be right about appropriate. That may seem like a lot, however, while it's a must-have class for high-level parties, its fighting potential is somewhat lacking. Because of that, there are some endgame contents that it can't participate in and overall can contribute less to various events than some other classes. For that reason, while it's powerful, there are reasons not to use a luck-focused character build. Taking all that into consideration, the aforementioned conclusion seems more reasonable. In what world would those conditions be reasonable? Would you accept this 40 million if it was you in my place, Elma-san? Even the fact that you invited me to a party and managed to increase my level to this point is something I can't even properly express my gratitude for. Well, even if this is not that common here, I still think that ratio should be fine based on how much the drop rate was increased. Chapter 35, Trade Negotiations. On the topic of the division of our shares, we weren't able to come to a compromise. Finally, we decided to come back to it when we have the money at hand. To try and sell the items, Luce and I decided to first visit the Broken Grimoire Company. The shopkeeper seemed pretty black-hearted, so I don't think she would be buying our things for a good price. But since there aren't that many shops that deal with skill books, we will most likely end up doing business here in the end. It would be a problem if clumsily going around trying to sell a skill book in an illegal manner caused rumors to start. So you came again. You even brought a lovely girl with you this time. Is she a teammate? The same as last time, the old lady with a tobacco pipe in her hand greeted me. Do you have that still? How mistrustful. If you are talking about the skill book for Smoldering Fang of Madness, then of course I have it. We place high value on trust, especially because of the type of business we do. Somehow, I don't believe her the least bit. I have a feeling that if someone tried to buy it for more than I promised, she would have sold it in a heartbeat. The last time she did make a promise, but it's not like I really trusted her to keep it. However, I wanted to decrease the chance of the Smoldering Fang of Madness getting sold, if even by a single %. In terms of usefulness, strictly speaking the intermediate twin magic is better, but in terms of rarity, there, Smoldering Fang of Madness skill book takes the cake. With how tightly regulated those skill books are in this world, if I miss this chance, then there is no telling how long I will have to wait for another opportunity to get it. Honestly, if I had that much on me, I would buy it right away even for a 100 million gold. You said that you wanted a certain item, Elma-san. So, it was something from this shop? It seems things fell into place for Luce, so she clapped in understanding. She seems like an innocent girl. I hope you aren't about to make this girl learn that skill tree? The shopkeeper's lips curved up to a slight smile. Don't even joke about it. Who would do something distasteful like that? It's for me. Even then, that is not something a beginner adventurer should be looking for. It's somewhat strange, that's all. Seeing our back and forth, Luce tilted her head questioningly. I understand what the shopkeeper was trying to say with that. Ordinarily, there, Smoldering Fang of Madness is a skill tree where the danger to the user is simply too great. She must have thought that either I was veritably suicidal, or I just grabbed an unsuspecting newbie adventurer intending to use her as a disposable pawn. We are not here to buy something right now. We came here to get a few items appraised. Huh? I thought that someone seemingly sensible like you would not even consider doing business with us. The shopkeeper spoke frankly. It seems she knew that I did not have the best impression of this place. Luce looked at the shopkeeper with narrowed eyes. Then she turned her gaze at me, looking a bit anxious. I took out the items that dropped in the angel's toy box one after the other to show her. 2 tin swords, then 2 Rana's radiant ornate swords. With just this, the total market value nearly reached 40 million gold. Well, that's a surprise. 2 Rana's radiant ornate swords. I thought you were a strangely confident brat, but I didn't think you would be able to get something like this in such a short time. Hey, if I knew that beforehand, then I wouldn't have been so frank with you. My loss. I don't want to go through all that annoying bargaining. If you give 30 million gold for all of that, then I don't mind selling these to you. Any less than that and we will look for other places to sell. I didn't expect that much to begin with. We're mostly here for a frame of reference. It would be hard to get 30 million in legal shops. If they don't have enough in reserve then they won't even be able to pay for them at once. I will buy all those at the same time, so you won't have to worry about rumors that might incite jealousy. You shouldn't worry about a small amount of money and risk yourselves needlessly with your current strength. 25 million gold. This grandma. I even said that I don't want to go through all that useless bargaining. Elma-san, isn't there logic to what the shopkeeper-san says too? 25 million is still a lot of money. Don't get caught up in her flow, Luce. If you show any weakness, she will take advantage of you. What the shopkeeper said was true. 30 million is a tad high of a price. Even if I made the rounds as best as I could, I would at most get something like 28 million overall from other shops. So to avoid unnecessary risks it would be a valid choice to sell everything here for 25 million. However, I don't think it would be wise to get swept up by this argument. She looks like she would try to lower the price even further in the end. Even if we were to finally accept it, I don't want to show any weakness in the meantime. There is the money from the magic stones too. We should just keep the Rana's radiant ornate swords as hard assets and sell them when an opportunity presents itself. Only if we try to sell everything at once would we garner attention, I declared confidently. Then I can't persuade you with that, I guess. That's too bad. The shopkeeper had a somewhat unpleasant smile on her face. It seems like she is just letting it slide. But with this we were able to keep up a strong front. Although it seems this granny seems to be enjoying this haggling. What a wonderful personality. Still, it's clear now that the best we could get in this shop is 25 or 26 million at most. I should be satisfied with getting that much. You still have something else, right? Since it seems you are serious about selling those items somewhere else. We have a skill book that dropped from a Dream Lord. We are thinking about possibly using it, but if we could get a good price for it, then we might sell it instead. While saying that I took out the Intermediate Twin Magic skill book. I was bluffing when I said that we are thinking about using it to pump up the price even a little bit. It would be bad if she could use the argument that we won't be able to sell it anywhere else anyway. Getting that much in such a short amount of time is really something. You, or rather, you two might be called heroes by the public sometime soon. I see. I would like it if you sold that one here. The shopkeeper smiled. It seems she got really interested all of a sudden. But who knows what is this granny's aim with that? A market value of 20 million gold. That will be a somewhat risky business even for me. If you sold it to the guild, then it would be around 7 million gold. You two seem capable enough. So with the future in mind, how about I give you a bonus? I will take it off your hand for 14 million gold. You will just put this up for an exorbitant price too, right? It would not be hard to find someone interested in this intermediate wind magic. You should be easily able to boost the price depending on who asks about it too. If you say you want to get along with us in the future, then shouldn't we get about 22 million gold for it at least? Hey, you seem to know the value of skill books pretty well at that age, even though you are just a brat. I guess this is the consequence of letting you see the market value last time. However, you two don't have any intentions of using this one whatsoever, right? You shouldn't try to pull the wool over my eyes like that. That goes for you too, doesn't it? If you want us to be useful as customers in the future, then you should show a little quid pro quo here. I can't back down on this. Due to the legal trade of skill books being banned, every single one of them is so rare that they might as well not exist. If I'm not careful, then I will get suckered into a bad deal. I need to hold out on this. You really are perceptive, gutsy, and have a way with words for someone so young. Cheeky brat. The shopkeeper licked her lips. This is less than ideal. My plan was to bulldoze through the conversation and seal the deal as fast as possible, because otherwise I don't have much of a chance. As expected, with a skill book as the subject, that was unlikely to work. How much is there? Smoldering Fang of Madness, skill book that Elma-san wants to get. Luce timidly raised her hand. The shopkeeper narrowed her eyes at Luce. Hey, little girl. This is the best part of the negotiation. Why do you get in the way like this? The one this heavy knight brat wants is a rare skill book priced at 55 million gold. 55 million gold. I expected something like this from that conversation, but that's really expensive. It looks like Luce's face stiffened from the surprise. As for its market value, it's 30 million gold. She is wringing every gold she can out of it. I see. After my addendum, Luce nodded in a serious manner, then started thinking while holding a finger against her lips. Soon after, her expression brightened up and she tried another angle of attack. Shopkeeper-san, I just thought of this. But how about we trade the intermediate twin magic skill book and all the items you have there for their Smoldering Fang of Madness? I was just wondering what you would come up with. That's not even remotely equal. Don't just try to butt in on impulse. After saying that, the shopkeeper's expression turned into a frown. No, you bring up an important point. If you see it as being able to get rid of the Smoldering Fang of Madness, which is not too in demand, and getting a bunch of easy-to-sell items in turn, then it's quite a good deal. Luce's suggestion is indeed good for us too in terms of gold value. The items we put up so far have a total market value of 40 million. But if we were to sell them individually, then the most we can expect is 28 million gold. But only if everything goes well. Also, even if we take the higher estimate, the most we would get for the intermediate twin magic skill book is 20 million gold. Together that would make 48 million. As for the Smoldering Fang of Madness, she might even try to haggle up its original 55 million gold price. After all this, it would be best to simply trade in everything at once. We could get there, Smoldering Fang of Madness, without touching the money we got for the magic stones and for defeating the embryo. I wanted to play for a bit more, but when you suggest a good deal like that, as a merchant I can't say no to it. I can agree to that deal. Wait just a moment. There is a large problem with that deal. These items are a significant part of our total income. Luce, I won't be able to give you your share of the money like this. I can't even properly thank Elma-san for helping me by inviting me to the party and also for ultimately helping me raise my levels, so something like this is not a big deal. No. This is not a sum that can just be hand-waved away by calling it gratitude. It's normal to invest in a teammate's equipment, right? We can call this an operating expense. We each need to upgrade our gear, so that division of shares would be inefficient in the short run, right? We should just pool our money together and divide it as needed for now. That way Elma-san would get a lot stronger right away, which would let us be more active and earn more, right? Then there is no problem at all. Certainly. I would like to get the Smoldering Fang of Madness as soon as possible. I would like to get it indeed. But spending 55 million gold for my sake feels disproportionately in my favor. Hey, Luce. This time things went well, but that doesn't mean it will be the same in the future. What would you do if we soon had to disband the party due to some unavoidable circumstance? Elma-san, do you intend to throw me away and join another party? It's starting to sound like you are trying to avoid future troubles. Luce started glaring up at me and tightly grasped onto my arm. She radiated a "I'm not letting you get away" aura. No, that's not it. just in the worst case. Lucy's expression cleared up in an instant. Then there is no problem at all, right? Just think of it as a thank you present from me. If you still aren't satisfied with that, then you just need to keep working hard and pay me back later. Well, that might be fine, but, no, but, well then, shopkeeper-san, let's exchange those right away. Before Elma-san tries to bring up something unnecessary again. You handled it well, little girl, hold on to him well, so he won't get away. Luce and a shopkeeper high-five to congratulate each other on job well done. Why are those two getting along so well all of a sudden? Chapter 36, The Queen of Malice. Side story. Maris. After being declared the next lady of the Edvin family during the incident at the Divine Blessing ceremony when Elma was banished, Maris was moved from the secondary dwelling where the branch family lived to the main mansion. From the next day after Elma was banished, Maris spent her time at some remote villages within the Edvin territory on the invitation of the current lord, Aries, the father of Elma, raising her level via the method known as life shifting. Life shifting was a leveling method used in secret by only select high-ranking nobles and those that are part of the royal family. It's a method where criminals with high levels are weakened by cutting their arms and legs off, then having noble scions with low levels kill them and therefore shifting their experience points to themselves. Since that cannot be called a battle, the amount of experience points is severely reduced, but for children who just underwent the Divine Blessing ceremony, it's more than enough. After finishing with her life shifting, Maris returned to the main mansion of the family and was currently in her room with a characteristic gloomy smile on her face. Elma lived here for 15 years. They shouldn't have thrown out Elma's things. What a waste. Maris licked her lips with an expression of pure rapture on her face. This became her room, but it originally belonged to Elma, although after the current lord, Isis had everything that used to belong to Elma thrown out. There was no trace of him left in it anymore. As long as Maris remembered, she always looked up to Elma, the boy from the main family. Elma always had a strong sense of justice. He was honest and spirited. Their retainers loved him and Lord Isis had high expectations for him. He was the polar opposite of her, who lived in the branch family as a social outcast. Although I didn't think it would end up like that, the way the Lord was acting. I guess what Mother said was true after all. Well, it's not like I really doubted her, but it doesn't matter anyway. Ever since young, Maris had a somewhat troublesome habit. She doesn't even remember what caused it anymore. However, the more important something was to her, the more she loved something, the more she had the urge to destroy it with her own hands. I don't really care about being able to rule Edvin County, nor do I care about the current lord, but I will make use of what I can. Even if he was banished, I know that Elma is not someone that would stand by and watch as his family fell into ruin. I need to take my time and slowly, carefully, push him to the edge. Isn't that right? Maris touched the full-length mirror and said to her reflection as if trying to persuade it, is it true that Elma is in the city of Rondom, doing as he pleases by using his family name? At that moment, shouting could be heard from outside. It was the voice of Isis. It seems he was shouting at a subordinate in his office. Maris stood up from in front of the mirror and left the room, heading for the office. I don't know if he used the Edvin name or not, but there was a report of someone fitting the description of Elma-sama who has accomplished extraordinary feats. It's obvious he used his family name to have the guild staff dance to his tune. I thought he had the slightest bit of judgment, but to think even after leaving the family he would try to besmirch my name like that. Did he think I would just overlook this? It's not enough that he betrayed my expectations, he even thoughtlessly brings shame to the Edvin name. Elma, do not count on me being sentimental over you being my son anymore. It is still just a rumor with nothing concrete. Also, Elma-sama is a bright and virtuous individual. As someone who served him for a long time, I don't think Elma-sama would do something like that. We need to ascertain the facts first. Please, Isis-sama. TSK, Thomas, bring 2 people with you and head to Rondom. If Elma really used his family name, then order the Adventurers Guild to expel him and ban him from registering again. And warn him that if something like this happens again, then his life is forfeit. Thank you very much. Sama. I will prove Sama's innocence for sure. Hearing the conversation, Maris broke into a smile. Then she hid her expression and knocked on the door of the office. My lord, it's me. Oh, Maris, come in, come in. Isis changed from shouting at a subordinate to inviting Maris in with a coaxing voice in a blink of an eye. Maris politely opened the door and walked into the office. Why are you so distant, Maris? You will be the next lady of the house. You are my heir. You can just call me father. I overheard some of the previous conversation and I don't think the current way of dealing with the problem is thorough enough. Thomas is too biased in favor of Elmer. Also, simply having him expelled from the Adventurers Guild isn't enough either. That would just cause Elmer to have even less options that would lead to him bringing shame to the Edvin name again and again. If he were to become a bandit, then it would be a huge disgrace for the Edvin household. What you say is true, Maris. Then let's send someone else instead of Thomas. No, if we don't handle this incident perfectly, then it could leave a lasting effect on the future. We should not leave it at the discretion of some lowly guards. What are you saying, Maris? Let the two of us head out to inspect the Adventurers Guild in Rondom, my lord. We will then act according to what we find. Hearing Maris' suggestion, Isis had a frown on his face. What are you saying, Maris? If we do that, then it will just create an unnecessary commotion. He is not someone from the Edvin household anymore. We don't have the time to waste on him. Why would we involve ourselves? Maris bowed deeply in the direction of Isis. Please, my lord, I'm from the branch family and a girl even. I haven't even received a suitable education befitting the next lady. I'm afraid that my lord still has attachments towards Elmer. What foolishness is that, Maris? When did I give that impression? If you really think of me as the next lady, if you really consider me your daughter, then please listen to my selfishness this one time. Please let me have peace of mind by proving that my lord doesn't have any parental feelings for Elmer anymore. It might be laughable, but I still can't help but worry about this. I can't help but feel uneasy that my lord, no, father, would someday change his mind and call Elmer back once again, throwing me away at the same time. That is simply impossible. Don't worry, Maris. Elmer, no, that man trampled on my expectations. The class is a mirror reflecting a person's true self. The Sword Saint is proof of a noble spirit. Someone who received the class of cowards and lazies, the Heavy Knight, was not someone who had the qualification to be the next lord. Isis said this as he stood up from his chair. Indeed, if that man is doing something strange, then we have to punish him enough that he won't do something like that again. We can't have you, Maris, my daughter, experience such doubts anymore either. Let's head straight for the city of Rondom. Thank you very much, my lord. No, father. Unseen due to her bowed head, a malicious smile was present on her face. To Maris, Elmer was a beloved person. That's why she will slowly, carefully, destroy him in time. Maris was overjoyed to hear that instead of breaking, Elmer was desperately working as an adventurer. She will rob him of his reason for living right in front of his own father. That was the goal of Maris. She will make up some excuse to have one of his arms, the life of an adventurer, cut off. However, it would be a waste to deprive him of his dominant arm right away. She will start with the left this time. Wait for me, my Elmer, Maris quietly whispered. Chapter 37, Smoldering Fang of Madness. We bought it. There. Smoldering Fang of Madness. While walking outside, I grasped the skill book tightly with one hand, and with the other I held my head. I ended up with a huge debt towards Luce. I'm telling you, it's fine. So it should be fine. I already said this before, but I owe Elmer-san a lot too. It's a present. This even strengthens our party overall. So it's a plus for me too. You don't need to pay me back for this. You bought me the Iron Piercer too, didn't you, Elmer-san? For me, who hasn't done anything yet at that point, the amount of money each represents is a lot different. Luce's Iron Piercer was bought for 800,000 gold. In contrast, this, Smoldering Fang of Madness, was 50 million gold. It's on an entirely different level. But that was because it was necessary for fighting the golden ranas, and I knew it would return the investment right away. Won't that skill tree return the investment too? Well, yeah, it will. I can safely say that. So far I only used my game knowledge about the monsters to put myself in advantageous situations and act as efficiently as possible. I could not make use of the abilities that made my class the strongest in Magic World at all so far. The Heavy Knight's forte is not the Rampart Reversal, nor the Shadow Stomp. A Heavy Knight with a completed build does not act like a tank. The reason for that is because in Magic World, a Heavy Knight with the Smoldering Fang of Madness was far the best damage dealer. In Magic World, that kind of character build was nicknamed Lunatic Knight, or Human-Shaped Savage Dragon. To be honest, I wanted to get there. Smoldering Fang of Madness, no matter what. I'm really grateful to you. I will make sure to pay you back for this favor with my actions. I grasped the skill book tightly. Skill book Smoldering Fang of Madness, market value 30 million gold. Allows the acquisition of the Smoldering Fang of Madness skill tree. The user of this skill tree shan't be approached. Even the Grim Reaper will not approach the one whose rampage keeps dragging their broken body forward, keeps moving their torn tail, knowing no end. I expected to get this much later. I was able to obtain this thanks to Lucy's kindness and trust. I have to repay her for sure. Well, I would like to use it right now. Are you okay with that, Luz? Just having it on me makes me worry about it getting stolen or something. This single item represents 50 million gold by itself. Even more, if I were to put a value on this Smoldering Fang of Madness myself, then it would be a lot higher than 50 million gold. I absolutely don't want to lose it. I would like to use it up as soon as possible. Of course I don't mind. By all means, do it. But, is it really that strong? That Smoldering Fang of Madness. When I look at the description of that item, I can't help but feel a bit anxious. Will you be fine? Won't it have some kind of strange demerit? There are no problems with how powerful it is. With enough skill points it will show its worth right away. With the Smoldering Fang of Madness skill tree, you are able to get skills that allow you to fight by putting your life on the line. However, owing to its unstable nature it is not easy to use, and even if you played competently the death penalty often caused it to become inefficient in the long run, so this skill tree ended up used only by those that were enamored by the possibility of high DPS. At first glance the Heavy Knight would be a bad fit for it, but with it you can in time improve the stability aspect and bring the damage output of the Smoldering Fang of Madness to ridiculous levels. Then I will use it right now. I put my mana into the skill book. The skill book lit up and my status opened by itself on the skill tree tab. I reached out to touch my status. In general, you can have only 3 skill trees. To acquire another skill tree, you have to erase one first. In that case all the skill points you put in that skill tree will also be erased and won't be refunded. Skill trees, remaining skill points 13, Vow the Heavy Armor, 27 100ths, Defense Up, 050, Beginner Swordsmanship, 550. The one I will be erasing is there, Defense Up. As a basic rule, you shouldn't put any points into skill trees that only increase stats, since your stats will increase simply by leveling up anyway. This might seem obvious, but skills are only useful when you can use them in a particular battle. In contrast, an increase in stats helps out in basically all fights. In light of this fact, skill trees that only increase stats should be plenty strong too. In Magic World those players that favored stat increasing skill trees were in the minority, but in this world it might be the opposite. There, Defense Up was erased from the display and there, Smoldering Fang of Madness showed up in its stead. Skill trees, remaining skill points 13, Vow the Heavy Armor, 27 100ths, Beginner Swordsmanship, 550, Smoldering Fang of Madness, 070. At the same time, there, Smoldering Fang of Madness skill book fell apart into particles of light and disappeared. Why yes, I finally got the Smoldering Fang of Madness. Look, Luce, thanks to Luce, I was able to get this. Didn't you say that you shouldn't carelessly show any part of your status to other people, Elma-san? But seeing Elma-san being so happy makes me happy too somehow. Will you put your leftover skill points into Smoldering Fang of Madness right away? I would like to do that too. But there, Smoldering Fang of Madness has something of a combo requisite to it. If I don't get another skill first, then it would be too risky to use. So, vow the heavy armor, first skill trees, remaining skill points 6, vow the heavy armor, 34 100ths, plus 7 beginner swordsmanship, 550, smoldering fang of madness, 070. I remember exactly how many points I need to put in to get what skill. With the defense up skill tree gone, I won't need to worry about it now. Putting points into vow the heavy armor won't end up being a mistake. Where I put the 6 remaining points will depend on where we are going hunting next. With vow the heavy armor reaching 3450, you have gained the normal skill, life shield. Nice, I got it. There, life shield is a particularly useful skill among the ones the heavy knight can have. Life shield normal skill, it takes 20% of your maximum HP to activate. A shield with the same durability as the HP deducted covers the entire body. Simply by reading this it might seem a little pointless, but unless the opponent has a significantly higher attack, any strike will be stopped at the cost of the shield breaking. If you see it as being able to survive any attack with only a 20% loss in HP, then it's a cheap bargain. This will be good insurance. Furthermore, if I manage to secure some method of restoring my HP, then it would in effect mean a 20% increase in my HP. Only, it's a non-attributed use of magic, so it takes quite a bit of MP. It takes 8 MP to activate in the beginning. Then it slowly takes another 2 every minute. Once used you need to wait some time before being able to use it again too, so it's not a skill that you can casually spam whenever you want. Chapter 38, Familial Reunion. Luce and I went back to the Adventurers Guild to inquire about the reward for clearing the dungeon. We gained quite a few levels last time, so we might want to update our equipment next. Even though we ended up spending 55 million gold on my smoldering fang of madness, we still had the 10 million gold for defeating the embryo and the 4.6 million from the magic stones fully untouched. We should get new weapons first, I think. And I like this iron piercer that Elma-san bought for me. Should we try to change it for something better? You are already at around level 40, right, Luz? Against opponents that are hard to damage it might be fine, but the iron piercer is not the best against normal enemies. Since we have enough money, we should be getting a bit more powerful equipment. Iron piercer recommended level 18 attack power plus 3 market value 550,000 gold. With this knife it's easier to pierce through heavily armored opponents. On a successful attack, the damage dealt is calculated as if the opponent's defense value is 15% less. As one would expect, the stats of the iron piercer are somewhat lacking for our current level. With its stats it would not be able to deal consistent damage to normal monsters. A weapon fitting for a level 40 should have an attack plus 10 at least, and ideally some kind of bonus effect on top of it. That goes for me too since I'm still mostly using my beginner equipment. Both the clown and heavy knight classes suffer from a lack of sufficient attack power. That's why I prioritized getting Vital Blow, which ignores part of the opponent's defense, so I could do at least a bit of damage. I need to get a better than average weapon to counteract that shortcoming. I can say that the reason we managed to defeat the embryo, which was a rank above us, was because we had good compatibility with it. If it was a purely physical type of Dream Lord, instead of the tricky type, then we wouldn't have had any chance against it. But good weapons cost a lot. Legal shops don't really have much to offer either, do they even sell weapons for people around level 40? That does pose a hurdle. In Rondom level 40 adventurers are considered cream of the crop. In other words, there are a limited number of adventurers that will buy items that are intended for people on that level. This is a world where useful information about how to defeat various monsters is not easily shared. It's unlikely we would be able to get a proper weapon with the amount of money we currently have. That being said, if we settled for less ideal ones, then we would just outgrow them in short order instead. As an adventurer, it's normally not the best idea to pinch your pennies like that. But paying a lot of money for a compromise equipment, only for it to become irrelevant in short order, is not something I would like to do. I know. For your weapon, Elma-san, How about we try for an item drop from a dungeon? You know, Luce, you can't just aim to have your preferred weapon drop from. I suddenly remembered that I had bare shields and tin swords in duplicate in my bag, even though we didn't aim for them. It only took that one expedition to get 2 sets of weapons for sword users to drop. Or maybe you can, With Luce's luck it might not even be that hard. It might indeed be easier to just aim for weapon drops instead of buying expensive weapons that fall obsolete in short order. I did it, yay! My suggestion was accepted. Then, let's do that. I'm so excited. Just as Luce exclaimed in a cheerful voice, the doors of the Adventurers Guild violently banged open. The noisy guild interior fell silent at once. Seeing the 2 people who entered, I was utterly surprised. My pulse started racing. Yet, my mind was strangely calm. A well-built man in the prime of his life, wearing a luxurious noble attire. A pale girl with black hair, wearing light armor. My father, Aries, the Lord of House Edvin, and Maris, the next lady. What an unexpected visit. Count Aries Sama, what brings you to this particular Adventurers Guild at this time? The guild master showed up right away, bowing towards Aries. I have important business here. Let's see, clear the place. After looking around, he gave an order to the guild leader. Pardon? But even without sending all these people out, we could speak in the back. Did you not hear what I said? I told you to clear the room. Aries repeated his words, now with anger in them. The guild master bowed his head with a "I'm terribly sorry," and turned towards us. The count is here on important business. I'm sorry for the inconvenience, but the guild is closed for today. Adventurer gentlemen, please leave at once. There were some adventurers that were unhappy with the situation, but with one glare from Aries, they all retreated with a twitching smile and their tails between their legs. A lord of a noble house, whose duty is to protect their territory against monsters, simply cannot be compared with an average adventurer in terms of levels or combat skills. If a common person were to defy him, their head might be sent flying in an instant. Let's go to Luce. We don't want to catch their eye. I don't know what they are here for, but I don't want to have anything to do with Aries anymore. He should be of the same opinion. I'm not part of the Edvin household anymore, so we are unrelated anyway. Why yes. However, that person is Count Aries. This is the first time I saw him. I didn't have a good impression of the Edvin family to begin with, but he seems kind of tyrannical, so I don't like him. Luce narrowed her eyes with the help of her fingers and fixed a strained expression on her face, trying to imitate Aries's grumpy expression. That adventurer there, stay within the guild. Luce's body trembled after hearing Aries's voice. Yash imsri. Elmer-san looked to be in a bad mood, so I was just clowning around a bit, trying to cheer him up. Please, I didn't mean anything by it, I swear. Don't worry, Luce, it seems I'm the one he has business with. Aries and Maris stood in front of me. I didn't want to get involved with them, but that doesn't seem to be an option anymore. Chapter 39, Father. While the other adventurers were clearing out, Aries and I kept glaring at each other. What does such a noble personage want with me? Who do you think you are, talking to me in that tone? Aries furrowed his brows. Elmer-san, what are you doing? You seem to be somewhat irritated for some reason, but you shouldn't talk to the Lord like that. Let's apologize together. Please. Luce hurried to bow her head towards Aries. You seem to be loitering around him, but who are you to Elmer? Maris leaned in close to Luce, inspecting her from up close. Are you acquaintances of Elmer-san? Without saying anything, Maris kept staring intently at Luce's face. I've found that stare disturbing, so I stood in front of Luce. Luce, please step outside. I don't want you to get caught up in things. Hearing my words, Luce shot a sidelong glance at both Aries and Maris, then focused on me again. If you are saying that because I'm an outsider to this, then I will leave. But if you are only saying it to stop me from getting caught up in something, then I think I want to stay. Elmer-san is my first teammate who I could place my trust in. I might not be able to do anything about it, but a good teammate is someone who stands beside you at times like this. I'm thankful for the sentiment, but this is the business of the Edvin household. Furthermore, I have no idea for what reason would Isis come after me like this, but I'm confident it's nothing good. If it's something that could affect my future, then Isis might not leave Luce alone because of it either. But, Elma-san, ever since they showed up, you had a severe expression on your face. I can't leave you all alone here by yourself like that. Luce. I touched my face with a hand. I noticed that my face was stiff. Indeed, it seems that I wasn't that composed since they showed up. However, it seems Luce managed to calm me down a bit. A simple commoner would try to intrude on our conversation? You will do the same as the other adventurers and leave at once. Little girl. Father, let's allow her to stay. She looks like she is close to Elma somehow. It might have some bearing on our business. It would be easier to find inconsistencies with more people to question. Isis tried to chase Luce out, but Maris stopped him. However, calling him father, I don't think allowing that little girl to stay would mean anything. But, seeing how she acted just now, it's obvious she is somehow related to the topic. Fine, since I promised I will let you handle his case, Maris, she can stay. The guild master who finished chasing out the other adventurers came back to us. Lord Isis, did you have business with that adventurer? Did you perhaps hear about him being a promising newcomer and came to recruit him? You heard about it quite quickly. This adventurer is polite and competent, and what's more, he already carved his name into the history of this city's guild by accomplishing something extraordinary. He contributed to the defeat of a level 40 monster on his very first raid quest by assisting a D-rank adventurer, earning a promotion to an E-rank adventurer exceptionally fast. That's what you wanted to say, right? What nonsense. There is no way a brat who only recently took part in the divine blessing ceremony would be able to do that. No, it's not just that. Lord Isis, together with this clown adventurer, Elma managed to defeat a level 50 Dream Lord, earning another promotion to a D-rank adventurer. I'm certain that he is more than skilled and accomplished enough to become part of the Lord's militia. What did you say? Isis flared the nostrils of his hook nose. I thought that he perhaps got lucky, but now I'm certain what happened. You should stop with that transparent acting. You must already be aware, right, that this man is someone from the Edvin family. What are you saying? That being said, it's formally now. Although I don't know if he told you that he used to be my heir or not. How did he talk you into this farce? Please, wait a moment. I didn't know. I'm sorry, but I simply don't know what's going on. The guild master, who went ghost pale, tried to defend himself. Are you saying that it wasn't you then? Then there must be someone in your staff who colluded with that brat. Someone who was fooled into supporting him in creating false accomplishments by bringing up his name. Find that guild employee who took part in that and bring them here, at once. That's simply not. No, right away. The guild master left towards the back of the guild in panic. Elma-san, perhaps, is Lord Isis. Is he your my father? Although I don't want to acknowledge it. Isis was glowering at the back of the guild master, but he immediately turned his gaze back to me. You disgraced to the Edvin name. The only reason I let you off with a simple banishment is because I thought that you wouldn't do something foolish like this at least. Did you forget what I said? That if you claimed to be from the Edvin family again, then I would personally kill you myself. Isis shouted angrily. I was wondering what was all this about. So that's how it is. In other words, I did too well since coming to Rondom. Hearing of my unusual promotion, Isis came to perform an inspection, fearing that I would bring shame to the family name. It seems. Even so, he really heard about it quite quickly. I didn't think the Lord would be handling something like this personally. I wanted to say something sarcastic, but I decided to hold it back. My tempers might be running high too. If I got into an unneeded argument, then it might affect Luce too. Neither is there a good reason to try and make Isis even more angry. If we can calmly discuss this, then it should be simple to prove that this is nothing but a misunderstanding. Chapter 40, Proof of Strength. That's a complete misunderstanding. I was indeed blessed with luck and good teammates. However, I can swear that I did not bring up my former family name. If you investigate it a bit, then you will clearly see that it's true. That's impossible. There is no way you could do that. How could a simple adventurer gain enough strength to defeat a level 50 Dream Lord in a single week? If it was that easy to take down a Dream Lord, then the nobility of this kingdom would be unnecessary. Do you take me for a fool? Isis did not budge on his stance. Looking at it from the common sense of this world, it is understandable that it would be hard to accept. Having only a small number of people that can stand against some terrifying monsters makes the nobility of this world inordinately powerful. If a newbie adventurer could defeat a level 50 Dream Lord, then it might shake the whole government system of this kingdom. To begin with, they say that defense-focused classes are hard to level. Especially Isis, who disdains the Heavy Knight so much that he banished me from the family as soon as he found out I was one. Why are you doubting Elma-san so much? Elma-san is the Lord's son, right? You impudent commoner little girl. How dare you try to intrude on a conversation that relates to a noble's honor? You will shut up unless I order you to speak. Isis raised his voice in irritation. Father, I think we shouldn't conclude that Elma used the Edvin name from this much just yet. Maris, who was silent until now, interjected at this point. What? Maris, are you taking Alma's side after all this? No. I just want to make sure to investigate properly. We don't need to rush to the punishment. Also, judging by his story he is around level 40, right? Then, it's perfect. What is? Hearing Maris' words, Isis had a weird expression on his face. It seems he doesn't know where she is going with this either. After the life-shifting I'm at level 45 too. Basically the same in terms of levels. With his experience of using his skill in real combat, it can be said that he has an advantage. We should be able to find out the truth if we engage in a mock battle imitating live combat. Whether if he could really defeat a Dream Lord. Maris' lips curved up into a smile as she kept looking at me. Don't say something foolish like that, Maris. Even if your levels are similar, there is no contest between a Sword Saint and a Heavy Knight. I know you are worried about coming from the branch family, but I'm telling you that there is no cause for concern. Foo. It's just a little practice bout, Father. Isn't it a great accomplishment to reach this level without the support of a noble family, Father? I just wanted to learn from him. Finding out the truth of the matter is simply a bonus. However, if it's indeed a lie then I can administer the punishment myself. She is basically saying that if I claim to have defeated a Dream Lord, then prove it with my strength. It seems she is not just interested in my actual level, but my ability to fight. Even if I showed what level I'm currently at, they would just claim that I used the name of a noble family to have others power level me. However, the Sword Saint is a powerful class. Its attack and agility is especially high, with straightforwardly powerful skills to boot. Its other stats are somewhat low, but nothing that could be called a weak point. It's focused on simple straightforward power, so it doesn't have much variety in possible builds. At higher levels it does fall short in some aspects compared to other more customizable classes, but at the current level that doesn't matter. In contrast, the Heavy Knight with no appreciable attack or agility rarely has an opportunity to fight back against a Sword Saint, and even if it could, it wouldn't be able to deal a decisive blow. If it really ends up just a simple mox battle, then I would be able to put up a good fight even with my current stats. But, looking at how Maris is acting, I don't think this will end with that. What is the problem, Father? You promised me that you would leave Elma's matter to me entirely. Or perhaps it's just as I feared and you are still worried about Elma's safety because he is still your possible heir. Maris, did you plan to test me like that from the start? Are you saying you were that worried about it? Isis had a bitter expression on his face. I don't really need to accept this deal solely to prove my innocence. I should try to clear this up in another way, even if it takes longer and invites a different kind of trouble for the future. Even Isis isn't too keen on this. If I calmly take a step back right now, then I should be able to find another, safer method of resolving this. If I tried to go up against a Sword Saint as a defense-focused class, then it's common sense that I would just end up on the defensive with my HP slowly falling away until a conclusion is reached. In a normal case, that is. I understand that mox battle, I accept. What? It was Isis who was the most surprised. Elma-san, that's reckless. I know that Elma-san is strong. But I know what Luce is trying to say. I'm desperately lacking in terms of attack power and even lack proper equipment to compensate. She must be thinking that I recklessly agreed to an unwinnable fight after being provoked. It's fine, Luce. I already have the most important piece for fighting her. Thanks to you, that is. Thanks to me? Also, I didn't just accept because of her provocation. I thought I was done with the Edvin family already, but it seems I still had some attachments. I guess it's somewhat obvious. It seems I was just trying to convince myself that it was all in the past. After finally receiving recognition from the guild, after finding an excellent teammate like Luce, after I managed to have some breathing room, allowing me to relax my facade, I came to realize just how much the Edvin family had its hooks in me. Thinking back on it, it was simply a foolish choice to try and hinder the embryo all by myself, without even considering getting help from Luce or other adventurers, even though I had basically no chance of succeeding. At that time, I must have been thinking that I wanted my existence to have at least some value after getting banished from my family. There is no better chance than this to put an end to that all. Instead of just prolonging this problem, I will cleanly end it once and for all. Count Isis, I want to add another condition. If I manage to prove my strength to you, then I want you to have nothing to do with me after this. What? Do you know what position you are in to be saying that? I didn't care about his answer. I just wanted to say it out loud to resolve any doubts in myself. Maris quickly pulled out her sword and cut into the floor. Chunks of stone went flying all over the place. I knew it already, but she really was fast. I'm happy that you are not against it, Elma. That's how it should be. Chapter 41. Blade of the Sword Saint. Swords in hand, Maris and I stood in the center of the guild. This is supposed to be a light mox battle to test my strength, but I'm well aware that it won't be just that. This won't end with a simple exchange of blows. This is a duel to prove my innocence. No, to mark my separation from the Edvin family once and for all. You know it already, Maris, but make sure not to kill him. We can't have a corpse show up right now. Maris did not react in any way to Isis's words. That's a good single-edged sword, Maris. I shifted my gaze to Maris's sword, a single-edged sword, in other words a katana. Just like in Magic World, it's a frequently used weapon here too. Magic sword, Mizugarasu. With a recommended level of 40, it has a unique, beautiful long blade with a bluish tinge. It has a high attacks bonus, which in concert with the Sword Saint's high stats and reach is able to produce a slash of tremendous power. A second attack might put an end to even a heavy knight like me. Frankly speaking, even if she were to just swing that around in a sloppy manner, it would still be fairly dangerous. Fufu, apparently father prepared it as a surprise present for you. Maris's lips curved up into a smirk. This will be our first practice fight since we were children. However, I didn't think that you despised me this much. Maris's figure flickered, then in the next moment she appeared right in front of me. The blade of the magical katana closed in on me. It was a speed I expected. However, the pressure exuded by that blade was above my prediction. Even if I block it with a shield, it will carve out a portion of my life. Parry. I parried Maris's attack and stepped forward to deliver my own strike, and yet, my sword did not reach her. To be exact, by the time I started my swing, she already moved back far enough that she was well outside my reach. I feel relieved. Elma, it seems you will be able to entertain me for a bit at least, since this will be the last time I will be able to fight with you while you still have all your limbs. Even if I fend her off with parry, my blade won't be able to land a hit on her. I knew that there was a large difference between our speed and reach, but I didn't think that I wouldn't even be able to scratch her like this. Maris kept swinging her blade, as I kept blocking with my shield. I took a step back at every hit to lessen the impact. Her sword's long reach is dangerous, but thanks to its long blade it's hard to maneuver, restricting its movements. If I can predict her next move, then I could keep moving around without taking any damage. However, that way I won't be able to properly fight back. If I try to step in before her attack, then I won't be able to handle her strike with the speed she has. If I try to close in after her strike, then I won't be fast enough to reach her. Hey, what's the matter? Hey. Maris keeps one-sidedly attacking me. I'm able to deal with it, but I simply can't find any chance to fight back. Every time I'm not able to dissipate the impact enough, she deals some damage over my shield. What foolish stubbornness. Maris is just playing with you. I hear Aries' voice. Yet, right now this is fine. At this stage what I need to do is remember Maris's movements. However, what I'm looking for is not her weak spot when she is playing around. It's her weak spot when she is serious. I intentionally block Maris's attack straight on without deflecting. A dull impact runs through the shield. Edven class Heavy Knight level 41 HP 61 100ths MP 41. She already managed to shave off 40%. I quickly lower my shield and swing my sword at Maris. How naive. With movements like that, you'll never be able to reach me. Maris jumped back then immediately lurched to a halt. She looked down at her feet in surprise. It was there, Shadow Stomp, a skill of the Heavy Knight. When I blocked with my shield, I stepped on her shadow. If she tried to open some distance between us to gather herself right now, then her shadow would be pulling her back. With her guard down, I try to close in. Mad Demon Shield recommended level 40 defense plus 25 market value 3 million gold. A terrifying shield with a carving of a demonic face on it. When the user blocks an opponent's attack with this shield, the user gets an attack power plus 8 bonus against that same opponent. Due to the Mad Demon Shield's effect, I have a bonus to my attack. Vital Blow. From a point-blank range, I delivered a blow with my sword into her core. I felt a blunt reaction. Gah, the Heavy Knight's attack is low. However, she should have felt this particular strike. This should be enough to curb her complacency. Maris sent out a grand slash, utilizing her long reach. Fearing that I would be coming after her, she must be focusing on putting some distance between us first to gather herself. I simply used parry to fend it off, then released my Shadow Stomp, and took a step back, keeping a hand on the chest part where I managed to hit her. Maris was looking at me with wide eyes. She seems to be surprised that she got hit. He did it. Elmer-san managed to land a clean hit. Absurd. That's not possible. Even in the same level range, the difference in status between a sword saint and a heavy knight is like heaven and earth. Isis went pale. This kind of petty trick will only work once. Even disturbing her posture with Shadow Stomp wouldn't have worked if she didn't try to jump back further than necessary to make fun of me. Unexpected upset. Title: The proof of defeating a Dream Lord with less than 70% of the recommended level, while in a party of at most 2 members. When fighting against a higher level opponent, you gain plus 15% to your attack and agility. Without the speed increase from unexpected upset, that attack most likely wouldn't have made it either. What finally let me land a hit on her was Maris's complacency in the difference between our experiences in using skills in a real fight. Come at me seriously, Maris. You don't intend to back down from this anyway, right? Maris broke into a full smile. I'm so happy that you are still the same as always. That's how it needs to be, or this would be meaningless. It seems I did something bad, but I was so afraid that our time would come to an end too soon. Maris changed her stance. I will show you the skills of a sword saint. I managed to properly provoke her. Here comes the hard part. Chapter 42, Smoldering Fang of Madness. Although there is no need to use this against you, but I'll do so to show my respect for being able to land a hit on me. Maris's body was lit up by a golden radiance. Vajra Barrage. The speed of Maris increased even further. Vajra Barrage is a skill that uses mana to stimulate the body for a single moment to be able to send out a barrage of lightning-fast strikes. That skill is the first a sword saint can learn, which ultimately became the distinctive attack of the class. I was well aware that Maris had it. I deflected the first slash with my sword, then evaded the second by leaning back. Her attacks are terrifyingly fast, but her sword skills are not up to par for it yet. Her movements became simple. In Magic World, there were a lot of people during PvP battles that relied entirely on Vajra Barrage to get through. Counting on the fact that their opponent wouldn't be able to deal with it, I myself am confident in being able to deal with Vajra Barrage. While blocking the third strike with my shield, I stepped back to disperse the impact. Good. I was able to see through it on my first try. If I'm able to put enough distance between us before Vajra Barrage is activated, then I can easily weather through it. One more. From an unstable position at the end of her last slash, Maris forcefully added another strike. A heavy impact shook my shield. There, Vajra Barrage is a skill that uses bodily reinforcement for an instant to send out a barrage of attacks. Therefore, the number of attacks in that barrage is dependent on the user of the skill. Maris was able to forcefully bring it up to a 4-hit barrage by sending out a last attack from an unfavorable posture, but it also caused her to lose her proper balance in turn. Perhaps afraid that I would capitalize on the instant of weakness, she jumped back to gain some distance from me. Although she must have been cautious about my shadow stomp, since she only jumped back the minimal distance necessary. It seems I can't break through easily if you focus on defense like that. Even so, it seems you are just prolonging the inevitable. I'll be finishing this now. Maris, I wanted to see that skill of yours while we were still at this stage. I wanted to avoid first having to deal with that Vajra Barrage of yours in a serious situation. What are you saying? Did you think I would be intimidated by a simple bluff? I had 3 tasks to accomplish during this battle. The first was to assess Maris's Vajra Barrage. The second was to find a decisive weak point of Maris. The third was to accomplish the other 2 while adjusting my own HP. Elmer Edvin Class Heavy Knight Level 41 HP 38 100ths MP 4141. To be precise, I needed to get my HP below 40%. For that reason I needed to dredge up my memories of Maris's weapon, the magic katana, Mizugarasu, then try to determine her exact level by calculating backwards from the amount of damage I took for each hit and how it differed from what I expected. With this I can finally put some skill points into Smoldering Fang of Madness. Skill trees, remaining skill points 6, Vow the Heavy Armor, 34 100ths, Beginner Swordsmanship, 550, Smoldering Fang of Madness, 070. Now, I put 5 points into Smoldering Fang of Madness. Skill trees, remaining skill points 1, Vow the Heavy Armor, 34 100ths, Beginner Swordsmanship, 550, Smoldering Fang of Madness, 570, plus 5. Luce made it possible to obtain it before this happened. And she also encouraged me so I could fight with a cool head. It must have been scary for her to speak up before a count, and yet, all of that allowed me to grasp victory here. With Smoldering Fang of Madness, reaching 570, you have gained the special skill, Half-Dead Savage Dragon. Half-Dead Savage Dragon special skill. When the user's HP is less than 20%, attack and agility is increased by 100%. Maris, we will be the ones to win this fight. There. Half-Dead Savage Dragon is a skill which doubles your attack and agility, but only when your HP is nearing its end. It's a powerful skill, but in Magic World only those that enjoyed the feeling of sudden reversals used it regularly, due to the high XP penalty on death. Even if you are aiming to activate it, one wrong move and you may be killed even before Half-Dead Savage Dragon properly activates. Against powerful opponents it's normal to lose even half your total HP in one hit, so it's not easy to activate to begin with. Another detriment is that since it doesn't increase your magic, you need to fight in close quarters while low on HP. However, a Heavy Knight has a skill that neatly overcomes those weaknesses. Life Shield. I shouted while stabbing forward with my sword. My life force manifested as a shield of light, covering my whole body. Life Shield? In this situation, it's just throwing away MP meaninglessly. Are you that desperate by now? The voice of Isis could be heard. Life Shield normal skill. It takes 20% of your maximum HP to activate. A shield with the same durability as the HP deducted covers the entire body. Indeed, it's common sense to use Life Shield during opening moves instead, especially with Maris's attacks. There is not much of a difference in terms of HP lost whether or I block it with life shield, or my mad demon shield. From Isis's point of view, this was a simple waste of MP. However, that is of course not the case. With this life shield, I can safely activate the powerful half-dead savage dragon skill. If I activate life shield, as soon as my HP falls below 40%, not only can I safely activate half-dead savage dragon, but I also gain a strong shield. It's a crazy combo that undermines their half-dead savage dragon's basic premise of being difficult to activate, but allowing you to gain an enormous stat increase for the risk of possibly dying in a single hit. When I start exerting force, the light of red mana covers my body. It's the proof of the activation requirement of the half-dead savage dragon being met due to my use of life shield. I will be finishing this right now. Maris, Chapter 43, Half-Dead Savage Dragon. It seems you have activated some kind of skill, but don't think that would let you face. I kicked the floor and launched myself at Maris while swinging my sword. Maris blocked it with her katana in a panic. Our weapons were locked with each other. Impossible that speed and that power is nearly at the level of a sword saint like myself. How did this? Sword saints have especially high attack and agility, and heavy knights are especially lacking in those two. As a result, normally sword saints have basically double the stats that matter in close combat. However, with the effects of half-dead savage dragon and unexpected upset in play, my attack and agility is increased by 115%. With this I overturned my disadvantage in terms of stats. Foo, you really are interesting, Elmer. You really are keeping me entertained to no end. However, trying to use power beyond your means is certain to come with drawbacks, and your strength will regress to its starting point sooner or later. You are nearly at the edge, right? I will make sure to properly take you down now. Sword and katana kept clashing with the sounds of metal impacts continuing to echo. Do you know the tale of the wax-winged angel? I always liked that one myself. The wax-winged angel is a fable of this world. The story of an angel born wingless, who was cast down to the earth. He kept dreaming about his birthplace, so he made wings out of wax and took flight into the sky. But the wax melted due to the sun's heat, which caused him to fall down and die. I love seeing people put up a struggle beyond their capabilities, and despite all their effort, breaking in the end. If that person is you, who I always admired, then it's even better. I'm truly happy that you gain so much strength. Thank you, Elmer. Every time you manage to gain something, I have the pleasure of plucking it away from you. I look forward to seeing just what kind of expression you will show when you've just lost that power you worked so hard for without the support of the Edvin family. Sorry, but it won't come to that. I deflected Maris's katana with parry, and slashed at the weak point I just created. Maris managed to bring her katana back just in the nick of time to block my hit. Foo. How dangerous. However, you know, that skill that you are so proud of is just an inferior version of mine. After my next hit, Maris kept her katana locked with my sword, flowing water. It was a skill that you can only learn from the Sword Saint specific skill tree. Using the edge of the blade to create a continuous flow with mana, it allows the user to automatically deflect the opponent's sword, as if swept away by a current of water. It takes MP to keep up, but it's an undeniably superior version of my parry. I shifted my timing, trying to avoid Maris's flowing water, and aimed for her body instead. Maris jumped back, just managing to avoid my attack. Why? Our statuses should be about the same, so why am I constantly on the back foot? You weren't able to corner me, even when our statuses had a huge difference between them. With that changed, it's obvious that it would end up like this. Maris's expression stiffened. However, her lips curved up into a smile right after. In that case, how about this? Vajra barrage. Maris's body was covered by golden mana. With her body stimulated by mana and her speed tremendously increased, she launched herself at me with her katana at the ready. Indeed, her movements while under the effect of Vajra barrage are faster than the current me. Even last time it took me everything I had to fend it off even while taking some damage. It's not guaranteed that I can deal with it properly with how I am right now. If I can't end this by normally exchanging blows, then I will use Vajra Barrage 10 times. No, 100 times if I need to. Sooner or later, you won't be able to defend against it. Even as I stepped backwards, I blocked her first and second hits with the edge of my sword. The third slash with a large wind-up closed in on me. I dodged it by leaning backwards. Maris's balance went a bit awry after hitting nothing with that last slash, but even from that position, she launched a fourth strike towards me. Maris, there is a serious weakness in your Vajra Barrage. That is due to Maris forcefully launching a fourth strike of the Vajra Barrage. There, Vajra Barrage is a skill that increases the strength of the body for a single instant. How many hits you can launch is dependent on your own stats and technical skill. With Maris's ability, she should have stopped at 3 at the most. After her third slash, and just before she tries to forcefully send out the fourth one, Maris becomes defenseless for just a short moment. Now that I've caught up in stats, this becomes a decisive weak point. It would be too late after she already sent her fourth slash. With how quickly she shifts to running away, I wouldn't be able to catch her after she regained her balance. With everything I had, I struck Maris's katana to the side. The weapon left her hands. Maris's eyes opened wide. Clenching her teeth, she made a fist and closed in on me. Even with her weapon lost, she came at me in hopes of grasping the last possibility of winning. I can only admire her tenacity. Sword Saints have a respectable amount of HP, but their defense is quite low. Its weaknesses can be classes who focus on rapid hits, monsters, and some skills that calculate their effect in a certain way. I slammed forward my Mad Demon shield and sent Maris's body flying. Shield bash. Shield bash pits our defense plus attack /2 values against each other, and if my value is higher, then it sends the opponent flying with a force proportional to the difference in those values. Sword Saints have low defense to begin with, and now my attack is doubled. Gaha. Maris's body easily flew from one end of the guild to the other. Her back impacted the wall with a tremendous boom. The impact greatly shook the whole guild. Maris's body twitched, then her head fell limp, finally losing consciousness. It's not like she died. Since there was a large distance to the wall, the damage shouldn't have reached fatal levels. She simply lost consciousness from receiving considerable blunt force HP damage. I returned my sword back to its sheath. I relaxed my body now that the battle was over. The red mana from Half-Dead Savage Dragon went away. At the same time, I deactivated Life Shield 2. I didn't need to use that one in the end. It serves as a safety net, so it's best if I don't end up using it. But since I didn't, it means I've won without using up all my means. You've won, Elma-san. You've won. You've won. Seemingly overcome with emotion, Luz hugged me. Hey, what is it, Luz? I'm so glad, really, glad. Elma-san looked so confident, so I tried to believe that everything would be fine. But that girl looked so scary. She came at you with the intent to kill. I was so worried. But, I'm really happy that Elma-san managed to win. Tears have gathered in Luz's eyes. It's fine. I told you that I already had the most important pieces for fighting her, right? Since I was able to direct the fight just as I imagined, this can be said to have been a relatively safe fight. I was able to see her trump card, Vajra Barrage, and even find a weakness in it before activating Half-Dead Savage Dragon. Maris was indeed coming at me with the intention to kill, but the embryo battle was the more dangerous one in the end. It can't be. Maris was, a Sword Saint was, defeated by a heavy knight? It was strange for her to receive a single hit, but to even knock her down in a fair duel. Something like this, it just can't happen. All strength leaving him, Isis fell to his knees. He just kept looking at the unconscious Maris in a daze. Chapter 44, A Clean Break from the Edvin Family. Count Isis, will you admit to my strength with this? He should have no complaints after this. I fought my opponent face to face, made her lose her weapon, and finally caused her to faint. If after all this he still tried to accuse me of things, then there is nothing I can do. Yes indeed, it seems that there are no signs of malfeasance in this guild. It seems that you in fact have the ability to defeat a Dream Lord. Isis reluctantly spoke. With how he kept accusing me and the guild of various things, it must have been difficult to take it all back now. Especially in the case of Isis, who had a lot of pride in himself to begin with. He had a really bitter expression on his face. He may have been thinking that if at least Maris managed to win then he could keep his dignity, but it was clear that she was in no condition to fight anymore. Anyhow, it seems that things will calm down with this. I was ready for Isis to not to know when to give up and keep accusing me of other things, but it seems I won't need to worry about that after all. Isis did not have a personal enmity with me to begin with. His sole reason for his interrogation was because he judged that I must have used the name of the Edvin family. Contrary to Maris, he did not come here expecting that mock battle to occur. He ended up being shamed in front of the guild officials and the son he threw away, but it seems he did not want to add to his embarrassment by making a fuss after all that. Isis picked up Maris's katana and put the unconscious girl herself on his back. After that Isis glared at me with a stiff face. It looked like his lips moved a few times, as if trying to say something, but he finally just clenched his jaw and turned his back at me. "Father," I called out to Isis. Isis stopped in his steps and turned back towards me. "Thank you for raising me for 15 years. That day I was in a state of confusion, so I did not even say goodbye properly. Please convey my words to Mother too." I bowed my head. Isis looked at me with eyes wide open. After a few seconds of silence, he once again turned his back to me and started walking away. He did not answer, but it was fine like this. I did not expect he would do so to begin with. I just wanted to settle things within myself. Please wait a moment, Count Isis-sama." Luce spoke up. I was startled by Luce's voice. Isis is an overbearing, cold, prideful person, who is far from patient. It's not someone who you should stop from leaving quietly. I don't know what exactly happened in the past, but apologize to Elmer-san please. After one-sidedly accusing him of things and pushing your unfair demands on him, you want to leave without saying anything once you've found out you were wrong all along? Why can't you say a single word of sorry to him?" Isis's expression went grim. Even if it was someone from the family, Isis never forgave someone for talking back to him. I remember getting punished for minor things not just once or twice. Isis isn't open-minded enough to tolerate getting berated by a commoner either. He is very mindful of differences in social standing. "Luce, it's fine. You should stop. If he was a complete stranger, then it might be different, but the Lord is Elmer-san's own father, right? That is just too cold of you, and above all, too sad. When he's looking at you, Elmer-san looks so heartbroken." Luce dropped her shoulders and trailed off in the end. Isis stood still for a short while, but then he turned his back to Luce and once again started heading for the exit. "Hey, little girl," Isis said from the door, where he stopped with his back still turned towards us and one hand on the doorway. Luce blanched and her shoulders twitched in fear. It seems she realized that she went too far with her words towards a noble. I also prepared for a worst-case scenario and stepped in front of Luce to protect her. "Take care of Elmer," as if squeezing out the words, Isis said to Luce. I did not expect a word of concern towards me to leave Isis's mouth. I kept looking at his back, stunned. Perhaps the reason why he aimed those words at Luce was because his pride and position did not allow him to say it to me directly. With those parting words, Isis left the guild. Chapter 45, Epilogue. The next day, after making sure to properly rest up at an inn, Luce and I decided to leave Rondom. Although Rondom was a good place for beginner adventurers, I really should have left sooner since it's connected to the Edvin family. That being said, after everything that happened, I didn't necessarily need to hurry with it either. Either way, the dungeons that tend to crop up around here aren't that high level. To keep working as adventurers, we would have needed to leave this place sooner or later at any rate. But, is this really fine with you? I ended up getting you caught up in things, Luce. If you wanted to stay in Rondom, then it would have been fine to stay for a bit longer. I owe an enormous debt to Luce for the Smoldering Fang of Madness skill book. I couldn't have just left her behind without paying her back, so if she wanted to stay in Rondom, then I would have had to stay for a while too. Of course it's fine. I was even asked by father-in-law to take care of Elma-san," Luce declared with a guts pose. "Father-in-law. But that person didn't apologize in the end. After that girl lost, he just ran away without even properly speaking with you, Elma-san. His position doesn't exactly allow him to apologize to anyone. Although the people were cleared out and there shouldn't be anyone reckless enough within the guild staff to spread rumors, but even then, I'm just thankful that he didn't kick up a fuss about ruining his reputation. NNNN. If you are fine with that, then I can accept it as well, Elma-san." Even while saying that, Luce didn't seem to be satisfied with it. Seeing her like that, I had a bitter smile on my face. Nobles live and die by their reputations. Because of that, it can't be helped that he wouldn't be able to bow his head. I already knew what kind of personality Isaac had, so I wasn't the least bit surprised that he wouldn't say a single word of apology to me. What surprised me was he told Luce to take care of me. It was too little too late, but I think that was Isaac's best attempt at an apology towards me. When he threw me out, he still gave me enough money to buy some equipment for myself. And when the discussion about determining whether I was responsible for any wrongdoing went awry, he was obviously against me participating in a mox battle. If I didn't accept it, then Isaac probably would have shot down Maris's suggestion. Perhaps Isaac was still looking out for me in a way, not as a noble, but as a father. It's his job to not bow his head, is it? That might be tough indeed, but I still don't think I could come to like him. Please don't turn out that way, Elma-san. Okay? If something happens, I will apologize together with you, okay? I won't become like that, or rather, I'm unable to become like that anymore. I let out a small cough. Not since I was stripped of my family name and removed from the line of succession. Awawawa. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it as a sarcastic remark. Well, no, I don't really mind. I'm glad I've left that family. Well, saying that might be just me putting up a strong front right now, but this lifestyle does suit me better for sure. My previous life's memories and values are mixed in with me. There are many customs that nobles have that I can understand the need for, but can't really agree with. The fact that I was exiled just because of my heavy knight class is one, but the life shifting that uses criminals to provide level ups, or the employing of poor people as suicide soldiers by forcing dangerous skill trees on them are others. Someday, I wouldn't have been able to tolerate it anymore, and if that didn't happen, that would have meant that I was completely changed by the noble way of life, which makes me shudder just by thinking of the possibility. At any rate, with eyes like that, it's unlikely that he would try anything anytime soon. However, Maris could turn out to be a problem. She wasn't like that in the past though. Since Isaac strangely didn't like me meeting with Maris, I can only talk about her younger days, but even though she was a strange kid, I can safely say that she wouldn't have tried to break people like that. Or maybe I just didn't manage to notice her tendency. What is it, Elma-san? No, it's nothing. Shaking my head, I dodged the question. At any rate, with this, I was able to settle things with the Edvin family within myself. Even though I was saying that I didn't mind it, it was weighing on my heart. But by being able to say goodbye to Isaac and even receiving some words of encouragement from him in a roundabout way, I can finally move forward without regrets. Without loose hounding Isaac at the end there, I wouldn't have been able to clear my emotions like this. At any rate, we finally cleared the beginner level range, so we will be able to operate better from now on, which will allow us to properly raise our levels and let us aim from high value item drops. I said as I punched my fist into my palm. Yeah, now we can properly raise our levels and aim for high value item drops. Luce trailed off with a smile, then opened her eyes wide. What happened in the Angel's toy box doesn't count as properly raising our levels. Startled by Luce's loud voice, my shoulders jumped. What is it, Luce? Raising your voice all of a sudden. But it's strange no matter how you look at it. We earned around 60 to 70 million gold there. Calling that strange, is what I call strange. In my eyes, this is just about the end of the tutorial here. Both Luce and I are still D-rank adventurers who only recently entered the level 40 range, And our equipment is not that different from the beginner set either. We only just managed to acquire some useful skills too. My smoldering fang of madness is still not at the level it could be and only provides a kind of okay attack method. I only just reached the point where I can become a bargain bin version of a sword saint, if I discount the possibility of dealing a lot of damage with shield bash after activating half-dead savage dragon. But that still makes it much easier to explore dungeons. If I can raise my level enough that I will have enough skill points, then I'll be able to demonstrate the real power of the heavy knight build that was called a balance breaker in Magic World. This is the point where it will start to get interesting. Now that our basic preparations are completed, from now on we can raise our levels much higher and look for much more valuable item drops. It's a big deal that I was able to get there. Smoldering Fang of Madness this early. Without that, our activities would be slowed by a considerable margin. Will I be fine like this? Will I really be able to keep up with Elma-san? Luce seemed to be troubled once again. Please take care of me, Luce. I reached out my hand towards her with a smile on my face. Pressing her lips together, Luce appeared to have resolved herself and took my hand. Why yes. Elma-san. Volume 1, Statuses. Elma Edvin. Class Heavy Knight Level 41 HP 100 100th MP 41 Attack 27 plus 5 Defense 60 plus 5 Magic 32 Agility 32 Equipment Sword of a Low-Ranking Soldier Mad Demon Shield Iron Armor Special Skills Half-Dead Savage Dragon Normal Skills Rampart Reversal Disarm Parry Vital Blow Shadow Stomp Shield Bash Life Shield Titles Immovable 1D Rank Adventurer Unexpected Upset Skill Trees Remaining Skill Points 1 Vow the Heavy Armor 34 100ths Beginner Swordsmanship 550 Smoldering Fang of Madness 570 Loose Rubies Class Clown Level 39 HP 49 MP 48 Attack 28 plus 3 Defense 22 Magic 30 Agility 52 Equipment Iron Piercer Special Skills Beckoning Kitty Normal Skills Dice Thrust Acrobatic Step Stop Illusion Titles D Rank Adventurer Unexpected Upset Skill Tree Remaining Skill Points 18 The Fool's Acrobatics 10 100ths Great Fortune 1570 Attack Power Up 050 Embryo Monster Embryo Level 50 HP 42 MP 60 Attack 24 Defense 22 plus 66 Magic 49 Agility 30 Equipment Flesh Armor Special Skills Dream Lord Doll Maker Float Confusion Immunity Magic Sealing Immunity Normal Skills Repair Mana Gift Sylph Cutter Thunderstorm Titles Owner of the Toy Box Dream Lord Special Skill has the powers of a Dream Lord. Has a strong resistance to abnormal status and debuff effects. HP and MP recovery speed is greatly increased. Volume 1 End.